Good morning. Welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchise. At this time, we'd like to ask everyone to place all electronic devices to vibrate. If you wish to submit testimony, you could fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms, and do not approach the dais unless your name has been called. Chair Riley, we're ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a meeting of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises. I'm Councilmember Kevin Riley, Chair of the Subcommittee, and I'm joined by Councilmember Moya, Abreu remotely, and in the chambers by Councilmember Carr and Marmorato. Today, we are scheduled to hold two public hearings. The first one will be about Bally's development proposal up in the Bronx. The second public hearing concerns a neighborhood plan that the administration is undertaking in Midtown Manhattan, known as Midtown South Mixed Use MSMX. Before opening the hearing, I will first go over the hearing procedures. This meeting is being held in hybrid format. Members of the public who wish to testify may testify in person or through Zoom. Members of the public wishing to testify remotely may register by visiting the New York City Council's website at www.council.nyc.gov/landuse to sign up, and for those of you here in person, please see one of the Sergeant at Arms to prepare and submit a speaker's card. Members of the public may also view a live stream broadcast of this meeting at the Council's website. When you are called to testify before the subcommittee, if joined remotely, you will remain muted until recognized by myself to speak. When you are recognized, your microphone will be unmuted. We will limit public testimony to 2 minutes per witness. If you have additional testimony you would like the subcommittee to consider, or if you have written testimony you would like to submit instead of appearing in person, please email it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Written testimony may be submitted up to 3 days after the hearing is closed. Please indicate the LU number and/or project name in the subject line of the email. We request that witnesses joining us remotely remain in the meeting until you are excused by myself, as council members may have questions. Lastly, for everyone attending today's meeting, this is a government proceeding and decorum must be observed at all times. Members of the public are asked not to speak during the meeting unless you are testifying. The witness table is reserved for people called to testify, and no video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. I will now open the public hearing on LU 321, 322, and 323 related to the Bally's development proposal in Councilmember Marmorato's district in the Bronx. As I have stated before, it is important to clarify that the proposal to license up to 3 gaming facilities in the city is a state initiative, and that the state is leading the process to decide which proposals are awarded a license. This state-led process will consist of 3 steps. First is a review by a Community Advisory Committee known as the CAC review process, and this review will start this month in July. The second step consists of the review by the Gaming Facility Location Board, which is appointed by the state, and the third step is the final decision and selection by the State Gaming Commission. The first step, the CAC review process, will give the local community the opportunity to review, provide input, and evaluate each casino proposal. This subcommittee is hearing Bally's proposal today because gaming license applicants are required to obtain any needed local land use approvals before the end of the CAC review process. So to be very clear, we are not here today to decide whether there should be a casino in the Bronx. We are here today to determine whether the requested land use approvals are appropriate. Applicant is seeking 3 land use approvals. The proposed development site is where Bally currently operates the Golf Links course within Ferry Point Park. Because the proposed location for the casino is parkland, it does not have a zoning district. To build a casino, the proposed site must have a zoning district. As a result, applicant is requesting the mapping of a zoning district. The second land use action is to amend the city map to reconfigure some of the nearby street to accommodate the project's traffic and to demap parkland where the proposed building will be located. The third land use action seeks to create an easement that will provide an access way between the proposed casino and the portion of the park along the water. This will require the city and applicant to enter into an easement agreement, which will require disposition authority that the applicant is now seeking. The changes to the city map will be conditioned on the applicant being awarded a gaming facility license by the state. So if the applicant is not awarded a gaming facility license, the changes to the city map will not go into effect. Similarly, if applicant is not awarded a license, the proposed development site will remain a parkland. An applicant will not be able to use the new underlying zoning district that it is seeking today. Having made these clarifying remarks, for anyone wishing to testify on this item remotely, if you have not already done so, you must register online by visiting the council's website at council.nyc.gov/landuse. For anyone with us in person, please see one of the sergeant at arms to submit a speaker's card. And if you are filling out a speaker's card, please make sure to indicate whether you are testifying in favor or in opposition. As always, if you would prefer to submit written testimony, you may do so by emailing it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. I would now like to recognize Councilmember Marmorato for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank everybody for coming out today, and I look forward to hearing everyone's testimony. So, thanks.
Thank you. I will now call on the applicant panel for this proposal, which consists of Anita Larmont, Jess Corrigan, and Catherine McKay. Council, can we please administer affirmation once they come to the dais?
If Catherine McKay is not part of his panel, please let me know. Sorry, can you put on the mic? So you have to turn it on.
There's a much larger panel of
Oh,
people that.
but will everybody be testifying or?
They
ju-
will be to answer questions.
Okay, so we'll call them up
Okay,
afterwards if,
okay.
as they're needed on
And one more.
my person.
Thank you. Stanley Schlein will be testifying.
Okay.
Thank you.
If they're testifying, can we just call them up right now?
Stanley, come.
If you're testifying, can we just call you up so we can just swear everyone in?
They also need to recognize Chris Jewett, who is remote.
Yes, just got the note, thank you.
Thank you.
Did everybody fill out witness slips?
Okay.
No. Who's this? Okay.
Yeah, we need everyone to fill out a witness slip, okay?
And to confirm for our online folks, is Chris Jewett available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. And now
Thank
we
you.
can see you. Perfect, okay. So,
Excellent.
could everybody who's at the table, and Mr. Jewett, could you please raise your right hand and state your name for the record? Each one of you, please.
Christopher Jewett?
Yes, Corrigan.
She's not part of our.
Stanley Schlein.
You're a
One second.
Anita Laramont.
Thank you. Is your microphone on?
Miss McCrary, yeah, this is for, they're presenting the project. Are you testifying? Yeah, this is not your time right now.
Yeah.
I did call my name, but that was a mistake.
Yeah, it was a mistake on our end. I'm so sorry.
Our apologies.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that's our fault. Okay, let's try this one more time.
Okay, so let's all raise our right hand and sorry, do it. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in your testimony today in response to council member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the viewing public, if you need an accessible version of this presentation, please send the email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And now the applicant team may begin. I just ask that you please reinstate your name and organization for the record. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Christopher Jewett. I'm with Bally's. I'm the Senior Vice President of Corporate Development leading this project. Next slide, please. So just to briefly cover our meeting agenda, we've got 5 sections. We'll start with the project background. Next slide. So a little bit on project background. If you go to the next slide, talk a little bit about the timeline and history of the site. The project site, which you can see on the bottom right of the screen, it sits at the foot of the Whitestone Bridge and what is the site of a former landfill. As you can see by the historical timeline and history of the development site, it sat for decades unused. New York City Parks ultimately took over the site decades after the landfill was shuttered and worked through various agencies, including the New York State DEC, to put in place a development agreement to improve the site into a public golf course. The golf course opened in 2015, and Bally's assumed operations of it in September of 2023. Subsequently, we are proposing an integrated resort at the project site on what is currently primarily the parking lot, as well as the clubhouse and approximately an acre of the practice area. We submitted our gaming license application in response to the state's request for applications for a gaming license last Friday, June 27th. Next slide. I'll now hand it to my colleague Jess Corrigan to cover the proposed project.
Thank you, Chris. I'm Jess Corrigan with HKS Architects. We appreciate this opportunity to show you our project today. Our site is entirely located within the golf concession, and the resort construction is concentrated on about 15 acres, as Chris mentioned. We wanted to minimize the impact to the golf course and keep as much of those existing facilities operational as possible. The project will be visible from both the Whitestone and Throgs Neck bridges and places a new building with a prominent location at the face of this major entry to the Bronx. We also wanted to keep it as far away from the residential areas as we could, given the land available to us. Next slide, please. And then the next slide. The design concept for the building is based on a relationship with the Links Golf Course and its landscape that's unique to that style of course and to the proximity of the water. And it creates a new destination in the Bronx that brings nature, golf, and entertainment and activity to this part of the city. The planning and design reflect the rolling hills and water with curves and softness in the forms of the building that are reflected throughout, both vertically and horizontally. We also use roof extensions to sort of bring a horizontal emphasis to a building, and we keep the top of the building well below the top of the bridge. We wanted to preserve the bridge's unique identification and landscape effect. The form of the building becomes this new landmark for the Bronx and declares a community with energy, activity, and a sense of community that wasn't visible here before. We think this is a very strong change and desirable one. Next slide, please. A few views of the project. This shows that horizontal nature and the rolling forms that we described. Next slide. And from the river at night, we wanted to see that it's still reinforced with horizontal forms, movement reflecting the water and the landscape. And it brings this shot actually starts to show the relationship with the bridge, again, trying to be respectful of its place in the skyline. Next slide, please. The diagram that's before you here shows the major components of the resort. They include a 2,800 seat event center at the top of the building, and this can be entered without going through the casino. So everybody in the community can enjoy this and the events that happen in it. It also includes a 500 room hotel. About 100 of those rooms are suites, a public rooftop venue that people can get to and enjoy a snack and a beverage and views of the city, the park, and the Bronx. It also includes a nightclub, a large spa, a conference center and ballrooms for community events, and parking structures to accommodate these crowds. There are currently 9 restaurants planned and a separate food hall as well. So there are a lot of options there for food and beverage that don't exist in the park today. With the license and this project, we'll also replace the existing clubhouse with a new design that is forward-looking and respects the landscape and the link style course. Next slide. And with that, I'll hand it back to Chris.
Next slide, please. So talking a little bit about the transportation improvements. So the project site is accessed by the Hutchinson River Parkway, commonly referred to as Ring Road throughout our presentation and in our project materials, which is a New York City DOT MAC public street until you reach the orange highlighted section on the diagram where it's mapped parkland, paved throughout the park as a thoroughfare. In 2015, a city planning study identified various shortcomings for this roadway and suggested those improvements be made, as well as mapping it as a city street. So as part of our project, we're planning to do just that, to rebuild and enhance this roadway into a dedicated city DOT map street, including connecting new drainage to mitigate existing flooding issues, widening the roadway to two full moving lanes throughout, the addition of dedicated street parking where feasible, the addition of 2 MTA bus stops, one on the project site and one within the park, and enhanced pedestrian access, including bike lanes, sidewalks, light fixtures, fire hydrants, and vegetative plantings. Next slide. So taking you through the park and into the new map city street, this rendering view here is looking south at the Whitestone Bridge as if you were traveling just adjacent to the currently existing paved parking lot that is used today for park access and for ferry users. As you can see by the rendering, road improvements will create a much safer pedestrian and biking experience within the park, and a better experience for park users, ferry users, and all Ring Road users to the north of the park, as well as visitors to our proposed project. Next slide. This rendering view along the same path as the prior, just going under the bridge. Once you get close to the bridge, the street parking ends, although there is a mixed-use sidewalk and bike path for safe pedestrian access going from the west side of the park under the bridge to the east side of the park, and then connecting all the way up north to the sidewalk all the way up to Lafayette, something that doesn't exist today. There's no safe pedestrian access under the bridge. Next slide. So the second set of transportation improvements, which we'll be paying for as part of our project, incorporates 3 components to the north and west of our catchment area. First, there'll be multiple traffic signal timing improvements to better align them with the future transportation patterns in the area. Second, there are 2 locations, designated areas in orange on the diagram that we will be restriping and restricting curbside parking to eliminate an existing bottleneck by creating 2 full moving travel lanes. This is the equivalent of somewhere around 30 parking spaces overall combined. And lastly, the construction of a new east-west overpass just to the south of the existing Lafayette Avenue Bridge. Next slide. So this is a fully rendered view of what that new overpass would look like and some of the improvements on the existing Lafayette Avenue Bridge. A few things to point out here. Number one, current users of Ring Road that are coming north on your right to the top of the screen want to go back south to use the park, ferry, or golf course or anything else. They must make 2 consecutive left turns at signalized intersections on that existing overpass bridge. The new overpass will eliminate these existing users from ever needing to go onto Lafayette Avenue again. The existing overpass will have 2 left turn lanes in the future as opposed to 1 today to enhance transportation flow. And it's important to note the new overpass will be signalized to ensure harmonization with those already entering Ring Road. Next slide. So I'm going to jump into some of the community benefits of our project. Next slide. So our publicly announced community benefits agreement incorporates many components, which total a net present value of $625 million, including a few of the following as examples. Number one is a Bronx Benefit Fund, which is committed to a minimum of $10 million annually to be distributed by us to directors that can appointed by local elected officials to distribute these funds amongst various organizations, community organizations, local schools, PTA programs, etc. Secondly, public safety enhancements, including a $10 million upfront expense that we will cover for multiple New York PD substations, including one within the proposed project, plus an annual ongoing contribution for funding of additional police force in our catchment area. And then a third example, various local support initiatives, including youth engagement and supporting nonprofits. Not included in that $625 million is our commitment for Bronx and New York City residents so they can own up to 9% of the total project equity of the proposed integrated resort, including giving investors non-recourse loans to enhance their stake. I think it's important to note that we're the first project to announce this in our plans, and now we've seen others doing the same. Next slide. There are significant other local benefits from our project over and above those outlined prior in the presentation. Number one, this is the largest privately funded project in the history of the Bronx, estimated at $4 billion. Number two, upon opening, we would become essentially the second largest private employer in the borough, offering high-paying careers, not just jobs, with advancement opportunity with a nearly fully unionized workforce. And during construction, our estimates are approximately the creation of 15,000 union construction jobs. And we've included in our commitments workforce development opportunities and pre-apprenticeship programs. Next slide. So as part of our project, we're required to replace the fair market value of the parkland we would be acquiring with either replacement parkland or existing parkland improvements, and we plan to do a combination of such. We have approximately 8 acres of land optioned for purchase on City Island that we would dedicate back to New York City parks. And additionally, you can see illustrative examples, and a vast majority of the remaining funds are anticipated to be spent on Ferry Point Park, including connecting east and west sides of Ferry Point Park under the Whitestone Bridge, adding a new playground in the western portion of Ferry Point Park, and reconstructing soccer fields. Next slide. Jess had mentioned the other improvement. So today we are going through the approval process for a new golf clubhouse, which will be constructed on the edge of the 9th green where the current Valley Links berm sign stands today. You can see a few illustrative views. It's a 2-story clubhouse with excellent views from that second story. You can see the Manhattan skyline and all the way up the East River. Next slide. I'm going to hand it to Anita Laramont to cover our proposed actions.
Thank you. I'm Anita Laramont. I'm a partner in the law firm of Fried Frank. So I'm going to present the proposed actions and approvals necessary to effectuate the project. Next slide. There are 4 actions that I will discuss. The first is a zoning map amendment to designate existing parkland as a C84 commercial zoning district, where gaming facilities are permitted pursuant to New York City zoning resolution sections 32-10 and 42-10. This district only permits commercial use and does not permit residential or industrial use. The second action is a city map amendment to demap a portion of the development site as parkland, which will allow for the disposition of an interest in those areas to Bally's. The third is a city map amendment to map the widened Ring Road as a city street. And finally, there's an action for the approval of a disposition of city-owned real property to facilitate the transfer of a non-exclusive access easement from the city to Bally's over the waterfront access roadway. None of these actions will become effective unless and until Bally's is awarded a gaming license. Thank you. Next slide, I'll now turn to Stanley Schlein, who will talk about the alienation.
As you know, the council has considered alienation.
Just stand, press the button. Thank you.
As you know, the council has considered the alienation a home rule message most recently. It was adopted, and the bill was adopted by the state legislature, both the Assembly and Senate, passed on to the governor and for signature, and has now become a chapter of the laws of the state of New York. It is effectuated. However, it requires only the opportunity, not the commitment, to sell us this 15.7 acres of land, which is currently the parking area, which is all concrete, the clubhouse that exists in the adjoining temporary clubhouse, a little strip of concrete behind the clubhouse, and the pitching and putting area, which will be replaced on the park, on the golf course itself. We are currently in negotiations with the Parks Department to create a conveyance agreement for that approximately 15.7 acres of property, and none of this will be conveyed if the casino license is not granted to Bally's. Thank you.
That represents our full presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask a few questions before I turn it over to Councilmember Marmorato. Can you briefly describe the process for this application after we have completed our review here at the City Council?
Thank you. As you mentioned in your opening remarks, the next steps will be the establishment of an advisory council that will meet on several occasions to determine whether or not it recommends that the application be considered by the gaming facility, the gaming commission to site selection board for award of a license to have a casino at this location. That board will then meet to determine which projects they will award the licenses to in this downstate region.
Okay. Traffic on the near Hutchison Parkway is a nightmare, I take it, to get to my house when I'm coming back on the Whitestone. Your proposal will create more traffic. Please describe how you have consulted with the transportation agencies and, more importantly, our communities here in the Bronx to mitigate this additional traffic.
Okay. We have other members of our team here who can address that, so Satya, why don't you come?
Okay, we're gonna have to swear him in too. Okay.
Hello. Good. Thank you for raising your hand. Could you please state your name for the record?
Satya Muthuswamy. I'm with the applicant team.
Thank you. And do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in response to council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
No, I'm good. So we have actually, as part of the project, had extensive coordination with City DOT, State DOT regarding the transportation aspects of the project. All the assumptions in the EIS have been finalized and approved by City DOT agencies to be used in the analysis. They are conservative, and as you rightfully said, yes, the Hutch is fairly busy. As part of mitigation, Chris went through in full detail all the different improvements, including the overpass. We have actually also committed to a traffic monitoring program, which will actually measure the traffic when the site is operational. And the commitment will have participation with the City DOT to come up with additional mitigation measures as needed to help alleviate the impacts.
And what additional recommendations from the community did you get regarding traffic issues in that area?
Can you repeat that question again?
What additional recommendations did you receive from the community that you inputted with issues with traffic in that area?
So,
because I know you said you spoke with DOT from the city and state, but community board, council member, were there any recommendations that they gave you that you were able to implement in your plan?
sure. Chris, did you want to respond first, and then I'll go after you?
Sure. So this is, Chair, this has been an iterative process, I guess, to start. In terms of what we had originally looked at, we looked at one, having an exit ramp off the Hutch directly into the site to help mitigate. That obviously not been feasible for a myriad of reasons, being utilizing a much larger portion of the park, but also the extended time frame for approvals from a state and federal highway standpoint. Number two, we had talked about having a direct entrance from the community, and we heard vehemently that was opposed. Some of the other examples we've incorporated is widening the road, adding adding, public transit. The overpass, I think, is the biggest mitigant. Signal retiming, adjusting where some of the parking is on some of the nearby roadways, including on Lafayette Avenue and Hutchinson River Parkway. One suggestion that we deeply looked into that we are unable to do is the widening of Lafayette Avenue because it's bound on the east side by a graveyard to the south. So we have explored some items that are not included that just were not feasible as well.
Just want to add to what Chris had suggested. Thank you, Chris. In discussions, there was a request to improve Ring Road, because as it stands right now, during the summer how busy the road is. It's oversubscribed, there's lots of cars, there's shortage of parking. So that was taken into effect in the big facility that Jess and Chris presented. There's a lot of parking on site, and it is free to help. There is an addition of the bike lane, which was one of what the community had asked for, because right now there is no connection from the east side to the west side. So as Chris has presented, under the bridge, they're connecting it to an existing city's greenway plan to go from essentially the north.
What about other transportation measures? Like, did you guys communicate with MTA?
Yes, we did. I was going to come to that.
Okay.
Which is we had discussions with the MTA, and they had said that they would consider adding bus stops and provide access to the park, which is not there today. And as was presented earlier, there's discussion of having 2 stops, one on the property and one in the park, to increase access to the park.
Okay. This proposal presents an opportunity to create a lot of jobs. What commitment can you give to Councilmember Marmorato, myself, and my Bronx elected colleagues that these jobs will actually go to our constituents in the Bronx? Anybody?
Chair, I'll take that. Sorry, I got stuck on mute here virtually, and apologies for not being there at a flight canceled. So in our RFA submission, which will become public here in the very short term, we've committed, I believe the number is 70 or 75% of the jobs will be from Bronx residents and provided to Bronx residents, and 70 to 75 will be actually filled by minorities. As such, we've taken a look at the demographic. We've compared it to the 20 gaming properties that we have across our portfolio, and we're confident that a vast majority of our constituents in Community Board 10, where we're anchored, and also 9 and 11, will have a majority of our employees that live within those community boards themselves. So those commitments are real. Those are outlined within our gaming license application, which folks that will be on our CAC will have visibility to.
And how many jobs are you anticipating, Chris, in total?
We're estimating 4,000 permanent jobs. I think from an FTE standpoint, it's about 3,700 when you mix full-time and part-time.
Thank you. And my last question before I turn over to Councilman Marmorato, what type of outreach have you done to date, and what is your outreach plan going forward to make sure our communities in the Bronx know about these potential jobs?
So we've met today with, I'd have to go back and look, it's probably at least 125 to 150 different community organizations, across the board, the various colleges in our direct catchment area, including Lehman, Bronx Community College, et cetera. We plan to partner with those, and then we've identified, I think, 10 or so workforce development programs within our RFA application that we will plan to work with, including on construction, working with the unions for pre-apprenticeship programs, noting that construction of the facility will take approximately 30 months. So in terms of putting those programs in place, there will be plenty of time to get those partnerships in place. We've included having a hiring center within the Bronx, targeting somewhere near the site. So all of those will come to fruition if we are selected.
Okay, so all sounds great, and I would even encourage a street outreach team as well, maybe to get some people in the local neighborhoods that don't go to any of these community programs to kind of let them know about the jobs that are available to as possible. Councilman Marmorato, yield the floor to you to ask your questions.
Thank you, Chair Riley. Okay, so I'm going to start with alienation. What is the rationale for taking this land to create a 3.1 million square foot casino complex that my neighbors and my neighborhoods and my community board have opposed throughout the process? And what consideration was given to an alternative site not located on public parkland?
Sure. I'll take that, council member. So I guess first and foremost, scouring New York City, it's very difficult to find 15 to 20 acres of land in aggregate to be able to execute a project of this size and scale. Relative to why this is a great location, I think a few things. Number one, you're in close proximity off of a major thoroughfare that already handles a very large amount of traffic and infrastructure. It's an ideal location because you're right off of that, and you never actually have to go onto a city street if you're coming from the highway, and I think 85% or so of our visitors are projected to come from the highway. I think number two, we actually are nowhere nearby any significant homeowners or neighborhoods. Our site is bound by the golf course, the river, the highway, and the graveyard. And sorry, what was the back end of your question?
What's the rationale?
It was size and rationale. Yeah. So those are the main points. It's a great location. Access-wise, we're not necessarily in anyone's backyard. You can't directly access the site. And we've strategically gone through working with New York City Parks and Jack Nicklaus Design to ensure that the golf course stays substantially the same. We're not affecting any of the holes materially. There will be some tweaks with the practice area and a new clubhouse, but the golf course will stay the same. So essentially, over time, over the last 60 or 70 years, a former landfill will be converted to what is existing now, a golf course, and an economic engine for the Bronx, including the integrated resort.
Okay, just for the record, this is NYCHA's backyard, Throgs Neck Houses. It is in their backyard, your golf course and casino. And also there is access to get to the property through Emerson Avenue, but we're gonna get to that later because I do have questions about that. How much parkland are you proposing to demap, and how much of that parkland is the Park Road?
So the actual project site is 15.71 acres. The actual roadway that is mapped as parkland today and paved, that will be widened. I believe that's around 5 to 6 acres in total. And there's an access easement that's a little over an acre that runs, it's essentially a roadway today that runs from Hutchinson River Parkway, north and south, all the way to the East River, to a parking lot that connects along a pathway there.
Okay. In the original proposal, it was said that 18 acres would be used, and now I'm starting to see a number of 19 acres. Where is that extra additional acre coming from?
So the original proposal, what we had talked about actually alienating and us as developer actually buying was 18 acres on the development site where the integrated resort would go. Because we are not acquiring the land where that easement is and where the roadway would go, the roadway is actually being dedicated from one city agency to another. Today it's under New York City Parks jurisdiction. It's maintained by New York City DOT and would be transferred directly to DOT. So that was not considered in the 18 acres. Okay. So essentially, in the past we were at 18 acres. Today we're actually just below 16 acres. So we've been able to strategically limit and lessen the amount of parkland that we would actually be taking private ownership of. And that was primarily through the tightening of some of the project site and keeping the new clubhouse on what is existing parkland.
Okay. And in your application, there is mention of the elimination of park south of Schley Avenue. Can you kind of explain this action and specify what cross streets that would be? Because Schley Avenue is very long.
Can someone pull up the presentation? I think it's easier to see directly on one of the slides.
Yes, just give us a minute, please. What slide number would you like?
Can you go back to the roadway where it's mapped orange? It's probably somewhere around 11 or 12. Yep, this one. So if you can zoom in just so everyone can see. So Schley Avenue is essentially where the parkland starts. It's on the top left of the diagram. The orange roadway is highlighted there. That is the current ring road, which sits all in parkland today. That roadway is on average somewhere between 18 to 20 feet wide. That roadway would be widened to the west from Schley all the way down to the Whitestone Bridge. It would go, I think, as wide as up to 40 feet. Anita, please keep me honest there, and Satya. To the west, so we'd essentially be utilizing 20 more feet of parkland along that roadway. But it would be fully improved. We'd be adding parking, 2 full moving lanes. Today that roadway floods and it becomes essentially a life safety issue and becomes impassable. So we'll be enhancing the drainage there as well as all the other improvements I mentioned.
Okay. Now, how long is this parkland alienation valid for? Is there like a sunset clause or an expiration date on the alienation legislation?
The legislation states that this has to occur within 15 years of passage.
I would add to that, if I may, that we have to acquire or make the parkland improvement commitments on a dollar value dependent on what the valuation of that 15.7 acres is determined by the City of New York. We are awaiting that communication from the city, DCAS in particular. Once that number is set, that's when the conversation as to how it will be applied to improve existing parks or creating new parkland will be determined. We are hopefully going to have that information imminently from Parks and from the city.
Okay. So,
Council member,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. If I could also add to that, part of the state's process is that you have to own or control long-term for 60 years plus 10 years, so 70 years. You have to control your site within 30 days of awarding of a license, which is expected to be by the end of Q4 of this year. So we would take ownership of the project site upon awarding of the license or shortly thereafter.
So basically, if you're not awarded a license now, the land goes back after 15 years?
Essentially, if we're not awarded a license, nothing happens.
But you still have the possibility, if they do come up with a second round of casino licenses down the road, within this 15 years, you can build a casino?
No, the legislation specific, the state legislation, the alienation legislation that was signed by the governor specifically says if the award is not granted to us by the Gaming Commission, by the Site Selection Board, it is over. The bill has no force in effect. If the governor would, or the state legislature would adopt 3 new casino sites on top of the others, we'd have to start again.
Start all over again. Okay. Okay. All right. Now I just want to go to Ring Road. What will be needed from the DOT to map Ring Road? What improvements will be made to the street, and why is that designation necessary?
Anita, do you want to talk about some of the technicals from a land use, and Satya, please?
So we need these actions to facilitate this road being mapped as a city road. The reason that that is being pursued is because the city has specific standards that apply to roads in terms of width, turning ratios, other things that make a road more useful. And so that is why we are pursuing this and have worked very closely with DOT with respect to what those improvements will be. And I'll let Satya talk more about that.
I just invited Nick to come on. He's going to give you the specifics of the Ring Road improvements. He'll probably have to get sworn in first.
Okay.
Can you swear him in? Nick's going to, yeah.
Swear in.
My apologies, trying to do too many things at once. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Nicholas Tortorella with Stonefield Engineering and Design, part of the applicant team.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in response to your question, to council member questions today?
I do.
Thank you.
So in terms of the overall improvements to Ring Road, as Chris spoke to earlier, the current roadway is about 18 to 20 feet wide, sometimes provides 2 moving lanes, but as I'm sure you're well aware, especially during the summer months, is parked along the western curb line that fronts the park, which effectively reduces the roadway to a single moving lane. What we're proposing to do by transferring ownership of the roadway from Parks to DOT is upgrade the design of that roadway to be in accordance with the current city standards. So that will provide 2 full-width moving lanes at all times, adjacent to a curbside parking lane that will front the park. We are also providing full-width sidewalk, a landscape buffer, a 2-way bicycle lane, all within this upgraded roadway. Again, the flooding concerns that currently persist, we're working with the city DOT and DEP to implement drainage infrastructure that, again, is in accordance with the latest city standards, where there currently is limited or no drainage infrastructure along the roadway to begin with. We've also worked with the MTA and coordinated with that agency in the city as well. So basically, this roadway is being upgraded from just a strip of pavement with no pavement markings and limited signage to a fully designed, full-width, 2 moving lane roadway that fronts the park, will provide access to the park for your constituents and provide access to our project as well.
Just want to add one more item to that. There will also be improvements for pedestrian crossing. You have right now the EDC parking lot, and you have the unpaved lot where the park users park, and essentially just cross the street. There will be enhanced crossing based on city requirements as well.
Okay.
And I'll also note on Ring Road that in 2015, city planning had made a recommendation that Ring Road be a dedicated DOT thoroughfare and be improved. And if this project weren't occurring, that would not be happening. And if this project does not occur, the city doesn't have any plans or commitment to make these improvements to Ring Road.
Of course, understood. So who ultimately pays for the road changes? Are all improvements, including pedestrian access, lighting, signage, paid for by this development team, or is that going to come from our city tax dollars via DOT?
It's paid for by Bally's. Bally's is paying for those.
All right, now is the million-dollar question. Bike lanes? I've never heard of anybody riding a bike to a casino. Have you done have you done a study or a survey and asked people who's going to ride their bike to a casino?
The purpose of the bicycle lane is not necessarily to serve our project. It's being implemented in accordance with the city's Complete Street program. The bicycle access will provide people the ability to bike in either direction to and from the park, as well as circulate under the bridge to get to the waterfront area that is to the south of our project site. But the purpose of the bike lane is not necessarily to provide access to our project.
Would you consider possibly removing the bike lane and adding an additional lane of traffic? Because we're going to get to traffic later on, but there is going to be an increase of cars coming to this project during peak hours. It's already busy and, a lot of traffic now. But would you consider removing the bike lanes? Because there is a bike lane that goes through Brush Avenue to the park, and you have access to go through the park with a bike lane.
Understood, and point well taken. We have worked with the city DOT extensively on the design and cross-section of this roadway. A 3rd moving lane was raised by our applicant team as a potential alternative, but the city DOT requested that we provide 2 moving lanes adjacent to the curbside parking lane with the full-width sidewalk and 2-way bike lane. Again, the bike lane component of the design is part of the city's Complete Streets program. And their bike unit at City DOT strongly requested the presence of a bike lane.
As your sitting council member who knows the district very well and who I've had conversations upon conversations with DOT about where bike lanes work and where they don't work, and they've done a project in my district where they put a bike lane, it didn't work, they finally realized it, and they're making adjustments towards it now. I'm telling you that I would really highly like it if you would consider my removal of the bike lanes in that area, especially around Ring Road, because there is going to be a lot of traffic coming off of that highway, getting down the service road, and we need to make the cars move, and a bike lane is just going to hold this up. DOT is not, they are experts on certain things, but not in my district.
Understood. The final design.
This is Chris Jewett. I can speak for the entire project team. We can consider this. I think we need to figure out how we communicate that, and if this change can be implemented. But we hear the request 100%.
Oh, I think it can be changed because there is an already existing bike path to get to the area. Maybe you should make improvements on that around Brush Road.
Understood. We will explore it.
Thanks. Is this mapping action completely contingent on this casino license being granted? We already discussed that,
The
right?
answer to that is yes, absolutely.
And is that also true for the rezoning action? Is
Yes,
the rezoning,
absolutely.
okay. With the C84 rezoning, what is the height possibility of this building?
I don't know that fact offhand, but I will get you that.
You don't know how many
I think the-
stories your project
I
is
think-
going to be?
Oh, our project, sorry.
The project sits at about approximately 260 feet at peak.
Right.
I know our zoning and FAA requirements actually allow
Right.
to go higher than that. The peak of the Whitestone Bridge is approximately 385 feet plus or minus. So we're substantially,
Below that.
33% or so below that. And we strategically designed the building, through a lot of conversations with local community members. We had originally done a much taller tower, and we've kept it a little bit more sleek, with it being low, low hung in the east where you're closer to multifamily or single-family properties, and then gradually rising in the west as it kind of fades off from a view standpoint. So
Okay. Now,
we try to keep it low hung.
good. I like lower the better, always. Since the building is in a direct flight path with LaGuardia Runway 22, have you had much interaction with the FAA to see if there's any conflict with the building height or any visual disturbance with the plane? And especially looking at page 6 on your presentation, I've never seen, I don't think I've ever seen that picture where the lights are actually shining through. The casino always looked like a grayish color. Would that interfere or disturb any of the flights coming in on runway 22?
Chris, if you want, I'll take that. We're well
John's
under
please,
the,
yeah.
we did do an FAA check when we started the design. We're well under the 300-foot, the lowest point of the FAA barrier and flight path at this end of the site is at about 300 feet. We're well under that. The rendering shows every light in every hotel room on, which would rarely happen. And it was meant for drama. If it does happen, it is outward shining, not upward shining, so that is not an FAA concern.
Okay, so then that brings me, if it's outward shining, what about the residential area surrounding it?
It doesn't face the residential area on this side of the river. It
No,
does
in
face the river.
Queens.
It does face Queens, but it's a couple of miles away, so pretty low level lighting.
Okay. All right, so we're
We're
gonna,
also, by the way, going to do a bird-friendly design, so the lights will, exterior lighting will go off at a certain point at night, except for probably one sign.
okay. All right, what parkland improvements have you committed to both Ferry Point Park and beyond? And are they specifically in District Community Board 10, District 13, and what parks will receive upgrades?
So, Councilmember, those are still under negotiation with New York City Parks. As I had mentioned, we do have a couple of land replacement options that we will assign ultimately to New York City Parks as replacements, approximately 8 acres. We do have a broker we are working with that is still exploring directly acquiring and optioning potential replacement options within District 13. As you know, there's not a lot of vacant land or available options for sale that are not, single family or multifamily homes. And the majority of the actual improvements and dollars that are not replacement parkland will directly go into Ferry Point Park. I had listed within the presentation some of the illustrative examples, but we are happy to work with you if there are others that you would like included or prioritized.
Yes, I would like to see some type of acre-to-acre parkland, at least like recognized or identified within City Council District 13, Community Board 10. That is very important to me, especially with the increase of motor vehicle and air pollution. Can you just kind of explain to me this acquiring of land in City Island, being that City Island is over 6 miles away from this site?
Sure. So we had cast a very wide net within the Bronx. So the requirement of alienation is you have to have your replacements got to be within the borough. We cast a wide net, and those were the most actionable options. There were none in District 13 or Community Board 10 near the site directly. So I understand the point that, you know, City Island is not, you know, is not Ferry Point and Throgs Neck, but there was nothing available.
If I may add, Chris, they are both, as you well recognize, since I am a constituent of yours and from City Island, they are both in Council District 13 and Community Board 10's jurisdiction.
Okay.
But that's what we looked for, and we would look for other sites, as Chris had indicated, that we can acquire.
Like my real concern is air quality and to keep the green in the Bronx, being that we have the highest rates of asthma, and especially if we're going to have an influx of traffic in that area, I'd like to see it as close as possible, even if there could be some trees planted throughout Throgs Neck and within the area. I would really like to see a new park proposed for the Throgs Neck area.
We could be certainly, as part of our proposal, an aggressive tree planting commitment as part of this application process. No
Okay.
question.
Okay. If the application is approved by City Council but doesn't get selected, what happens from there? I know it's kind of redundant.
Right, it's just the status quo,
Okay.
yes.
With Ferry Point Park, would you be committed to making basic upgrades like restrooms, lightings, pathways, even if you do not get the license, being that you are a neighbor?
We're open to those discussions. You know, as such, we actually do have approval from FCRC to potentially discuss a longer-term extension of the license agreement to operate the golf course. Those are things actually that were mentioned in terms of what are some of the things that we could do in order to obtain a longer-term extension. So the answer is 100% all up to negotiation, of course.
Okay. Have there been any discussions with the administration about increasing the number of water taxis arriving at Ferry Point Park to give your customers an alternate means of access other than bikes?
Satya, do you
Sure.
want to cover that one?
So we had discussions with EDC, who are the current operator of the ferry service. They had said they don't have anything in the short term, but when we explained to them the project timeline, they said possibly. They did not give us a firm yes or a no.
Okay. And how specifically are you starting to, stating that you will improve access to the ferry? I know you had mentioned it.
Currently, the access from the ferry is through the park.
Yeah.
As part of the parkland improvements, and if EDC is going to add ferry service as part of parkland improvements, that access roadway can be improved from the ferry terminal to the park. And since the MTA is potentially considering adding a bus stop at the park, there could be some linkages between the two. So at this point, we have not heard anything specific, but I believe we're open to any suggestions that be provided.
Okay.
And if I may add one point, Satya mentioned it earlier, but as part of the Ring Road improvements, we would also be implementing an enhanced signalized pedestrian crossing between the parking facility on the interior side of Ring Road and the existing ferry stop to enhance connectivity between the two across the roadway, even with the increased traffic.
All right. Will Bally's provide funding or subsidies to expand city service to this ferry stop?
So I think the short answer is TBD if we can actually expand upon it. I think it's important to note here today, number one, that the gaming revenue, that is the state's portion in tax, it's actually split between the state and the city. The city's use is 50%, and they get that towards property taxes and also towards public schools. And number two, today this parkland, that 15.7 acres where the site sits today, it generates today $0 in property taxes. Based on our forecasts, upon maturity, we believe, and our consultants and experts say that this site will be paying upwards of $30 to $40 million of annual property taxes. So we will be providing an abundance of monetary assistance to public services for the city.
Okay, thank you. One major change you've proposed is the east-west overpass on Lafayette Avenue over the Hutchinson River Parkway. Can you walk us through what it would look like and how it would reduce traffic in a meaningful way here? Like, will the overpass be open to the public or just designed primarily for like casino access to loop around?
Sure. If we can pull that slide back up, I think it's helpful to see the illustrative view. And Satya, if you and Nick can walk everyone through that, it would be helpful.
Sure.
Just give us 1 minute.
Okay, can I ask another question?
Yes, what slide number?
It is 16.
Okay, so the current overpass, as you see in that, would connect the northbound service road to the southbound service road. Essentially, it is designed in a way to let the traffic connect from the north to the south. In the existing condition, as Chris had mentioned earlier, you would go through those two signalized intersections on Lafayette. With the overpass, you would essentially have them a different path to go without affecting Lafayette Avenue's operations. It is right now being designed with the traffic under the existing conditions overlaid with the future conservative estimates as per DOT. So that would primarily help the casino users, but would also help the park users and the MTA, who would essentially also operate the bridge from there.
Okay, so I know that you've identified the corner of Lafayette Avenue as I guess, a site of increased traffic. Have you done any studies beyond Lafayette Avenue or Lafayette Avenue as a whole? Let's be honest, driving, if the Whitestone Bridge is backed up, they cut through Lafayette Avenue, go through my community, and go onto the Whitestone Bridge. There's two entrances onto the Throgs Neck Bridge. Have you done studies over by Locust Point, Schurz Avenue, Harding Avenue? Because these are the complaints that my constituents raise to me all the time, and there is no casino here.
Go ahead.
I think in terms of the local intersection analysis, we have analyzed a portion of the Lafayette Avenue corridor, not just its intersections with the Hutchinson River service roads, north and southbound. We have gone as far east as the Cross Bronx extension intersections because those would provide access to the Throgs Neck Bridge. Those intersections are all included in the traffic analysis that was conducted as part of the FEIS, and we have analyzed those cut-through routes, as you say, coming to and from the development site, but also based on our existing traffic data collection, the counts that we've conducted during the peak periods reflect these trends that you're talking about. So we have conducted our traffic analysis that reflects those trends.
Okay, so what are the solutions?
So we have proposed a series of mitigation measures that are outlined again in the FEIS. Chris alluded to them earlier.
Over by Schurz and Harding Avenue?
No, they are limited to the study area that we analyzed. And again, we stopped our study area in consultation with the city at the Cross Bronx extension intersections because those are the intersections that provide ingress and egress from the Throgs Neck.
You're going to have an increase of traffic in my district and bringing the casino. I would like you to go beyond just that intersection and a little bit of Lafayette Avenue to the Cross Bronx. I'd like you to go to the other entrances of the Throgs Neck Bridge that are going to have increased traffic. So it's just going to build on and get worse and more, and we have to come up with solutions because I'm going to keep getting the text messages and the phone calls, and we got to figure out solutions on how it's going to extend throughout the community and the district. And also, you did this study, and you have an Amazon warehouse, a 1 million square foot Amazon warehouse facility at the footbed of the intersection. They're only operating at 0.25%. What's going to happen when that increases to the full 1 million?
The analysis conducted, excuse me.
What?
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt there. The analysis conducted as part of the EIS considers the full build out of the Amazon facility in the future condition. We do understand that it is operating at reduced capacity now, but the full capacity of the building has been assessed in the traffic analysis.
Okay, one last question. All right, about the schools. We have a bunch of schools. We have St. Joseph School of the Deaf. We have PS 304, PX10, 10X, and 101. What's going to happen during construction Are you going to test air quality, noise quality, and are you going to be in direct relations with the schools?
Next. Come sit in there. One more. Last one.
Okay, I recognize we should have called up a full panel up
Yes.
front. Could you please state your name for your record?
Max Stember Young with Langen Engineering.
Thank you. Could you please, thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in response to council members' questions?
I do.
Thank you.
So the question about construction effects. During ground intrusion activities, we will be implementing what's called a community air monitoring program. So we will set up air monitors both upstream and downstream of the construction area. So we will be able to tell ambient conditions coming into our site and the conditions of the air leaving our site downwind. And if any exceedances are noted during that air quality monitoring, basically in real time, it will be sent to the overseeing environmental engineers table, and there will be a work stop order so they can investigate what is causing the exceedance, mitigate that condition, and then continue on with construction. So that will be ongoing through continuously during ground disturbance activities. The schools are more than 1,000 feet away from the site. So even though we're monitoring air quality at the edge of our site, we won't see exceedances 1,000 feet away at the nearest schools or residences.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Marmorato. There being no more questions, applicant is now excused. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
we have a-
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a very long day, so I'm going to say this once. We're going to give each witness 2 minutes to testify. When you hear the beautiful bell, can you please wrap it up in under 10 seconds, please? In person, we have 30 people to testify on Bally's, and we are going to get to the 10 people that are online in approximately an hour. Following, we will start the MSMX hearing. Okay, so the first, for members of the public here to testify, please note that witnesses will generally be called up in panels of 4. If you are a member of the public signed up to testify on the proposal, please stand by when you hear your name being called and prepared to speak when I indicate that you may begin. Please also note that once all panelists in your group have completed their testimony, you will be excused as a group, and the next group of speakers will be introduced. Once removed, participants may continue to view the live stream broadcast of this hearing on the council's website. Members of the public will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do not begin until the Sergeant at Arms has started the clock. The following individuals who have signed up to testify should now come to the witness table. I'm going to call up Charles Sebastian, Carolina Diffusis, Susan Caramia, and Max Sapone. Please excuse me if I butcher your name. The following panel will consist of Jose Acosta, Terrell Martin, Francis Tirado, and Dean Rick. That will be the following panel. I believe some of them are up top, so they're coming out right now. I'm sorry, what's your name? Caroline? You can start.
I'm Caroline DeFuccia, and I have a small business on Williamsbridge Road in the Bronx. I'm here to show my support for Bally's. This developer, I don't think there's gonna ever be another developer to pump this much money into the community. I know there's a lot of questions about traffic and stuff, and hopefully you guys can get through that, but there's nothing that has been put into the Bronx. I've lived there my whole life. I raised my kids there, was born and raised there, and I never seen anyone come in and pump and try and fix our community. I mean, there's really nothing to do in the Bronx besides go out to eat and then you go home. Years ago, you would be able to go out and take a walk with your kids later on and go have a coffee or an ice cream. 2 weeks ago, my kids, after we were like, let's go and get an ice cream. There's no one open. There's a Carvel, but there's no cafe. No one stays open anymore at night because there's no foot traffic. We need people to come in, and I think Bally's being there will bring people in our community and spend money in the restaurants, and maybe there'll be more businesses coming in to open up, and we'll have a diversity of restaurants and cafes and things like that instead of these chain commercial places like a Dunkin' Donuts and a Starbucks. I really think that, to be honest, people will go out of their way to go to Brooklyn, they'll go out of their way to go to Queens, Manhattan, because there's places to go and walk around after. Who do you really know that, oh, let me go to the Bronx. I want to go to the Bronx and eat, besides Arthur Avenue or little, yeah. I mean, I really think it would be a good thing for the Bronx to have Bally's there. I know there's a lot of other concerns, which, like I said, hopefully you guys can work it out, but I don't think it's a bad thing.
Thank you so much, Carolina. Next, we'll hear from, before we begin, I just want to state for the record. No, Carolina, you can sit down until you're excused. I just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Salam. Next, we'll hear from Charles.
Oh, sorry about that. Good morning. My name is Charles Sebastian Benson II, and I'm a Bronx resident. I'm not against opportunity. I'm for real accountability. And Bally's has supported some nonprofits here, especially leading up to this project, and that's much appreciated. But I want to make sure that the support isn't conditional, that it doesn't vanish the moment the project is approved. They mentioned that 70 to 75% of the new jobs will go to the Bronx residents. I want to know who's overseeing this to make sure it actually happens. Same goes for the $625 million in community benefits, the park upgrades, and the ownership promises. Those were all listed under the title Community Benefits Agreement in the presentation, but is there a signed contract? If this is real, there should be something enforceable. If these promises are to be believed, then we need it in writing. We need a signed community benefit agreement, or at the very least, independent oversight and the power to monitor delivery and hold Bally's accountable for over time for these benefits that they're saying they're bringing to the community. If you're asking to rezone public land and hand over part of our park to a private developer, then the community deserves legal guarantees, not just slides and good intentions. I urge you to vote for this proposal if and only if these community benefits can be guaranteed and there's oversight for these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Next, Susan.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Riley and members of the Zoning Subcommittee. My name is Susan Calamia, and I'm a proud senior resident of Fort Schuyler House in the Bronx. At Fort Schuyler House, we see firsthand how economic hardship affects our neighbors, especially seniors. Many of us live on fixed incomes, and when the economy suffers, it becomes harder to afford even the basics: housing, medical care, food, and transportation. That's why I'm here today to speak in strong support of the Bally's Ferry Point project. This project will bring thousands of good jobs and a much-needed economic boost to our borough. A stronger economy benefits everyone, but especially seniors who depend on stable services and a well-supported community to age with dignity and comfort. Bally's has also pledged to reinvest in the local community, including funding for programs that directly support seniors, low-income families, and neighborhood organizations. And for many of us at Fort Schuyler House, we're also looking forward to the entertainment and social opportunities this development will bring. It's not just about jobs or buildings, it's about creating a place where people of all ages, including seniors, can connect, socialize, and enjoy life in the community. This is the kind of thoughtful development that uplifts everyone. I urge the subcommittee to vote yes and help bring this project to life. Thank you all for listening this morning.
Thank you, Susan. Next, Max.
Good morning, and my name is Max Sapone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm from the community. I've lived there all my life. There's a few things that worry me. The presentation was great, but the traffic, in my opinion, is horrendous on the Hutch. And nothing Bowie has said that they're gonna do will make it any better. That's number one. Number two, the Bronx is a poor borough. And I feel that bringing Bally's, a gaming institution, to the Bronx, it's not gonna do anything, but just bring more misery. Number three, everybody's saying that it's great that they're gonna build a casino and they're gonna bring, you know, the area is gonna benefit from it. But then I look at all the other areas that there are casinos. Atlantic City, Las Vegas, Yonkers, although it's not a full, just slots right now, but the area hasn't benefited from it. It's gotten worse, the surrounding areas. Fourth, they say that they're gonna give all this money to the surrounding communities, but is that money? They're gonna give it if they make money. What if they don't make the projected income that they think is gonna come in? Then the community should know that money is never gonna be invested in the community. And last, we're giving up parkland. We already live in a concrete jungle. My kids play on concrete. There's no grass. We're not in Westchester. We're not in Long Island. So we're just giving up more parkland. The air quality is going to get even worse. These are all things that we need to take in consideration. And one last thing, actually. I've been to all these meetings where the community was there, and they're all saying, I don't want this casino. I don't want it, okay? So if the people who live there don't want it, why is everyone else pushing for this? So I urge for you all to vote against it, because the community does not want it.
Thank you, Max. Are there any questions for this applicant panel?
Yes.
Councilman Marmorato?
Hi, Charles. How you doing? Thank you for coming and speaking today. Can you just explain to me which nonprofits Bally's has funded locally?
So far I know of Travel Chaz, and I think I've maybe seen a couple nonprofits here, but I'm not so sure. But as of right now, Travel Chaz.
Travel Jazz?
Travel with Chaz, yes.
With Chaz? And where is that nonprofit located?
In the Bronx, we're like centered out of Phipps Soundview.
So that's not anywhere close to where the facility is, so they're, okay, that's what I was just curious.
really,
So it's on the other side of the Bronx, they're funding programs. Okay, and thank you.
Thank you.
And Susan, hi, how are you? Good to see you. So I know that you said they're going to offer benefits to allow you to age in place with dignity and comfort. What kind of benefits were they that they were offering you?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
You had mentioned in your speech that they're going to offer benefits to help you age with dignity and comfort in your home.
Well-
Like, what kind of benefits were they
Well,
offering?
you know, a lot of the seniors, a lot of them can't use walkers. They don't walk, they can't walk a lot. They use the wheelchair things. They like to go to the casinos. Like
Oh,
basically,
okay.
they love to go to Atlantic City, Wind Creek in Pennsylvania by bus. So if there was a casino there, they'd obviously go to the closer one without all the transportation and all
Okay, I
the
thought they were
traffic.
building a facility, like a
Yeah.
retirement
It would help
community or
them
something.
a
I
lot,
thought that's
'cause
what
that's what
that
they
meant.
spend their money on.
Okay, okay, great, thank you, good.
Thank you. This this witness panel is now excused. Before we call the next witness panel, to the online people that are testifying, there are some people online that we don't recognize because they did not sign up to register. So if you did not sign up to register and somebody shared this link with you, you will not be able to testify if you do not register at council.nyc.gov/land use. Once again, if you are online and somebody shared this link with you, please register at council.nyc.gov/land use. If you are unable to register, you can always submit written testimony to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you. The next the next panel we're going to call on consists of Jose Acosta, Terrell Martin, Francis Torrado, and Dean Rick. The following panel after that will consist of Martin Doge, Michelle Cristoforo, Max Steinberg Young, and Juliano Barantes. We'll begin first with Jose Acosta.
Good morning. My name is Jose Acosta. I'm proud to member of the Hotel and Gaming Trade Council and resident at the Bronx. I'm here to behalf of my union and my community to testify in support of Bally's Ferry Point proposal. This project is an incredible opportunity for the Bronx and all of New York because they will create thousands of good-paying hospitality jobs like mine. At a time when we need them the most, Bally's will be one of the largest employers in the Bronx and has committed to investing millions of dollars in the community to improve infrastructure and invest in our quality of life. Now more than ever, hardworking New Yorkers need access to quality jobs with benefits, and this project will be provide them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Terrell?
Good evening, or good morning, afternoon, wherever we are. My name is Terrell Martin. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee. I'm a proud Bronx native, born, raised, and still residing. I'm representative with the New York City District Council of Carpenters. I'm here today to back the Bally's project in the Bronx. Excuse my voice, carpenters, we do a lot of rallying to protect union jobs, so my voice is a little hoarse. This $4 billion development at Ferry Point Park isn't just a casino and a hotel, it's a job creator. Construction workers like myself will of course benefit from the good paying union jobs at this project. This project will create in the development stage, but the powerful impact of the project stretches beyond a construction site, and I'm sure HTC can attest to that. This casino's strategic location at a key nexus between boroughs will serve as an economic catalyst for the Bronx and beyond. We're talking about thousands of good-paying jobs for our community, both in construction and long-term operations. These jobs mean stability for our families. I'm from the Bronx. I don't know if I said that already. I did, I'm just kidding. But I remember August of 2014, like it was yesterday. We were able to be proud of the Bronx and no longer go to Yonkers for the mall. We got the Bay Plaza Shopping Center. I remember the pride and the amount of work that was created. I think it was around 70%, like Bally's is proposing. And that's what this project is to me. It's Bay Plaza times 10 for the Bronx. Bally's is investing in us with the $625 million community benefits package, green spaces as well. They're improving our parks, rebuilding golf facilities. This project will boost local businesses. I ask that you stand with me, stand with the carpenters in supporting this Bally's project.
Thank you, Terrell.
Thank you.
Francis Torado? Francis? Sure. Sorry, Francis, 1 second. Just talking to the mic.
All for the project. I believe that it's work for us people. I mean, I don't know, it's job improvement, it's for us elderly, it's gonna bring in revenue, you know, life for us. I live in Fort Schuyler, so that area basically is desolate. It's not doing any purpose for us, so I feel, you know, you could come over. I feel that Bally's will come over all these because they have to, and I believe it's a positive thing for the Bronx, honestly. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Francis. Dean?
Hello. Good morning, Chair Valley and members of the Zoning Committee. My name is Dean Ricks. I live and I'm a homeowner in Throsneck. I'm also the president of Parkchester Little League. Our league has been founded in 1956 with just 12 teams, and today we have grown to 18 teams across 5 divisions with boys and girls age 4 to age 18. Parkchester community we serve the Parkchester community with pride, promoting not just baseball, but character, leadership, community spirit. We're proud to be a charter member of Little League and RBI Baseball and to have been the first league in the area to join the Urban Initiative Program back in 2005. That partnership helped us to secure and renovate fields and now call home. But even with that, progress for Bronx youth leagues have faced new challenges, especially when it comes to resources and field access and funding for year-round programming. We were thrilled to hear about Bally's firm commitment to investing in parks and recreation here in the Bronx, including $100 million for parkland improvements and replacement. That kind of investment is exactly what youth leagues like ours need to grow and thrive. At Parkchester Little League, our mission is about more than just baseball. We're building discipline, sportsmanship, and life skills. We offer off-season program focused on fighting childhood obesity and providing community-wide baseball training at Lehman High School during the winter months. We believe that Bally's project would uplift the communities like ours by strengthening the very infrastructure we rely on, parks, fields, public space. It will also bring jobs, economic activity that will help families, small businesses across the Bronx. We urge this subcommittee to support the project. Let's make sure that our young athletes have fields and opportunities they deserve.
Thanks, Dean. Are there any questions for this applicant panel?
Yes, I do. Jose.
Councilman Marmorato?
Thank you, Chair. Jose, so where do you work currently?
Where I work, Manhattan.
Manhattan.
But I live from like 3 minutes from the project.
Okay.
I live at the Bronx.
Okay. Now, would your union also be working at any of these other proposed casino sites?
Actually, I am an executive chef. You know, I think it's a good idea and the best project, you know, to be at the Bronx, to opportunities to bring more people, you know, to work and, you know, especially like I say, you know, they're gonna have more better pay with the local six. Local six, I think is gonna be, you know, they cover the project. So
Thank you.
I think it's a good thing.
Okay. And Dean, hi.
How you doing?
Where does Parkchester Little League currently use their field?
Okay, so currently we use our field in 1500 Waters Place, and we also use our senior field at Field of Dreams on Randall and White Plains. So we use both.
Okay. Do you know that currently at Waters Place they are redoing both ball fields there? So they're in the process of renovating them?
Well, not exactly. That's not true to word.
Yes, that is exactly true. The Simone Corporation is redoing the two ball fields on the property.
So currently they're at an impasse with some remediations that have to be done, and the project has not taken off and been nowhere near started for the last few years.
It's their next phase, so it will be coming soon. So sit tight with that. Now, did they offer you any financial number to redo your ball fields?
Well, they didn't. They offered to replace the field as the field that they are going to use, that space, that land space.
On Waters Place?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that they offered $35 million to Pelham Bay Little League to redo their entire field?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Oh, you better get as much as you can out of this.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Hopefully.
All right.
I really hope so.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, witness panel. You're excused. The next panel to come up consists of Martin Delgay, Michelle Cristoforo, Max Steinberg Young, and Juliana Barrantes. Okay, the following will consist of Vincent Albanese, Bob Hinn, Ray West, and Shakira Crawford. We'll begin first with Martin.
Hello.
Go ahead, Martin.
Good morning, Chair Riley and distinguished members of the Zoning Subcommittee. My name is Martin Dalgo, and I've been a proud resident of this community for over 40 years. I raised my family here, served as the director of the local Chamber of Commerce, and have been deeply involved in my church and in my civic life for decades. This neighborhood isn't just where I live, it's where I've built my life, my relationships, and my purpose. That's why I'm here today to voice my strong support for the Bally's Ferry Point project. As someone who has spent years advocating for local businesses and economic growth, I see this proposal for what it truly is, a transformational investment in the Bronx. It will bring thousands of good-paying jobs, support small businesses, and generate the kind of development that lifts entire neighborhoods. I also want to highlight something that doesn't always get the attention it deserves: public safety. Bally's has committed to making real investments in safety and infrastructure, which is something that matters deeply to me and my neighbors. A safer, better lit, more accessible community benefits everyone, especially our seniors, families, and small businesses. This project is about creating opportunity, dignity, and long-term stability for the people who have made this community what it is. And for those of us who have been here for decades, we welcome the future with open arms. I urge the subcommittee to support this proposal. Let's move forward together and bring meaningful growth and security to the Bronx. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Riley and members of the Zoning Subcommittee. My name is Michelle Cristofaro, and I'm a resident of Council District 13. I'm 13 years old, turning 14 soon, and I'm proud to say that I'll be an incoming freshman at Preston High School this fall. It's been my dream for a long time to attend Preston. I've worked hard in school to make that dream a reality, and I was honored to be the salutatorian of my graduating class. When I found out that Preston might close, I was devastated. My friends and I had already gone through so much during COVID, and it finally felt like things were back on track. We were excited about high school and starting fresh, but hearing that the school might shut down took all of that away. We were heartbroken. But then we heard the incredible news. Preston High School would stay open. Thanks to the efforts of the community and the critical support of the Bally's Foundation, our school was saved. I can't describe how relieved and excited I was. It meant that I could still follow my dream and attend a school that means so much to me and so many others. I'm really looking forward to the next 4 years at Preston. I plan to work hard, stay focused, and make the most of this opportunity. I'm grateful to be here today to share how much the Bally's Foundation has helped students like me by making sure Preston High School can stay open and serve future generations. The Bally's Resort is going to create great paying jobs, jobs that provide pensions, healthcare, and daycare, everything a family needs to prosper in the borough of the Bronx. Bally's is our future, and it will enable families to be able to send their children to top quality schools like Preston High School. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Riley and members of the Zoning Subcommittee. My name is Sarah Collado, and I'm a resident of Council District 13. I am 13 years old, turning 14 soon. I am an incoming Preston student and grateful to Bally's Foundation for saving our school. Preston was my first choice for academics and all of my sports programming. I am now able to play volleyball and basketball full-time while learning from a top-notch school. I'm a first-generation Dominican American, and I fully understand what this opportunity means to me. Gracias a Bally's por darme la oportunidad para yo atender un bachillerato católico como Preston. Gracias.
Thank you. Max Steinberg. Max Steinberg Young. Okay, thank you. Any questions for this panel? All right, you're excused. Thank you so much. Next, Vincent Albanese, Bob Jaen. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. It's Bob, Jaen. Thank you, Bob. Ray West and Shakira Crawford. Vincent, you may begin.
My name is Vincent Albanese, Executive Director of the New York State Laborers Political Action Committee and the Director of Policy and Public Affairs for our organizing fund. I'm here today on behalf of the New York State Laborers, LIUNA, representing over 40,000 members in this state, over 16,000 of them residing here in New York City. I'm here today to express our unequivocal support that the City of New York and this City Council approve this ULURP. We believe that this project and its development group have and will continue to demonstrate a genuine commitment to mitigating any potential negative impacts and provide countless positive impacts for our members in the community. While we clearly support all the proposed viable casino bids that have made commitments to use union labor, we felt it necessary to speak here today to particularly highlight the exceptional commitment that Bally's has made to the laborers and the unionized workers all across the country. Bally's has time and time again proven their partnership with organized labor, creating tens of thousands of unionized jobs, which are the backbone of our middle-class communities throughout the United States. We see no reason that, given their track record, this project, should it be selected, will not also provide those same benefits to our members and the economic well-being of the borough. However, maybe most importantly, this project will provide life-changing work opportunities not just to our existing members, but to the next generation of laborers in the Bronx. A borough that is often left out of major infrastructure investment, this project potentially represents a historic moment in which the benefits of union membership will be available to countless New Yorkers and new workers in and around the surrounding project site. Without investments of this scale, we fear that economic inequalities that exist across the borough will continue to perpetuate. We believe that if Bally's is given a fair and unbiased opportunity to address all impacts, they will clearly demonstrate the unprecedented benefits this project will provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Bob? Bob, can you turn your mic on, please? There you go.
Okay. My name is Bob Jane. I am the Executive Director of the Throgs Neck Business Improvement District, representing the affected area for Bally's proposal, property owners, private homeowners, and business owners. The Bronx faces a high unemployment rate of 6.1%, with Bronx County having the worst job market in the state. A survey shows 40% of the respondents are experiencing multiple economic hardships. Bally's proposal offers a solution, creating over 1,200 jobs within the organization. Modern casinos now include lodging, restaurants, shops, entertainment, attracting more tourism dollars to retail and dining than they do to gaming. Though Bally's Casino is pending, its positive impact is evident. Operating a golf course on the site, Bally's has improved the area and provided a free shuttle bus to connect the community with the commercial districts, addressing poor public transit. MTA, when we reached out to them, myself and Senator Natalia Fernandez, turned down any possible connection to expanding the existing bus routes that they had. Bally's came through, asked what we wanted. We asked them we wanted transit from Ferry Point Park to the first commercial corridor, which was our bid, and they turned around, and you now have transit from Ferry Point Park through the Throgs Neck bid to the Westchester Square train and back, and it's absolutely free to everyone. Bally's has been a great neighbor, saving Preston's Girl High School from closure and committing to local hiring and business calibrations. This development is a boost that the Bronx and Throgs Neck needs. So I'll leave you with this. Ask yourself a question. When you want to build something, you need a good foundation. You need good partners. You need good workers. Nothing better than union workers. I was a union official for 35 years. So make it easy on yourself. Urge and support the proposal. It'll work for us.
Thank you. Ray?
Good afternoon. My name is Ray West. I'm the business representative for the Bronx for Local 3 and the IBEW Electricians. I'm also a resident of Throgs Neck. I grew up there my whole life, so I have a little bit of two different perspectives when it comes to the project. For me, the labor standards that are attached to this project and the union being the development, the construction, the maintenance, all of that stuff is unprecedented labor standards. It's a no-brainer for the building trades and for us as a union. For the neighborhood, the attention to detail that Bally's has given to all the things that are problematic and all the wants and the needs and the difference between those two things. They have always tried to put forth and recognize everything the neighborhood is looking for within their means. And in this climate of development, especially in the Bronx, very rarely have I come across any developers that really care about the neighborhood in any way. They're usually just taking the lowest price and getting the job done. And being from the Bronx and dealing with construction, I really support this project, and I thank Bally's for all of their work towards the neighborhood.
Thank you. Councilman Marmorato? You're excused. Thank you. Next, we'll have Mariello Gonzalez, James Gray, Anthony Mercado, and Jahira Flores. The following panel will consist of Marcus Payne, Catherine McKay, Jandita Rosa, and Sarah Collado. That will be the following panel. You may begin, sir. Yes.
Good afternoon. I am Anthony Mercado. I'm an organizer with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
Come on, if I called your name, please come up to the panel. Mariello Gonzalez, James Gray, and Jaria Flores. Go ahead, Mr. Mercado. Sorry about that.
I'm a lifelong resident of the Bronx. My parents were union workers in the Bronx. My mom was a lifelong retired in the Bakers Union. My stepdad was at Hunts Point. We fully support this Bally's proposal. We speak today about redevelopment. In my terms as being an organizer and a former shop steward in the Bronx, we don't call these jobs. I take a little offense. We speak more about careers. We start all the building trades behind me. I support them too. We believe that these are career jobs that provide sustainable wages, jobs with integrity. The money goes back to our community. We live here. I do not commute from another borough. I'm still here. I'm 57 years old, born and raised in South Bronx. I live in the Soundview area, and our office is in the Throgs Neck area, closer to Schuylerville at Bruckner and Tremont. We truly support jobs of this development. Is critical to us. Not long ago, it was the Yankee Stadium was probably the biggest job at one time. And then many decades before that, it was the Hunts Point Market, where I got my first job as a shop steward in the Hunts Point Market in UFCW. We stand firmly with development in the Bronx. We're tired of being the bottom of the barrel. We want development. We want to rise to that occasion. Thank you, Bally's, for all of you've done. I yield my time.
Mariello Gonzalez. What's your name?
Jahira.
Jahira. And your name, ma'am?
Yes.
What's your name? Oh, you're in the next panel. All right. You could just stay there. It's all right. Ms. Flores, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Riley and members of the Zoning Subcommittee. My name is Jahira, and I'm a resident of the Bronx and someone who deeply cares about the long-term prosperity of our community. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the Bally's Ferry Point Casino project. One of the most important aspects of this project is its commitment to creating union jobs, good-paying, stable positions that come with benefits and opportunities for advancement. For too long, our community has faced economic instability, and too many of our neighbors are stuck in jobs that don't pay enough to support a family. Bally's is offering something different, a pathway to sustainable careers, not just short-term employment, and by partnering with union training programs, they're ensuring that the Bronx residents are ready to step into these jobs and build their real futures. This project is also will help boost small businesses, increase foot traffic from tourists and visitors, will help local restaurants, bodegas, barbershops, and countless of other businesses in the area. It's the kind of economic ripple effect that can lift an entire neighborhood. This isn't just a casino, it's a chance for the Bronx to grow with dignity and opportunity. I urge you to support the Bally's proposal and bring this investment to life. Thank you.
Thank you. James?
Morning, Chairman Riley and members of the Zoning Subcommittee.
My name is James C.B. Gray, former Vice President of the National Action Network Bronx chapter, currently President of the Arc of Justice Bronx chapter. Throughout the years, I've served in the Bronx community by providing resources on many different levels. I'm not an expert on zoning in any capacity, but from my understanding, what was once a vacant landfill could possibly be a thriving casino that could not only bring hundreds of jobs to the Bronx, but also create an opportunity to strengthen the local small business community in the Bronx as well. And I understand that there's going to be some kickback on both sides. But one of the things that makes us resilient as leaders is the opportunity to resolve issues in order to accommodate any opportunity to provide resources for the people of the Bronx. I think the people of the Bronx have suffered throughout the years immensely by being deprived of resources and opportunities. And I think that right now we have an opportunity to right the wrongs, to make things better, and to revitalize the infrastructure on all levels. I'm in favor of Bally's coming to the Bronx, and I would urge anybody who has the opportunity or a say-so or decision that could be heard or penetrated to do the right thing. There's a lot of people that are depending on better jobs and better opportunities, and I'm someone who supports that. Nobody's paying me to say anything. I came here because I'm really passionate about the Bronx, and I've served a lot of time to provide resources in the Bronx. Thank you.
Thank you. And Janita Rosa, you could go ahead because you're right here, Ms. Rosa. Hold on, Ms. Rosa. Let me just make sure you turn it on. 1 second, 1 second.
Of Trognet neighborhood. I am here today in support of the licensing for the casino. The benefits to our community will be an increase in employment opportunity, security for our neighborhood, and independent senior community. It will provide wide range of employment opportunities year around. We will have great intervention by the police department. Seniors will be able to go to the casino without relying on family or shuttle bus to go to the casino. We could go on our own. For all these reasons I stated, I move for a yes to vote for the licensing for the casino.
Thank you, Ms. Rosa. Councilman Marmorato?
You're the second one. What's your first name again?
Jahira.
Jahira, where do you live exactly in the Bronx?
I live in Throsneck on Harding and Graff.
Okay, in the back by,
The new Ferry Point, yeah.
okay. How would you feel if they opened access to the casino on Harding Avenue? Would you still be for the casino?
That's something that I will have to consider. Actually, my family and I have spoken about that. We know that it will bring increased traffic to our side, but we're hoping that Bally's and the city can work something out for those neighborhood residents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. This panel's excused. Is a Mariela Gonzalez here? Mariela Gonzalez? Okay. Miss Catherine, you could come on up. It's your time now. Miss Catherine McKay, Marcus Payne, Donald Bradwaif, and Gilberto Constantes. If you hear your name, you could please come up. Donald Bradwaif from IBEW, and Gilberto. Thank you. I'm gonna also call up Lauren Patterson and Judy Durso. Lauren. Oh. And Judy Durso. All right. Ms. Catherine, you may begin. Ms. Catherine, you could press the button. Thanks.
Sorry. Hi, I represent Dr. Anderson Torres at Regional Aid for Interim Needs. As a proud Bronxite, administrator for a not-for-profit organization and active member of this community, I am writing to express my strong support for the proposed Bally's Casino project at Ferry Point. I have been part of the fabric of the Bronx community for the past 54 years and leader of the RAIN organization for the past 13 years. I have always believed in the potential of our borough to grow and thrive. The Bally's proposal represents a unique opportunity to bring substantial economic investment to the Bronx, creating good-paying jobs, boosting local tourism, and enhancing the infrastructure in ways that will benefit residents and small businesses alike. The casino would not only attract new visitors to our borough, but also help strengthen the local community by increasing responsible consumer spending in surrounding neighborhoods. The proposed investments in transportation and public space improvements are long overdue and will help make the Bronx an even better place to live, work, and do business. Thank you for your continued advocacy for Bronx communities. I respectfully urge you to support the Bally's Casino proposal and ensure that Bronx businesses like mine are included in the conversation as the project moves forward. With that said, I am a lifelong Bronxite. I do live off of Harding and Pennyfield, and with all due respect, the problem with the overflow traffic started when they opened the bridge access 24 hours a day. If that was closed, that would change. And I do personally support the Bally's project.
Thank you. Marcus?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, council members. My name is Marcus Payne. I live and own a business in the Bronx, and I work with community organizations. I'm in support of the Bally's development proposal because I think it's a great opportunity for the borough as a whole. I'm a huge advocate for economic development opportunities. I believe that we are in the midst of a huge one, and we're fortunate to have this opportunity of this magnitude. And considering the investment that they've already made in the community, I believe it's an exemplary community benefits agreement. I mean, what they've already done with Preston, there's been plenty of schools that I wish they could have been saved by some private funding. And plus, I think the $625 million, or even half of that, is better than anything that we're getting from the Yankees. And I love the Yankees, you know what I'm saying? Additionally, I believe that our city council members and our elected officials will be able to steer that fund in terms of a resource and be able to give it out in the Bronx as a whole. As a parent of 2 daughters and a former membership director for the Bronx Chamber of Commerce, I've seen firsthand how powerful business support and investment is in our community. And that's why I'm here to strongly support the Bally's Ferry Point project. I think the project isn't about bringing entertainment space or things of that nature. I think it's about bringing opportunity. I believe it'll boost our local economy, create new jobs, and bring resources and careers that families depend on, especially if they're able to hire within the Bronx and within the district as a stipulation that they seem to be committed to. Additionally, I think it'll raise the profile of our community, which is really important to me, and I want my kids to be able to inherit a borough that's boasting and thriving and doing something great, not just, reaching for straws and surviving. And finally, as it pertains to the land use, which is what you guys are voting on, I think the opportunity to improve the waterfront property and transform the community is something we can't pass up. Just entering into the borough, I think it's supposed to be beautiful, and adding subsequent roads and map space is something that we need. So I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm speaking on behalf of the people I work with. I don't know much about the zoning stuff. I know about the children in the community, though. I know that when there was nobody working in the parks, cleaning up the parks, a couple of people from Traffic with Chaz that you asked about earlier was in the parks cleaning it for free, right over there, across the street from Kips Bay. Very few other people were doing that. I know that the food that's given away on Thursday, like in front of PS 72, we do that often. That's Travel with Chaz. I know that the apple picking thing that leaves from by PS 72, that's us that takes some apple picking every year. Just because, we may be housed in a different part of the Bronx, we are the Bronx. We look out for Throgs Neck, we look out for every part of the Bronx. So if it's good for any part of the Bronx, it's good for all of the Bronx. So to say, because we're housed or we run a program in a different part of the Bronx, that we're separate. I don't understand that. I thought we all stood up together. So I stand up and say, if this is going to be an opportunity for us to work together, create opportunities for all people in the Bronx, then let's do it.
Donald?
Good afternoon. My name is Donald Brathwaite. I'm a resident of the Bronx for 36 years. I'm a member of Local 3 for 26 years. I reside in Co-op City. I'm for the Bally's project. It's going to bring union-paying careers to the Bronx. We got apprenticeship. They talk about people from the community. We got a big community in Trosneck from Local 3 and from the different other trades. So it's going to bring money in the community. And like everybody said, the Bronx is a poorest borough. This is a big developer coming to the Bronx. I'm for it.
Judy?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Riley and members of the Zoning Committee. My name is Judy Durso. I'm a lifelong resident of the Bronx. I beat you. I'm here 65 years plus. And I want to express my full support for the Valley's Ferry Point Casino project because it brings to us more than just jobs. It brings vision. This project has the power to turn the Bronx into a regional hub, a place where people come not just to visit, but to experience our culture, our food, our community, our diversity. With high-quality entertainment, dining, and events, Bally's will help reshape how people view our borough, turning an overlooked area, which is an understatement, into a sought-after destination. For residents, this means more than excitement. It means access to cultural programming, live performances, family-friendly events, and local partnerships that bring vibrancy to our public life. I also appreciate Bally's commitment to doing this responsibly. Their investment in responsible gaming programs and support for those impacted by gambling shows a thoughtful approach to our community development. The Bronx, which we love, deserves to shine, and this project can help us do just that. I urge the subcommittee to vote in favor and help bring this wonderful vision to life.
Thank you. Before you go, Mariela Gonzalez, for the last time, if you're here, please let us know. If there's anyone else in here in person that wants to testify on Bally's in person, please see one of the Sergeant at Arms to fill out a speaker's card, okay? And if Mariela Gonzalez is here, please let us know if you are here, okay? Before we go to Gilberto, the first online panel I will call after this will consist of Carmelo Satal, Carol DeCharo, Grace Mareo, and David Abreu. Okay? Gilberto, you may begin.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Gilberto Constantinos Jr. I'm in favor of this project. I was born, raised, and still current resident of the Bronx, the South Bronx, to be more specific. I was blessed with the opportunity to be part of Local 3 and have a living wage career. And I entered through a 5.5-year apprenticeship program to where I'm proud to say I've worked in parts of New York City and Westchester. And as an apprentice, I'm able to, with my friends and family, like a little kid, point out, I worked there. I helped build that. You don't know how proud I am and feel like a little kid saying, wow, I helped build that. I didn't get the opportunity to work in Yankee Stadium or other recognized places, but that's what the local was able to let me do. And this project has many benefits, including like my fellow union members or other tradesmen and women able to do so. There's a lot of benefits for the Bronx. And the benefits for Bronx residents casino project are living wage union jobs with benefits and strong worker protections. Worker opportunity for Bronx residents, access to apprenticeships and training programs provided by the unions, which I'm a good example of. Workforce development funding for long-term career support, not jobs, careers. path to economic mobility through stable, skilled trade careers. We're skilled, trained workers. Safer working conditions and unionized job sites. In short, Bronx residents will gain access to living wage, long-term union careers with training and support. Again, I was born and raised, and I'm able to, if I have given the opportunity to work in the Bronx, I'm able to reinvest because I'll spend in the Bronx also.
Thank you. Councilmember Marmorato?
I'll be very quickly. Catherine, the community board voted to have that access open by the Throgs Neck Bridge. So that was done a long time ago before I was in office, just to let you know. And it has created a lot of traffic and confusion within the district, and it's unfortunate. Now, I just want to ask the union guys, being that you guys do live in the Bronx, are you guaranteed to work in this facility? Or is it just however your company sends you? Like, how does that, I mean, I don't really know how unions work in that sense, but you have like a preference being that you do live in the borough?
Yes, we have the control to put specific residents on those jobs, so they can put the Bronx residents on those jobs.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. This panel is excused. Thank you for testifying. The last in-person panel we're going to call up, and before we transition to online, in person, Jacqueline Torres, Raul Rivera, and Lauren Guerrero. We'll begin first with Jacqueline Torres.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Torres. Thank you for having me here today. I am a resident of Throgs Neck, and I graduated right there at Lehman High School, so I'm very connected to the community. I'm here to represent the thousands of residents I had the pleasure of speaking to regarding this and other issues within the district. As already discussed, traffic, public safety, and infrastructure are major concerns. My comments are geared more toward those who are in the position to negotiate the project. Funding should be earmarked specifically for public safety, as well as repair to infrastructure that is already struggling within the district. The homeowners and residents should benefit from the funding directly, so their quality of lives can improve. For example, repairs to homes that currently get water into their basement every time that it rains. Also, critical to residents are the implementation of the enforcement measures to ensure that that funding gets to where it's said to go. As has been testified already today, we have seen that there have been projects, and over the years, those entities were not, the enforcement measures were not there to make them keep their side of the deal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. I'm also going to call up Alyssa Topa to testify. Alyssa. Next, we'll hear from Lauren. Laura, excuse me.
That's okay. So my name is Laura Guerrero, and I'm speaking today in favor of the Bally's Casino project. I'm a lifelong resident of the Throgs Neck Country Club community and publisher of the Bronx Times Reporter. During the nearly 40 years I've been associated with this borough-wide newspaper, I've witnessed the commitment of the Bronx leadership and residents in their efforts to improve the borough's housing, educational opportunities, and skilled workforce. So many times, business expansion has bypassed the Bronx. Chain stores, banks, so on, coming from Manhattan, then going into Westchester and ignoring the Bronx and its 1.4 million residents. The Bally's Casino project is an opportunity for the Bronx to reverse the economic slight it has endured for countless decades. When I imagine the potential of this project's immense effect on employment, the $100 million in park improvements and the annual $10 million plus benefits package, I believe the Bally's Casino project clearly delivers the greatest economic impact of all the suitors for the 3 casino licenses. Of course, Bally's has already impacted the Bronx. It saved Preston High School from closing and purchased an 18-hole golf course and has now turned it into a tournament-worthy course. I vote yes for Bally's and the union jobs they will be providing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raul Rivera. I'm a native from the Bronx. I'm 55 years old. I'm an advocate for the drivers, and I oppose the casino. The people of Coney Island oppose the casino. We don't trust the unions. We already know that Richard Morocco is in bed with Zoran Mandani. If you know about casinos, if you've been to a casino, you should know that the house always wins. The people lose. We say no to the casino, and one of the greatest threats to this city right now is Zoran Mandani, who is right now in bed with Richard Morocco and the union.
Raul, can you please stay on topic?
Please. I'm on topic. I'm on topic. The problem is that it's going to bring crime to the Bronx, and we already know that the city council hates the police, so it's dangerous to have a casino. We're okay with building jobs and all that stuff, but the unions are dirty. They can't be trusted. They only care about work. That's all they care about. Once the casino is built, the unions will be gone. The casino will be there, and the district will not prosper because of it. All right. And also, if we're gonna help the Bronx, we need our council members to raise their voice against this Zoran Mandani, this communist. You have to raise your voice. We have to block him from winning.
Thank you, Raul. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alyssa?
Good afternoon, Chair Riley and members of the Zoning Subcommittee. My name is Elisa Tofa, and I am a proud parent of 2 young ladies who attend Preston High School, as well as a resident of Council District 13. I grew up in Throgs Neck, my husband in Morris Park, and now we are raising our family in the Pelham Bay community. We are homeowners, and our community is not just where we live, but it is our home. There are a lot of great neighborhoods in New York City, but this one is truly special. It has a deep sense of community, a rich history, and people who care about their neighbors. I want to see this neighborhood continue to grow and thrive, not only for my 2 girls, but for many generations to come. As a parent, I believe deeply in the importance of investing in the future of our youth. That's why I am here today to express my strong support for the Bally's Casino project at Ferry Point. We've already seen the positive impact that Bally's can have on our community. When Preston High School was at risk of closing, it was the Bally's Foundation that stepped in with critical, immediate support, helping to keep the school open and preserving a vital institution that means so much, not only to my family, but to so many others in the Bronx. Bally's has also supported the Columbus Day Parade in Morris Park and Edgewater Athletic Labor Day Olympics. Too many young people in our borough graduate without a clear path forward. Bally's commitment to workforce development, including job training programs, internships, and scholarships, can help change that. These are real investments in real futures. Ensuring that we have safer green spaces for outdoor activities, recreation, and community gatherings is crucial in an ever-changing world where everything seems to be technology-oriented, especially for our younger generations. Beyond that, economic activity generated by this project will help fund our schools, after-school programs, extracurricular activities that have been historically underfunded. Our students deserve every chance to succeed, and I believe this project will help provide these opportunities. I urge the subcommittee to support this proposal and vote yes. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Just want to state for the record, we're joined by Councilmember Bacha. Councilmember Marmorato, do you have any questions for this panel? All right. You're excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to transition to online testimony. We're going to start with the first panel, which consists of Carmelo Satal, Carol DeChiro, Grace Marrero, and David Abreu. Excuse me if I butchered your name. We'll begin first with Carmelo.
You may begin.
Carmelo Satal, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin. Carmelo Satal.
Yes, this is Carmelo. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may begin.
Okay, hi. I am a lifelong resident of the Bronx. I grew up in Morris Park. Recently moved to Throgneck. Now, I have some stats here for you guys. I'm just going to read them a little bit, and then I'm going to be done. When Atlantic City was given a casino, they had a 78% increase in violent crimes, a 41% increase in burglaries, a 30% increase in vehicle thefts, a 3% in larcenies in Atlantic City and nearby regions. Is this something we really need in this neighborhood? People talk about improving the neighborhood. This sounds like it's going to make the neighborhood much, much worse. I understand you guys want to have jobs, and you guys want to have a career, and you guys want to make your lives better. There are 90% of the houses in Throgneck that have lead lines. Let's start working on that. Maybe we can get some houses in a better shape and some of the neighborhoods in a better shape rather than a casino that is just going to degrade the neighborhood and it's just for degeneracy. People think that the neighborhood shops are going to be getting more foot traffic. Who's going to leave the casino with all those amenities to go to the foot traffic of the neighborhood there? You guys are asking to kill the neighborhood with this place. I strongly suggest you guys do not vote for this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmelo. Next is Carol DeChara. You can press *6 to unmute. Carol, if you can hear me.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, council members, for listening to the Throgneck residents today. I would just first like to say that the majority of the people of Throgneck can't be there or can be online because we're working class people and we do have jobs. The second thing I'd like to say is all you have to look is to Yankee Stadium and Van Quanten Park to know that corporations don't always keep up with their bargaining deals that they offer. The land is very important, and that's what this meeting's about. It's very toxic, and when the golf course was developed, it had major delays due to methane gas. The low-income residents were getting very sick. This site was and had to be encapsulated with clay and increased the price of this project drastically with much delay. So, before we consider building on this site, how are we going to guarantee that we're not going to breathe in hazardous waste? Secondly, the waterfront is wetlands and should remain that way. And so our waterfront is disappearing because of development, and this cannot happen. I invite all the city council members to drive on a Friday night to witness the nightmare traffic in this community that we have to deal with. I cannot even leave my home on weekends sometimes because we cannot get out of the neighborhood. Drivers from 95 go to the Hutch, from the Hutch to 95. They cut through the side streets, and all you hear is honking. So God forbid there's an accident, we are completely inundated, and we cannot even move within our neighborhood. Parkland is valuable, and we don't want to lose that. So with that, I would like to say, please oppose this project and listen to the community, the people who live in Throgneck, and not union workers who are just looking to make money. We live here, and we don't want to breathe in methane gas. And you can look online for all this information. It is well available. The site is very toxic. So I'd like to know how they're going to fix that
Your
and
time
build
has expired.
high-rise buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Next, we'll hear from Grace Marrero.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Grace.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. Well, Bally's came loaded for bear, apparently. They have their union guys coming to support it. They prefaced with Preston, that whole debacle with Preston High School was to lead us to this point. As a senior citizen and a lifelong Bronxite, I am so opposed to this Bally's because we don't need this in our neighborhood. Home ownership and home property values are going to go down the tube. Crime is going to increase. Whatever happens there, the people that are going to go to Bally's the dregs of society that will go to Bally's are going to trickle their way down to everybody else's neighborhoods. And that's a danger for us. You know, I find it funny that we have senior citizens talking about that they have a problem living off of Social Security, and yet they want to go to Bally's to squander whatever little money they have. It makes no sense. Make it make sense, ladies. This project is going to be an abomination to our community. And a question I have is, why does it have to be, why are we going to sell them the land? You know, this is going to set a precedent. If they can buy one piece of parkland, next thing they're going to be hitting Bellum Bay Park and Orchard Beach and everything else, and we're going to start losing parkland. Why not lease it to Bally's to be a good neighbor? This way they don't own it. If they own it and things go south, what are they going to do with it? They decide they want to build up. They're going to be building up for affordable, quote-unquote, housing, which we all know is not affordable. We are low income. We are low income in this borough. And yes, while we need economic development,
thank you, Ms. Grace.
it has to be.
Next, we'll hear from David Abreu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead, David.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is David Abreu, and I'm the Clean Water Advocate at Save the Sound. Save the Sound is a nonprofit environmental organization advocating for the protection and improvement of the water, land, air of the entire Long Island Sound region. We have been involved in each step of the ULURP and SEQRA process for this proposal since the first public hearing opportunity before Community Board 10, where we heard for ourselves how strongly opposed the local community is to Bally's proposal to site a 3.1 million square foot casino complex in Ferry Point Park. Throughout the process, we have detailed our many concerns with this project and its inadequate environmental impact statement, including the alienation of public parkland and the environmental impacts of a massive development on the surrounding impaired waterways of Westchester Creek and the Upper East River in the western narrows of Long Island Sound. Bally's final environmental impact statement still does not address many of our concerns about these potential negative impacts, and the FEIS acknowledges that the project will lead to an increase in stormwater runoff, but it fails to explain how it will mitigate these impacts. It also does not adequately explain whether the project may cause or contribute to an exceedance of the capacity of an existing combined sewer connection. The FEIS also fails to adequately describe and address the impact of the loss of at least the 19.81 acres and possibly up to 25.34 acres of clearly irreplaceable public parkland from Ferry Point Park, instead including vague and non-specific references to potential parkland improvements and replacement parkland options. We're also concerned with impacts on the adjacent New York State identified disadvantaged communities, hazardous materials from the landfill beneath the golf course, and wildlife, as well as the FEIS's failure to consider reasonable alternatives that might reduce the project's impact by reducing its size. Save the Sound will also be submitting written testimony to the council expanding on these and other concerns unaddressed in the FEIS, and we urge the City Council to strongly consider these potential negative impacts and listen to the local community most impacted, which decidedly voted against this proposal to keep their parkland as parkland for future park uses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Councilman Morales, you have any questions for this panel?
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right. The next panel I'm going to call up consists of Hashim Campbell, Natalia Corridori, and Michael Caius. We'll begin first with Hashim Campbell. Hashim Campbell, if you can hear me, please unmute. You may begin. Hashim Campbell. Okay, let's try Natalia Corridori. Natalia, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Hi. Hello, guys. Okay. So, good morning, Planning and Zoning Subcommittee. Natalia Corridori. I'm here wearing many hats as president of Palm Beach Police, a longtime employee and manager.
Natalia, I think you have some feedback. Natalia, can you hear me?
Yes. Can Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Try right now.
All right. Good morning, Chair Riley and zoning subcommittees. My name is Natalia Corridori, and I am here wearing many hats as president of Pelham Bay Little League, a longtime employee and manager at Artuso Pastry Shop, an iconic Bronx business, a Bronx homeowner, and most importantly, a proud parent raising my family right here where I grew up. My family came to the Bronx in 1982 chasing the American dream, and we found it. We built a life here through hard work, community, and opportunity. But I'm also painfully aware that far too many Bronx families today don't get the same chance. The Bally's Casino Hotel and Convention Center is an opportunity to change that. The project means thousands of good-paying union jobs just to build it, and then 4,000 permanent livable wage jobs in hospitality and operations. Real jobs that Bronx families can build their futures on. In a borough that still struggles with the highest poverty and unemployment rates in the city, we can't ignore what that means. But Bally's isn't just promising jobs. They're showing they want to be good neighbors. They saved Preston High School when it needed help. They want to implement a Community Board 10 graffiti cleanup and pay to keep our shopping areas clean. They didn't just propose a new police substation in Throgs Neck, they're also willing to fund additional substations elsewhere in the Bronx, fully funded by them. Through the alienation process of the parking lot at Ferry Point Park, Bally's would invest $110 million directly back into our local parks, an investment Community Board 10 has never seen before. As president of Pelham Bay Little League, I can tell you firsthand what that means for our kids. Our league has served thousands of children from every corner of the Bronx since 1954. That's 71 years. Kids whose families work hard but can't always afford safe, quality programs. With this funding, we could give them more than just a field. We could build them a future. Sports keeps kids off the streets.
Thank you so much. Your time has expired.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Next, we'll hear from Hashim Campbell. I just want to state you could always present your testimony to land use testimony at council.nyc.gov if you're not able to finish your testimony. We'll hear from Hashim Campbell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Hashim Campbell. I'm a Bronx resident, a homeowner, and a business owner in the Bronx. I'm here to just voice my support for the Bally's Casino project. I think it would be an excellent idea because jobs are definitely needed in the Bronx. And I think it will bring also just additional money back into the Bronx. A lot of times we're going elsewhere to spend our money and sending the money outside of the community. I think it would be a great idea to have the casino to bring some additional funds into the community. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Powers. Next, we'll hear from Michael Caius. Michael Caius, if you can hear me.
Good morning. My name is Michael Cass, and I'm a resident in Council District 13. I'll be clear, I want New York City to win all the available downstate casino licenses. And I believe the process should be allowed to play out for each New York City-based proposal so that the Gaming Facility Allocation Board can determine the best bids. If Bally's is not selected at that stage, I won't lose any sleep over it. What matters is that the Bronx gets a fair shot, and unfortunately, our council member has not been a good faith partner. For example, Marmorato did not disclose that her brother was working for the former Sands bid in Nassau County while she spent the campaign criticizing the Bronx proposal.
Michael, can you please stay on topic, please? Stay on topic, Mike. Thank you.
Marmorato marked stakeholders. When she received a letter of support from a local school, she told her allies at a conservative party meeting, quote, "I don't give a shit about what the principal of St. Clair's has to say about this," unquote, and then spoke as if the jobs being offered are beneath her and her family.
Mike, Mike, I need you to stay on topic regarding the project. All right, we're not talking about any campaigns or anything right now, please. Or we're going to have to move on to the next person. Please, continue.
On the issue of parkland alienation, Marmorato herself had proposed building housing at the Ferry Point Golf Course as an alternative to a 6,000 unit rezoning because, quote, "it is far away from everything." So I don't believe she's opposed to parkland alienation at that location for a large development. Also, I promise you that if it is built, I will bike there. As a cyclist, I know where bike lanes work. I did speak with the applicant team that part of the lane appears redundant with a path inside the park. but we absolutely need a bike lane along the underpass to access the site. Lastly, regarding the Midtown South proposal also being heard by the committee today, it has my full support. Give the Bronx a fair shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Marmorato, do you have any questions for this panel? All right, this panel is excused. Next, we're going to hear from William Rivera. Oh, 1 second. Excuse me, sorry. I'm going to go back to in-person testimony, and I'm going to call up Miguel Torres and Madeline Applebaum. And Christopher, he's from MS. Oh, okay. So we're just going to hear from Miguel Torres and Madeline Applebaum. Are you testifying for Bally's or for Bally's? Okay, so come on, Christopher.
Must be the other one too after.
No problem.
Yeah. so can I go first?
Go ahead.
Yeah, hello, my name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm showing my support for the Bally's Casino in the Bronx. I want to be on the record that I support the Coney Island bid in Brooklyn, but I want to make this clear that, like I said, I'm not trying to get kicked out of here because I'm going to testify for the next panel that the council member, Marmorato, brother, is the lobbyist for Sands. No, this is the truth. He's the lobbyist for Sands.
Chris, we're not doing that.
Okay, I understand.
All right?
I understand. But we need the jobs in the city. We need a lot of jobs in the city. Let's make that clear that we need a lot of jobs in the Bronx. I think that the jobs in the Bronx should go first. I believe that, like I said, I'm not here to get kicked out of here, but I'm saying this is be transparent on the record, that this council member is running for re-election, and she's doing this to appease the voter bloc and what is it, Droogs Neck and what's the other spot, City Island. That's all she care about. She don't care about Pelham Bay, who really needs the jobs in that district, people in Pelham Bay Park. Like I said, I'm not trying to get kicked out of here, but the truth, like I said, she need to be transparent on the record that her brother was a lobbyist for the Sands Casino on Long Island. But I understand, but like I said, we need the jobs in Pelham Bay. Until right now, if she doesn't, I have like 15 seconds. But if she doesn't care about the job, about people of Pelham Bay, they should vote her out of office in Pelham Bay. But just don't care, just don't try to act like you care about the people, but you only care about those white folks and Droogs Neck and City Island. But like I said, black people need to work at those casinos too. Shout out to the HTC, shout out to all these unions that have a lot of minorities in these unions. But like I said, the people here need to start calling this council member out, that she doesn't care about the black people that live in Pelham Bay and Alice, and she only care about the white folks, the little racist white KKK folks that lives in the Droogs Neck and Droogs Neck and City Island.
Thank
and that's
you,
the
Chris.
truth.
Thank
I'm
you.
for the casino. We need black jobs. We need minority jobs.
All right, thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you, Christopher.
Can I state something on the record?
If you have a question for this panel, you may go, council member.
Okay. For the record, my brother is not a lobbyist for Sands Casino and never was. And I was just in Allerton Avenue over the weekend spending time with my family at a movie night with my constituents, and there were people of all color there, so.
Thank you, council member, and I can attest to that as well. So thank you for your service. Okay. There being no other members of the public who wish to testify on Bally's, this application is now closed. Thank you so much. All right. So there being no other members of the public who wish to testify on LU's 321, excuse me. There being no other members of the public who wish to testify on LU's 321, 322, and 323 related to the Bally's development proposal, this public hearing is now closed and the item is laid over. Thank you so much. I will now open up the public hearing on LU's 324 and 325 relating to the MSMX proposal in Councilmember Bottcher's district in Manhattan. For anyone wishing to testify on this item remotely, if you have not already done so, you must register online by visiting the council's website at council.nyc.gov/land use. Oh. Gotcha. Excuse me, I stand corrected. This proposal, excuse me, we're still in the hearing. Can you please exit quietly? Thank you. I stand corrected. This proposal is located in Councilmember Bottcher and Powers District in Manhattan. For anyone with us in person, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms to submit a speaker's card. And if you're filling out a speaker's card, please indicate if you are testifying in favor or in opposition. As always, if you prefer to submit a written testimony, you may do so by emailing it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Councilmember Bottcher, do you have an opening statement on this?
Thank you so much, Chair Riley, and thank you to all the members of the subcommittee. Today, we are holding a hearing on one of New York City's most consequential land use actions in many years, one that will potentially permit nearly 10,000 new homes, including nearly 3,000 permanently affordable homes, to be constructed in the heart of Midtown Manhattan across 42 blocks. It would permit residential development in areas that do not currently permit residential development. This is one of those moments, rare and consequential, when the decisions that we make will determine the future of New York City for generations to come. This is a test of our values, our priorities, and our leadership. And at the center of it all is affordability, the question of whether working and middle-class New Yorkers will still be able to call this city home. So today we're presented with a rare opportunity to take one of the most transit-dense, centrally located neighborhoods in the United States and unlock it for the kind of housing, affordability, and livability that this moment demands, all while strengthening the vibrant industries that call this district home. So with this action, we have some clear goals. First, we have to correct the simple reality that large swaths of Midtown Manhattan do not permit residential use. That is an outdated concept. We know that the healthiest, most vibrant neighborhoods are mixed-use neighborhoods, alive day and night. The idea of commercial-only zoning is a relic of the past. Cities thrive when people live in them, not just commute through them. So we want a Midtown South that's a 24/7 neighborhood rich with life, commerce, residents of all backgrounds, races, income levels. And we'll be making Midtown South safer by using one of the most proven and time-tested deterrents to crime, Jane Jacobs' Eyes on the Street. Second, we must seize the massive housing potential here and address the fact that countless people want to live here, but only a fraction can. That's why housing is so expensive in New York City. People want to live in Manhattan. Why do we live in New York City? Today, I just decided to look and see how much a house in Orlando rents for. You can rent a house in suburban Orlando with up to 5 bedrooms and a pool for as little as $2,000 a month. You can get a year pass to Disney World for $1,500. The downside is, and they have like 250 days of sunshine a year. The downside is you've got to live in Orlando. You've got to drive to do anything, to see anyone. We've got to seize the massive housing potential here. And, in New York City, you walk out your front door and you have access to everything that's best, the best of everything on planet Earth: museums, stages, parks, jobs, a subway network that can take you anywhere. That's why so many people want to live here. And if we don't acknowledge that and plan for that, we're going to continue to see long-term residents lose out, be pushed out as prices spiral even further out of reach. And around the country, we're seeing that building housing works. Austin, Texas saw nearly 50,000 apartments constructed between 2023 and 2024. Rents have dropped 22% since August 2023, the steepest in the US. Denver, Colorado, 20,000 new units in 2024. Rents are going down. Columbus, Ohio, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Nashville, Tennessee, all have seen housing booms, and the landlords are losing out because they've been forced to cut rents. The tenants are benefiting. And we saw it here too. During the pandemic, there was a glut of available units. We got phone calls from landlords who were complaining that their buildings were half empty. Rental buildings on 6th Avenue, their buildings are half empty. We saw deals, rental deals, that I hadn't seen since I moved to New York in 2001. So we've got to do this, but importantly and vitally, we must achieve this housing growth while also safeguarding what makes this area essential to our city's economy and our spirit. Midtown South is home to creative industries, tech firms, design offices, and the incredibly vibrant garment district that supports thousands of New Yorkers in the fashion industry. So city planning says that this proposal balances housing growth with economic vitality, and today we're going to scrutinize that claim together. We need housing, but we've got to get it right. That means adding parks, transit upgrades, landmark protections, support for the fashion industry, and a plan that doesn't wipe out the industries that make New York City unique. Midtown South can shine as a national model, but only if we pair this rezoning with resources, enforcement, and accountability. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Keith Powers, whose district covers part of this area, and my staff in the council's planning and land use unit, and all the community members and stakeholders who are out here today to testify. I look forward to today's presentation and the presentation and testimony from the community.
Thank you, Councilmember Powers.
Thank you, Councilmember Bottcher, for those remarks, and good morning, everyone. I'm City Councilmember Keith Powers. I want to thank my colleagues from the Department of City Planning and other agencies for being here today to discuss the Midtown South Mixed-Use Plan, commonly known these days as MSMX. As many of you know, I've been a supporter throughout my time in the City Council of zoning changes in the city to help address a housing crisis and to redevelop areas in dire need of more housing and vitality. Just last year, the council passed a citywide rezoning to take a big step towards increasing housing here and addressing a shortage of housing citywide, which was, to me, a first step in a larger conversation about how we can continue to move forward. And now we're here to talk about Midtown. Midtown, to me, is an excellent candidate for a neighborhood that can and should absorb more housing, and a place where opportunity is very rich when it comes to what is available in terms of jobs and transit and schools and much more. And also to make this a neighborhood a 24/7 neighborhood, which I think would help elevate public safety and making sure that we have a neighborhood that is strengthened at all hours of the day. And being proposed in an already well-developed part of New York City with easy transit access for new residents, close to major subway lines, and easy access to our rail, with the opportunity to create 10,000 new units and nearly 3,000 affordable middle-income units as well. I want to echo some of the comments that Councilmember Bottcher said, which is to make sure that as we move forward this plan, I urge the administration to work with us in the council to strengthen it and ensure it meets the needs of those intended to serve. We are, of course, experiencing a housing emergency with rental vacancy rates at a record low. And it's, I think, evident in my district and I think throughout Manhattan where affordable units are currently scarce. We have new tools here to address the housing crisis in high-density districts via the citywide rezoning we did last year and state action that has enabled new tools here as well to build residential developments and thousands of permanently affordable units. But we also, and I think it's important we leverage those tools in places like Midtown. We also have to look at concrete strategies to protect the existing industries within the rezoning area, for example, the garment and flower sectors, and have commitments to protect those industries as part of what we do forward, knowing that there have been past efforts in 2018 to try to address that, and we must learn from those experiences to figure out how to effectively do that in the future. There's other concerns that many folks have raised about making sure that as we transfer to residential, we also make sure we address the open spaces and the amenities and school seats, other things that will be required as we move forward to make this a truly vibrant place for families and children and seniors and young professionals to thrive. Thank you for all the work that's been done to date. Thank you to my council colleague, Councilmember Bottcher, and all the members of this committee and staff who have been accommodating us as we walk through this, and very interested to hear the comments from both the administration and the public here today to figure out how we can build a plan that works for all industries, all sectors, and all needs. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bottcher and Powers. I will now call for the applicant panel for this proposal, which consists of Eric Botsford, Nabila Malik, Julianne Herxkovitz, and David Breen. Council, can you please administer the affirmation?
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, actually. Could you please raise your right hand and state your name for record?
Eric Botsford.
Nabila Malik.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in your testimony today and in response to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Is there anyone else going to testify? Is anyone else testifying with you guys?
We're here for Q&A.
For the Q&A?
The other members are here for Q&A, yes.
Okay, well, why don't we see?
Yeah, we just swear you all in right now. Yeah. Yeah. So if you're going to be Q&A, if you could just raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Julianne Herskowitz.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in your testimony today and in response to council member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. For the viewing public, if you need accessible version of this presentation, please send an email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And now the applicant team may begin. I just ask that you please reinstate your name and organization for the record. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Riley. My name is Eric Botsford. I'm the director of the Manhattan office at the Department of City Planning. And good afternoon, Chair Riley, Councilmember Bottcher, Councilmember Powers, Chair Salamanca. I'm joined also today by Nabila Malik, our Deputy Director of the Manhattan office at the Department of City Planning, as well as colleagues from DCP, EDC, and DOT. And we're happy to be here today to present the Midtown South Mixed Use Plan, or as we call it, MSMX. MSMX is the culmination of multiple years of study, engagement with the local community, and collaboration with our partner agencies and elected officials. We want to particularly thank Councilmember Bottcher and Councilmember Powers, along with Borough President Levine, for your partnership and vision here. You called on us to bring more housing to this neighborhood, and we're very thankful for your leadership in this process. Next slide, please. The MSMX plan lays the foundation for a dynamic, lively neighborhood where housing can flourish alongside a robust economy and a high-quality public realm. It's about transforming Midtown South into a mixed-use district, a place where living, working, and creating all coexist naturally. The plan has three primary objectives. First, create round-the-clock mixed-use neighborhoods by allowing housing for the first time and requiring income-restricted housing for the first time via the Mandatory Inclusionary Housing, or MIH, program. Second, enhance economic vitality, enabling residential growth while supporting the diverse mix of businesses that already thrive here. And third, elevate quality of life by enhancing street activity, shaping building form, and creating public spaces that are welcoming both day and night. Next slide. To achieve all this, the MSMX plan proposes two land use actions, a zoning map amendment and a zoning text amendment. We are particularly excited that MSMX uses new zoning districts created by City of Yes for economic opportunity and housing opportunity, and demonstrates that we are responding to our city's housing crisis by deploying new tools to unlock housing. These new districts allow for commercial and manufacturing businesses alongside higher density housing in a way that supports vibrant, high density neighborhoods, and Midtown South is the ideal place to launch these districts. The text amendment would create the new special Midtown South mixed use district, which would include urban design regulations as well as incentives for transit and public realm improvements. The text amendment would also apply MIH district-wide for all new housing, both new construction and conversions. These actions would help create a vibrant 24/7 mixed-use Midtown South with a projected 9,700 new homes, including up to 2,900 permanent income-restricted homes through MIH. And crucially, the plan also preserves the full range of commercial and light manufacturing uses already found throughout Midtown South. Next slide. The MSMX plan builds on the momentum of the Bronx Metro North and Atlantic Avenue mixed-use plans, as well as the 3 groundbreaking City of Yes initiatives, all of which were adopted by the City Council. MSMX marks the next step in our efforts to tackle New York City's housing crisis and create more housing opportunities for all New Yorkers. Next slide. We'll next turn to some table setting and look at the MSMX area. Next slide, please. So here's an aerial view of the MSMX plan area outlined in yellow. It's composed of 4 distinct sub-areas. We call them the quadrants, located across 42 blocks between 23rd and 40th Streets from 5th Avenue over to 8th Avenue. Although geographically separate, these 4 areas share a number of important characteristics. First, they are in the center of everything, in the heart of an area that connects Midtown to Penn Station to Hudson Yards and Flatiron. They have incredible transit access with multiple subway lines, as well as Penn Station and the Port Authority bus terminal just steps away. They offer exceptional access to jobs, businesses, and fantastic amenities such as Bryant Park, Madison Square Park, and Harold and Greeley Squares. These are also very highly built up areas with many large loft buildings and a wide variety of building heights. And finally, one critical piece that ties all 4 of these areas together. They are all saddled with decades-old M16 manufacturing zoning that does not allow housing, despite being completely surrounded by mixed-use districts that do. Next slide, please. Because housing is not allowed under the existing M16 zoning, it's not surprising to learn that relatively few people live in this area today. If you look at this map, you can see how stark this difference is. The dark red and orange areas just outside the MSMX plan area include large amounts of housing, while within the plan area, housing is sparse. In fact, there are only about 2,300 homes in the plan area today versus 74,000 homes within a 10-minute walk. And this is in one of the city's most transit-accessible and job-dense areas. This absence of housing can leave the area feeling empty and lifeless after work hours. Streets go quiet, local businesses lose foot traffic, and the sense of safety and vibrancy fades with the crowd. The lack of housing undermines this neighborhood's energy, affects quality of life, and deprives New Yorkers of homes close to jobs, transit, and amenities. Next slide, please. Despite the lack of housing here, this dense neighborhood is actually well suited for it. This map shows the range of existing built density, the size of buildings that are already present in the neighborhood today. Generally, darker purple and blue colors are buildings with lower built density, smaller buildings, and warmer colors are large buildings with higher built FARs. You can see a lot of yellow within the MSMX boundaries and surrounding it. That yellow color signifies very high density buildings of 17.5 FAR or higher. By contrast, the existing M16 zoning only permits an FAR of 10. You can see on this map that these high densities aren't only located along the avenues. Instead, they extend across entire blocks, both avenues and mid-blocks. The northern quadrants are clearly the densest, with the biggest and bulkiest existing buildings. The southern quadrants transition to more moderate density areas to the south, but are still quite varied, with high density and tall buildings, but also significant opportunities for new housing. Next slide. And here's an image that helps bring that map to life. It shows 3 different buildings in MSMX, each built in a different era over the past 100 years, and each with densities ranging from 18 to over 30 FAR. Buildings in the MSMX plan area can even reach 40 FAR. But from the pedestrian perspective, they don't stand out all that dramatically. They feel very solidly like Midtown South buildings. Next slide, please. The built density, understandably, correlates with a concentration of economic activity, with the study area serving as an important regional employment center. The 42 blocks of the plan area are home to 135,000 jobs across 7,500 businesses. Over the past decade, the plan area has seen job growth that has both outpaced citywide and national trends. That said, the job landscape has changed considerably over time as certain sectors have grown and others have declined. Manufacturing and wholesale employment have dropped by 30%, with fashion manufacturing and wholesale jobs seeing even steeper declines. The city continues to use non-zoning tools to support fashion manufacturing in particular and is actively exploring additional strategies to support this sector going forward. At the same time, though, a wide range of other jobs have seen dramatic increases in Midtown South, including creative, tech, hospitality, and other office uses. Next slide. As with all our neighborhood plans, MSMX began with robust community engagement. We met with people who live, work, and own businesses and properties in the area and heard their priorities for Midtown South. We held public meetings throughout the planning process and hosted roundtable conversations with stakeholders, from residents to small business owners to housing, real estate, and social service experts. We also conducted outreach through our website, weekly office hours, an online survey, and numerous site visits. From all of these conversations, key community priorities emerged for Midtown South, ranging from a strong desire to see housing created to calls for an activated public realm. These priorities served as the foundation for the MSMX plan and its three overarching goals: creating mixed-use communities, supporting vital economic activity, and enhancing neighborhood character. Next slide. Now we will turn to the proposal itself. Next slide. Again, the two proposed actions are a zoning map amendment and a zoning text amendment. The zoning map amendment would rezone all of the existing M16 manufacturing districts in the plan area to paired, mixed-use, commercial, manufacturing, and residential district that you see on the screen. This pairing of manufacturing and residential zoning allows for housing in new construction and conversions alongside the light manufacturing, office, wholesale, and other non-residential uses that exist today in Midtown South. Again, the plan area is currently zoned with M16 manufacturing zoning. You can see on this proposed zoning map that we're replacing this existing one-size-fits-all zoning with different districts for different parts of the plan area. It's a nuanced approach that reflects existing conditions and the opportunities to provide more housing for New Yorkers. Higher densities are proposed for the northern portions and the areas around Penn Station because these are the highest density areas today. The southeast quadrant has distinct zoning that reflects the appropriateness of this area for residential use, with the surrounding area seeing a large amount of new luxury housing with no affordable housing requirements. Meanwhile, the southwest area has lower densities that reflect the area's transition to more moderate density areas to the south. Each of these districts would fall within the new special district, ensuring we can shape building form and incentivize public realm improvements throughout the area. Next slide. We are particularly excited to be debuting the new R11 and R12 high-density residential zoning districts in the MSMX plan. These new districts were created through City of Yes after Albany finally lifted the outdated FAR cap, which had restricted residential density in New York City for decades. The removal of the FAR cap was a major step forward for tackling our housing crisis and the result of years of advocacy and hard work from many of those who are here today. Midtown South is exactly the kind of centrally located, high opportunity area where these new districts belong, and we think mapping them here for the first time is the right move. Next slide. The zoning districts are just one piece of the full picture. It's critically important to ensure that we celebrate the existing built character of the neighborhood and create an inviting and vibrant pedestrian experience. In this regard, the most important thing is how buildings are perceived by the New Yorker walking down the sidewalk, how the building meets the street. Right now, the existing manufacturing regulations are pretty much a free-for-all when it comes to urban design, with no requirements for street walls that match the incredible buildings that are found here today. And as a result, many recent buildings built under these outdated manufacturing rules don't contribute to the streetscape and pull away from the sidewalk, creating what we call missing teeth in otherwise strong, loft-like streets. As illustrated in the pedestrian view on the right on the screen, where new MSMX buildings are outlined in black, we are proposing bulk and urban design rules to reinforce the area's loft character with strong street walls and just enough flexibility to match surrounding context and allow for architectural expression. These regulations would apply to the entirety of the plan area. Next slide, please. The new special district would contain a number of additional provisions you can see here on the screen. These regulations provide additional incentives for important amenities such as public schools, open space, and transit improvements. Next slide. Finally, we're excited about the fact that the entirety of the special district will be mapped with mandatory inclusionary housing. This is the first application of MIH in Midtown and its first application in high-density Manhattan. This is a big step forward for ensuring that Manhattan is a place where New Yorkers of all income levels can afford to live. The proposal would map MIH options 1, 2, and 3 throughout the special district. All three of these options would apply to both new construction and residential conversions. By applying MIH, the proposal could generate up to 2,900 permanently income-restricted homes in Midtown South. Next slide. Lastly, we'll take a minute to go over what we heard during the public review process. Next slide, please. As you can see on the map on the right, the plan area is mostly located within Manhattan Community District 5, with two smaller portions within Manhattan Community District 4. And you can see here the outcome of the votes with CB5, the borough president, and the borough board all providing favorable recommendations on the plan. We've appreciated the close partnership with council members Bottcher and Powers, as well as Borough President Levine from the outset of this planning process. And we also appreciate Community Boards 4 and 5 for their close attention, feedback, and participation. Next slide. Based on input from the community during the public review process, the City Planning Commission approved the MSMX plan with two modifications. The first modification provides important flexibility for sites that contain an LPC designated landmark, recognizing that it may be difficult to comply with the special district's strong street wall regulations. Some landmark buildings are set back from the street, and we want to ensure that this important historical context is reflected in our proposal. The second modification simply maintains an existing provision that applies to the portion of one block in MSMX. This modification would continue to allow transfers of floor area from listed Broadway theaters, continuing a provision that applies today on this block and blocks to the north in the Midtown Theater subdistrict. Next slide. So, in summary, we're proposing a zoning map amendment that would replace outdated manufacturing-only districts with high-density mixed-use districts, allowing for a dynamic mix of housing, commercial, manufacturing, and community facility uses. The second land use action is a zoning text amendment to map mandatory inclusionary housing and create zoning rules for the new special district. The proposed actions could result in approximately 10,000 new homes, up to 2,900 of which would be permanently income restricted. Next slide, please. The MSMX plan is ambitious, as befits a dynamic and high-density area like Midtown South. It brings housing to the heart of Manhattan, giving New Yorkers more opportunities to live in the center of everything, close to jobs, amenities, and transit. And the plan ensures that Midtown South remains a home for a wide range of uses, including light manufacturing, office, wholesale, and retail establishments. This plan is a win for New Yorkers who desperately need housing, a win for Midtown South, and a win for New York City. Thank you. We hope this presentation has been informative, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you so much. I have a few questions, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Bottcher, followed by Councilmember Powers. New York City has a housing supply crisis that must be addressed, but the commercial core of Midtown also provides critical jobs and is essential to the city's tax base. Between the City of Yes changes to allow more flexibility for conversions, the MSMX proposal, and the announced Manhattan plan DCP is looking to adds a lot of housing to Manhattan, and there is no vacant land in Manhattan. So my question is, how can we ensure that we are maintaining the right balance between space for housing and space for businesses like the fashion industry in Manhattan? The garment industry is composed of 100 of small businesses that provide good paying jobs that the city must preserve.
Thank you, Chair Riley. We absolutely agree that housing needs to coexist with commercial, light manufacturing, and other uses, and the Midtown South Plan does just that. It allows housing while continuing to allow all of the uses that are present in Midtown South today. That includes light manufacturing, commercial office, and wholesale and other uses. I think when you look at Manhattan as a whole, we have some neighborhoods that are exclusively residential, but the core of Manhattan is really characterized by mixed-use zoning districts. In fact, as noted in the presentation, the MSMX plan area is anomalous in that it is a manufacturing-only zone today, but it is completely surrounded by districts that are zoned for mixed commercial and residential use today. Areas like Midtown and Flatiron, immediately adjacent to the MSMX plan area, are zoned for mixed use today, where housing can coexist with non-residential uses. And what we've seen in this area is that housing does not outcompete commercial uses in these areas. They can coexist naturally. They do coexist naturally in these areas, and we think this is the right move for Midtown
There's
South.
residential units in the area, correct?
There are residential units in the area, and there is a continued presence for commercial and other uses. We think Midtown South is going to remain a very strong place to continue to do business, and we certainly have seen that it is an attractive place and has been over time, as are adjacent areas that allow for residential and non-residential uses
And
today.
you've been working with a lot of the small businesses within the garment district?
We've had the great pleasure of engaging with small businesses in the garment district, property owners in the garment district, through our community and stakeholder engagement process. We've held roundtable meetings to have really focused thematic conversations on the challenges faced by businesses in the MSMX plan area today. We've really enjoyed being able to go out and tour individual businesses, and we've really been thankful for the information that we've learned through this process from existing businesses and stakeholders.
Okay. Will there be any assistance provided for displaced businesses?
Thank you for that question. The city is currently engaged with looking at tools that may be necessary to support businesses within the MSMX plan area. Again, we think the really key message here, and one thing that we heard loud and clear during our engagement process, is that there's broad-based support for the introduction of housing in Midtown South, and that comes from local businesses as well, who have pointed out that the area currently suffers today from a lack of 24/7 activity, and that includes, feeling of safety on the streets, services that can serve both residents but also people who work in the area today. All these things are lacking because of the lack of housing in the area. When it comes to support for existing businesses, the city is actively engaged right now in exploring tools that could achieve that.
Is the admin open to creating or funding such a program, or creating and funding such a program specifically for the fashion industry business?
Thank you very much for that question. Julianne, would you like to speak to programs that are underway today? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you so much.
Julianne, just say your name for the record.
Yes, of course. So my name is Julianne Herskowitz. I'm a senior vice president at the New York City Economic Development Corporation. Without a doubt, EDC is invested in the future growth and sustainability of the fashion industry in New York City. Thankfully, New York City continues to be a global hub of fashion. Every day, young talent continues to flock here. We have wonderful educational institutions that are focused on the fashion industry, and New York City continues to still be an attractor of top talent and a hub of creativity. Councilmember, you asked specifically, what are we doing to support fashion? And I'm happy to share that we, EDC, have been looking within the entire suite of tools within our toolkit to support fashion, both in the Garment Center as well as citywide. So specifically, that looks frankly, in a lot of different ways, whether that's programmatic and workforce development initiatives that we are supporting, like NYC EDC's Founder Fellowship. That specifically is a program. We've had 15 fashion tech startups participate in this program where they have access to venture capital, mentorship, business development to help innovative businesses scale up. A couple examples of those types of businesses include retail. This is a business that helps brands sell their wares in high traffic retail corridors, as well as companies like SXD that create zero waste design and no waste pattern making.
Are these designed specifically for the fashion industry, or are these just?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so these are fashion forward businesses that have taken advantage of this workforce and business development program.
Okay.
I'd also like to share that we also have a new discretionary tax incentive called MCOR. Specifically, that refers to the Manhattan Commercial Revitalization Initiative. Specifically there, we are helping to transform aging commercial buildings in Manhattan south of 59th Street. One such building that has taken advantage of those tax incentives is the WSA building that opened up just actually down here in Lower Manhattan, 175 Water Street. I think, Councilmember, you toured that building recently. That has become a hub for fashion, which is so exciting, where fashion tenanting is happening across the entire value chain of the industry, from design, advertising, sample making. It is such a new hub that I also understand that the Council of Fashion Designers of America have also relocated their offices to this building downtown. We also have some unique partnerships and ability to disperse city capital dollars. So specifically, we recently announced Gotham Foundry. This is a project that brings $45 million to a new consortium of educational institutions, including Columbia University, the Advanced Science Research Center at the City University of New York's Graduate Center, and the Fashion Institute of Technology. And specifically, they're creating a new cutting-edge, first-of-its-kind sustainable materials innovations hub. FIT specifically will lead the fashion and design industry verticals, including commercialization, programming, workforce development, as well as investment in their existing campus. And I know also, Councilmember Bottcher, that you also recently allocated some funding to FIT to invest in their space as well, which is wonderful.
Thank you.
So these are a couple of the examples of the work that we're doing.
Thank you. We have heard concerns that providing 18 FAR will leave no incentive for developers to use landmarks, TDRs, or propose bonuses for public spaces, subway stations, or school improvements. What is DCP response to this concern?
Thank you. Well, first I would like to say that these areas are extremely dense today. As I talked about in the presentation, there are many buildings in the area today that exceed the densities that we are proposing as part of this plan, maximum of 18 FAR, buildings that can range up to 30 FAR or even 40 FAR in the plan area. So this is an area that can support density, and really this is the way that we can get housing opportunity here, utilizing these new zoning districts that we have created through City of Yes. So this is an area that can support density. We think 18 FAR is the right place for portions of this area. Others are proposed for 15 FAR for residential. Calls to reduce density in certain areas, we think are not supported by the existing conditions on the ground, nor the opportunity in certain areas to provide housing for New Yorkers. So we think that the densities that we're proposing, 15 or 18 FAR for residential, are certainly appropriate. If there is utilization of optional zoning mechanisms such as landmark TDRs or transit bonuses, on top of it, we think that is fantastic. There's great public benefit to be gained through the preservation of landmarks, through the provision of transit improvements and public space improvements, all things that zoning incentive can achieve. But we cannot cross our fingers and hope that there is uptake of these provisions to make up for housing losses that would come through reduction of density. Again, Reducing density in parts of the plan area, as we've heard through the public review process, would result in dramatic decreases in the as-of-right potential to create housing. In some cases, as much as 55% reduction in housing. And again, we cannot nor should we rely upon optional zoning mechanisms that can be costly and take time to receive to make up that difference.
Thank you. Another point, speaking on density, concern was the increase of density on more narrow streets along the mid-block rather than focusing on density on wider streets. Can you explain the planning rationale for adding more density along narrow side streets, excluding the avenues?
Thank you for that question. And it's a really important one to address. Certain areas of Manhattan are characterized by differences, whether in zoning districts or the size of buildings, on avenues or wide streets and mid-blocks or narrow streets. And that's an important characteristic in certain areas of Manhattan. That, however, is not the characteristic of Midtown South today, nor of much of the surrounding area around Midtown South. There are very large buildings to be found on avenues, very large building to be found on mid-blocks today, very high density extending across the entirety of blocks in Midtown South today. So you do not have a distinction between wide and narrow streets or avenues and mid-blocks in existing Midtown South built environment, nor in the existing zoning that's in place today. The existing M16 zoning that's present in Midtown South today stretches across both avenues and mid-blocks, the entirety of blocks. And the same holds true for other zoning districts beyond the M16 zoning. And even where we have distinct zoning districts that are mapped, where looking at the zoning map, you may think that there are differences between avenues and mid-blocks. You can have the same densities that are permitted across those zoning districts. So for example, in the southern quadrants of MSMX, the two southern parts of the plan area, you have a similar density that's permitted across spanning 6 avenues from east to west, across both avenues and mid-blocks, allowing high density on both narrow and wide streets. So again, we think that the MSMX plan, which generally allows high-density housing to maximize opportunities for housing on both avenues and mid-blocks, is supported by the existing zoning, it's supported by the existing built density, and by characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood as well.
Thank you. And my last question before I turn it over to Councilmember Bottcher. Did the environmental review analyze whether the rezoning will generate a wave of conversions from commercial and manufacturing to residential?
Thank you for that question. We certainly feel that there's an important role here for both new construction. There is significant opportunity for new construction in the Midtown South plan, as well as for conversions of existing buildings. The City of Yes for Housing Opportunity initiative, which was recently adopted, expanded the ability of buildings to convert to housing, and we think that that will certainly play an important role in Midtown South.
What will happen to a lot of the small businesses in that area?
Thank you. The environmental review, when looking at what is likely to happen following a rezoning, looked at both the opportunity for new construction taking place on vacant lots, for example, parking lots, or sites where smaller buildings are located, as well as the potential for conversions. We're able to make predictions about where new construction may be located based on discrete criteria that we follow through the environmental review process. When it comes to conversions, those buildings are already constructed. Decisions whether to convert or leave a building under existing non-residential use are subject to a very complex host of factors that individual property owners will make, so we did not identify specific buildings that were likely to convert in the environmental review process.
Well, I'll let the council member speak, but I think that's a concern for the small businesses that represent that area, that a lot of them will be losing their businesses if these owners are converting the entire building to residential. So just want to put that at the mind of DCP and see if you guys could do anything to address that. We're going to first start with Councilmember Bottcher, followed by Councilmember Powers.
Thank you, Chair. So this neighborhood rezoning would introduce residential uses for the first time, and it would give them a residential FAR of up to 18, which, as you stated, has been newly created and never previously mapped. This density is proposed for areas that have been home to concentrations of industrial sectors, such as the garment district, flower district, industry suppliers, and other manufacturing and wholesale uses. These businesses are important parts of New York City's economic ecosystem, and many of them depend on being in Manhattan and in Midtown South. The stated goals of the MSMX plan are to recognize this and to envision a continued mix of uses, including support for the fashion industry. How did DCP fully examine how this new development will impact the existing industries and jobs? What was the methodology that was used for your analysis?
Thank you, Councilmember Butcher, and I want to thank you for your introductory statement expressing support for housing in Midtown South. The Midtown South area is extremely well placed to both welcome new housing and continue to provide a home for the important non-residential uses that are present there today, have been there over time, and provide opportunities for new businesses to open in Midtown South as well. Again, it's a strong commercial manufacturing area, 135,000 jobs across 7,500 businesses in the area today. And again, when we looked at the potential for introducing housing here at high density, again, with the desire to be ambitious, utilize new tools that we have to create housing in Midtown South, we were able to, again, identify areas where we think housing is likely to be constructed through our environmental review process. We did not determine, the environmental review determined that there would not be a significant adverse impact from displacement of existing businesses in the area. But I think most significantly, the MSMX proposal does not change the ability for existing businesses to locate here, to thrive here, and to continue to grow in Midtown South. And that includes manufacturing, office, wholesale, the full suite of non-residential uses that are present in the area today.
What are the specific impacts on businesses and workers that you anticipate seeing as a result of this rezoning?
Thank you. I think one of the most significant impacts that we would see on businesses and workers is the creation of a more vibrant and 24/7 Midtown South. During our public engagement process, our stakeholder engagement process, one thing that we heard loud and clear across the board was, in addition to a desire for housing, what the introduction of housing in Midtown South could achieve. And that really speaks to the vitality of this neighborhood, especially after work hours. We heard concerns about the lack of foot traffic after work hours, concerns about that there was not enough activity on the streets, and there was not enough activity to support businesses that can serve people who live and work in this neighborhood today. And we heard loud and clear concerns about the public realm in these neighborhoods today. And as you said, Councilmember, in your remarks, one of the most critical things that we can do here is get eyes on the street in this neighborhood, something that currently doesn't exist after work hours. A very small amount of housing in this area today, almost no housing, especially in the northern portions of the plan area. And the introduction of housing, the creation of mixed-use districts is really the key to success for so many of our Manhattan neighborhoods, ones where people work, people live today, people want to go out to eat, go shopping. Those are neighborhoods that today have a wide range of uses that are permitted, including housing, and that is what we are trying to achieve here in Midtown South.
But what's the impact with respect to displacement of both businesses and workers?
Thank you for that question. So again, I think it's worth noting that the area surrounding Midtown South, within about a half-mile radius, so kind of what we look at for environmental review purposes, has about 870,000 jobs. And again, these are areas that already permit a wide range of uses today, including housing, and an extremely robust job market, 870,000 jobs. The environmental review for the Midtown South plan expected or projected that about 770 businesses could be displaced through new construction in the area. So 135,000 jobs in the area, about a little over 5,000 jobs could be displaced as a result of this proposal. And again, looking at the bigger picture of 870,000 jobs in the wider area. And again, want to come back to the fact that the change in zoning that is being proposed in Midtown South does not change the uses that are present there today. They would continue to be permitted. That includes light manufacturing, office, wholesale, businesses that might be displaced from one site for new construction of new housing would be able to relocate within the study area. Zoning would not be a barrier to being able to continue to locate and grow non-residential businesses in Midtown South.
DCP has repeatedly referred to potential non-zoning tools to support the fashion industry, but we've seen very little in terms of new proposals. When can we expect to see some concrete proposals from you with respect to non-zoning tools to support the fashion industry?
Thank you very much, Council Member. And I think as Julianne walked through, the city has a robust set of non-zoning tools today that are supporting garment and fashion uses, both in the garment district, in Midtown South, and across the city. And we are actively engaged right now, the city, together with our agency partners, such as EDC, to determine and working together with stakeholders to determine what are the challenges that this industry faces today in Midtown South and what are the best tools to address those challenges. We're going to continue to explore that as this plan moves forward. And Julianne, anything more you want to add there?
Excuse me. I definitely would just echo the last sentiment. I'm happy to go through any of the new suite of tools that I referenced earlier, but without a doubt, we have a long-standing, over a decade, relationship with the Council of Fashion Designers of America, where we've dispersed hundreds of fashion manufacturing innovation grants to businesses. That has resulted in real improvements within fashion manufacturer spaces, specifically and primarily within the Garment Center. We are looking across the board at our toolkit, focused on, as noted, programmatic workforce development initiatives. We also have the Sunset Park real estate portfolio, which we are actively recruiting fashion and fashion manufacturing businesses to locate there, where we can specifically offer affordable, competitive rents, long-term and flexible leases, especially at the new Made campus, which is very exciting as well. But then specifically in the Garment Center, we are looking to support the industry that is there and welcome new ideas, whether that's across the aisle or specifically, as we continue to work and learn from the Council of Fashion Designers of America and all that they are understanding about this very changing industry in New York City.
There have been concerns raised from a number of stakeholders about the proposed density in the southeast quadrant. And what is your view on reducing that as of right density in that quadrant and creating that housing through other means, such as the tools with landmarks transfers?
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, we certainly have heard the calls to reduce the density in the southeast quadrant. We are proposing 18 FAR, R12, one of the new zoning districts created through City of Yes after the cap on residential density was lifted in Albany. And we think that the R12, the 18 FAR district, makes sense for the Southeast Quadrant. I think it's important to note that the Southeast Quadrant is probably the area of MSMX that is most primed to welcome new housing today. It has fantastic access to amenities. It is surrounded by a existing residential context, whether it's along 6th Avenue or to the east, north of Madison Square Park. You've seen a lot of housing created immediately adjacent to the Southeast Quadrant. Jeff Bezos just bought and combined, I think, 5 penthouse apartments and had his furniture craned and lifted into his unit there. And I think one of the most significant things about it is that there is no affordable housing requirement in any of those areas where housing is being created today. In the MSMX plan and in the Southeast Quadrant, we're proposing 18 FAR because we think this is an area that, again, is primed to welcome housing. It has some of the most significant sites where new housing could be constructed on vacant parcels. We can map mandatory inclusionary housing here and maximize the amount of affordable housing that we can create in what is right now a luxury housing district. And we think that the 18 FAR is supported. It's important for us to be ambitious in this plan, to be able to maximize housing. Our city is built on the bedrock of as-of-right housing development. That is where the vast majority of our housing comes from today, is through as-of-right development. So we think that it is important as a matter of policy for us to determine what is the right residential density to put in place here, and to not, again, hope that by reducing density and then expecting or hoping that private property owners will pick up the slack and utilize optional zoning mechanisms to make up for that loss of housing. We don't think that's the right approach here. From a matter of policy, we don't think it's going to produce the amount of housing that is appropriate for this area. One final thing that I'll say, council member, is that the proposal that we've heard for the reduction of density in the Southeast Quadrant, dropping from 18 FAR down to 12 FAR, would result in about a 55% loss in housing from what we are proposing in the MSMX proposal. There's a dramatic decrease in the housing potential here. And expecting or hoping that landmark TDRs, the ability of landmark properties to sell their excess development rights to make up that difference, is simply not possible. There is not enough floor area, excess floor area on landmark properties to be able to make up that difference. We also know that, again, these are optional mechanisms. They are, there's a cost involved in buying that floor area from a landmark. It's not a certain thing to take place. We think that if it happens, it is a wonderful thing, and we welcome it. It's great for landmarks, it's great for the architectural character of these neighborhoods, and it provides a landing place for these otherwise unbuilt development rights. But again, I don't think that we should or we can rely on landmarks to come in and save the day if we cut housing in the Southeast Quadrant in particular.
I think a lot of people would be more comfortable with the projections of city planning if zoning lot mergers had been taken into account during the EIS process. Why were zoning lot mergers not considered when identifying projected development sites? And what is your analysis, whether they were included or not in the official EIS, what does city planning anticipate seeing with respect to zoning lot mergers?
Thank you. I think it's really important to emphasize that as part of our environmental review process, where we look at the area block by block, lot by lot, very careful analysis of existing conditions to make determinations about the likelihood of individual sites to redevelop following a zoning change. That analysis does take into account the possibility of zoning lot mergers on sites that we think are the most likely to assemble in into a single development site. In some cases, these are separate sites that are under same ownership. In some cases, the characteristics of a site, we think, make them especially likely to merge and develop into a single lot and a single development. So it's not that we don't take that into account. Zoning lot mergers are subject to a private transaction between property owners, usually a financial transaction between property owners. It's not something that the city is involved in. We don't mediate that process. So aside from applying our standard environmental criteria, it's not something that we try to predict where every single zoning lot merger would take place. I think it's really important also to emphasize that mergers do happen from time to time across the city. It's certainly not the case that every possible zoning lot with a neighbor merges with that zoning lot. I know during the public review process there were some presentations and assertions that were made about zoning lot mergers taking place in MSMX that, frankly, from our perspective, we believe are really wildly unrealistic, that the entirety of blocks or 9 out of 10 sites on a block would merge together into a single development. That is not something that you see very frequently take place. And again, we don't think that focusing on those kinds of potential unrealistic scenarios is the way to go here. Instead, I think it's really important to focus on the fact that we are proposing densities here to maximize the housing potential for New Yorkers in Midtown South, and to get the most amount of housing that we think is appropriate here, and to utilize new tools that have been given to us to address the city's housing crisis. Doing things like shutting off zoning lot mergers, hold the real prospect of having unintended consequences that are difficult to predict. Again, it's part of the existing landscape of development and land use in our city today, and we don't see those kinds of worst case or unrealistic scenarios happening everywhere in our city.
One of the absolute worst buildings to be constructed in New York City in decades is 262 Fifth Avenue, which on Fifth Avenue and 29th Street blocks the Empire State Building from the Flatiron District and many other locations. And one of the worst things about it is there's 26 units in the building. What does this proposal do to prevent that kind of development? 26 units in a 860-foot building.
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, we know that building well. We've heard a lot about that building during our process. I think it's really important to note that it is outside of the plan area for MSMX. It's not within the boundaries that we are proposing for rezoning. And it is really, I think, very indicative of what happens when you don't have a thoughtful process, a planning process and a thoughtful plan in place for development of an area. That building that you referenced, 262 Fifth Avenue, it's in an area that does not have any affordable housing requirements today. So it's a location where you can build an exclusively ultra luxury building, and the kinds of prices that you get for ultra luxury, those 26 units that you referenced, can support the construction of an extraordinarily expensive building to build, a super tall building like that. By contrast, the MSMX plan, what we are proposing, again, maximizes our housing potential here, gets close to 10,000 units of housing in the MSMX plan area. It also requires, for the first time, mandatory inclusionary housing apply here. So a requirement that between 20 and 30% of all units within any building, new construction or conversion in MSMX, would have permanently income restricted housing within that building. And there are a number of pieces to the MIH program that serve to steer buildings in a certain direction, steer them away from the type of building that you referenced, the 262 Fifth Avenue building, towards buildings of a more appropriate building height for MSMX. The MIH program, for example, requires that the affordable units within the building are distributed across the majority of the floors of the building. And what we've seen in practice in areas where we have mapped MIH and where affordable housing has been provided in mixed buildings, such as we expect to see in Midtown South, is that it is simply not financially viable nor attractive to construct those kinds of buildings. You're not going to have a 1,000-foot tall building with affordable housing located throughout 65% of the floors in that building. Instead, what you see are the kinds of buildings that we see all around us here in Lower Manhattan, you see in Midtown South today, buildings 30 stories, 40 stories, 50 stories in height. That's where it's financially feasible to be able to provide affordable housing through the requirements of MIH. These are buildings that are solidly part of the context of Midtown South today, where you have a wide variety of building heights. So we think it's extraordinarily unlikely that you're going to see buildings like that in the Midtown South area following this rezoning and the application of MIH.
I'm going to turn it back to my colleagues. I got a couple more, but I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Councilmember Powers.
Thank you, and thank you for those thoughtful questions and thoughtful answers. I had a whole series of questions. I want to talk about some of the existing businesses and industries that are there. I think Councilor Bottcher covered a lot of it, but I may circle back. We're talking a lot about the MIH part of this, and the application currently maps 3 options. Option 1, which requires 25% of floor area at 60 AMI. Option 2, 30% at an average of 80 AMI. And option 3, 20% at an average of 40 AMI. I think I got that right.
Yes.
I think some conditions within those that also regulate how high and things like that. How many different income bands? Do you have an estimate of how many affordable units are created in each of those 3 scenarios?
The scenario, thank you very much for that question. The 2,900 figure that we cite is, and I just want to confirm with my team here, is the middle of those up to the 25%? I'm sorry, that's option 1, the 25%. So yes, the middle of those options gets you to the 2,900 units. I would have to do the math quickly on my phone calculator and get back to you on the other 2.
Wait on. So option 1 is where you get 2,900 units. Is that correct?
Option 1, yes.
Option 1. Okay.
Units, yes.
Option 2, which is at 30% of units, you would generate a higher amount,
Yes.
and we can do the math on
Yes.
back of the napkin. to
Sorry,
figure out.
can I just make a correction? The
You may.
total up to 2,900 is maxing out, so 30% is 2,900.
So that's option 2, right?
That is option 2, correct?
Okay, I got it. Okay, so that's the high amount if you take option 2.
Correct.
And you go down if you use the other options. Okay.
Right.
Have you given any thought or preference to which of those options makes the most sense for this area?
Thank you, Council Member. We, by providing for both options 1, 2, and 3, we're providing the maximum latitude for the council to determine the appropriate MIH band here. We think the most critical thing here is the application of MIH. And certainly up to 2,900 units is a tremendous thing for an area that is today producing 0 income restricted units. But that is, we think it's the council's decision to make the appropriate option here to apply.
Sure, appreciate that. There are 2 different, and we will exercise that option, I may add. There are different sort of pathways to development in this area if you are an existing property owner. There is taking the new, the new iteration of 421A, 4085X to support new construction development. Alternately, there is a tax incentive for in-building and conversion, if I am correct, with their own different affordability requirements and other requirements. Do we envision, and forgetting the actual tax incentives for a second, those are 2 different alternative options. One that comes with totally brand new ground-up development in a place where there's a building. Others where we're taking the shell of a building, I suppose, and redoing the inside of it, and which is its own challenge. And I think most people, when they think about conversions, think about that second one, not the sort of switch, changing a switch on the, what's allowed there, and therefore incentivizing something new. Obviously, how we address FAR and things might also, I suppose, trigger different incentives for people to do different things. But what is the feedback? What is he envisioning right now of what that mix might look like, or which path might lead to more development? And what do you see as really the outcome of this when it comes to either ground up new development versus taking existing buildings and converting them from the inside?
Thank you, Councilmember Powers. I think what we expect to see here, and what we certainly hope to see here, is a little bit of everything that you outlined, and that really is part of creating a vibrant mixed-use district, especially in an area like Midtown South that is so heavily built out today. We think that there is certainly a role for new construction, and there are fantastic opportunities for new construction within the MSMX plan area. This is where we can get our modern, high-quality housing, including the affordable housing through MIH. There's a role for conversions of existing buildings, and we certainly think that there, there's the potential for conversions in Midtown South. We've got many very large buildings in Midtown South that could be potential candidates for conversions, again with affordable housing requirements through MIH. And I think it's worth noting a lot of those, or many of those large buildings today exceed even the densities that we're proposing for new construction under this plan, buildings that are 20 FAR or 30 FAR. So there is real potential for significant housing through conversions. And then there's also a significant role for buildings to remain under existing use, non-residential use today, whether it's for light manufacturing or office. And in making our best guess of what we think is likely to take place here, which is a little bit of everything, and the creation of mixed-use districts, we are looking at adjacent areas, some of which were rezoned to allow housing, and some of which have long had mixed-use housing in place that allowed both residential and non-residential uses. In the first category, looking at areas where zoning was changed over the past decades to allow and introduce housing, what we did not see was a dramatic shift from areas becoming non-residential to becoming exclusively residential. Instead, we saw what we're expecting to see in Midtown South, and what we've long talked about, which is housing coming in on sites where it makes the most sense, where it's simplest and easiest and frankly cost the least to produce housing, things like parking lots or significantly underbuilt sites, but areas still retaining their strong non-residential commercial character, still a large presence of jobs. And the same holds true for areas that have had mixed-use zoning for many decades. That includes the areas to the east of Fifth Avenue, for example, north of Madison Square Park, areas of Midtown. These have had mixed-use zoning for many decades, and so this is has led us to believe that we certainly think that that's going to be the future for Midtown South, and we feel confident that that's the case. You mentioned the new tax incentives in Albany, whether for new construction or conversions. I think that those are both very new. We're going to have to see how those play out. We've been very encouraged to hear early enthusiasm, especially for the 467M tax incentive for conversions. But again, these are both very new programs. I think we're going to have to see how they play out in new neighborhoods where new housing is unlocked, like Midtown South.
Excuse me, Councilmember Powers. Due to scheduling conflict, I have to leave. I'm going to hand this over to Councilmember Bottcher to be the acting chair for the remainder of this hearing. Councilmember Powers, you could continue your questions.
Thank you. We'll miss you. All right.
Thank you, Chair
Riley. Thank you for that answer, and we'll follow some follow-up questions on that. I want to talk about a thing that the community brings up, but obviously anybody who's been in Midtown knows the lack of open space and park space in that area. These, appreciate sort of what you're talking about when it comes to this is not going to overnight and certainly not switch over to a fully residential community. If you just walk around the financial district, I think you see a mix of some residential buildings with lots of commercial. If you're a commercial space today, you're fully leased up or you're doing well, doubtful you're going to do the conversion, but for buildings that are distressed or looking for flexibility, that's where you might see it. What new parks and open space does the city plan to introduce as part of the rezoning? Have you been in touch with Parks Department to look at strategies for creating new spaces or opportunities for upgrades or renovations to existing spaces?
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll lead with the point that I think you made, which is just a reminder that our time horizon that we look at for when the 9,700 new homes would come to Midtown South is a 10-year time horizon. So you're absolutely right. This is not a switch that flips and suddenly you have tens of thousands of new people living in this area. So I think that there's time for us to continue to plan for the growth of Midtown South and the introduction of housing into the area. Unlike in many areas where we engage in neighborhood planning efforts, the city does not own significant property in the Midtown South plan area today. So our options to create new open space on city-owned property is very, very limited in Midtown South. And we're working closely with our partner agencies. That includes the Parks Department, that includes DOT, to find opportunities to improve the public realm in Midtown South. There are obviously some key, extremely high-quality parks, right on the doorstep of Midtown South today, whether it's Madison Square Park or Bryant Park. But we really are looking at options for how we can improve the public realm in Midtown South itself today. And one key thing that we can do through zoning is to incentivize the creation of additional public open space on private properties. It's a really key piece of our zoning toolkit to get additional public open space, especially in our densest neighborhoods that have the highest amount of people living or working or pedestrian traffic in them and may lack opportunities for public open space. This is the privately owned public spaces program. That program applies in Midtown South today. The MSMX proposal would not change the ability for privately owned public spaces or POPs to be created in Midtown South. And we've seen some extremely high quality POPs created across the city recently, especially under our current very stringent design regulations that we have for these POPs. The MSMX proposal also expands the ability to create additional public open space on private property by introducing the covered pedestrian space POPs typology to Midtown South. That allows for the creation of indoor or weather-protected POPs to complement what are normally mostly outdoor plazas through the standard POPs program. So we think that's really a key component of the MSMX proposal, is to leverage the private sector to be able to provide public open space on private property at no cost to taxpayers.
Thank you. And have you also, beyond that, looked at ways to widen sidewalks, add street trees, other amenities, improve the public realm and streetscape on the avenues and the side streets?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, those are certainly things that we've heard about. Again, coming back to this idea that we heard throughout our public and stakeholder engagement process was that the public realm in Midtown South needs attention and has very high pedestrian volumes today, and a desire for the streets and sidewalks of Midtown South to not just accommodate those volumes, but to be very welcoming for pedestrians. And the city is engaged in efforts right now in Midtown South and in the future to improve the public realm through efforts like Broadway Vision, for example. We have a colleague from DOT, David Breen, here, who can certainly provide additional information, if you'd like it, on DOT's initiatives and efforts in Midtown South today.
Okay, thanks. Can I ask a question to DOT while we have on topic? Transit in this area, something we all care about a lot. High transit corridor here. Councilor Batra and I authored a letter. Councilor Batra signed on to it, along with many of our colleagues, for a busway on 34th Street, which would help people traveling right through this area from east to west. High high transit area. I know the DOT has been looking at it. Can you give us the latest update on that? And do you see it as an addition, a welcome addition to this conversation as part of the rezoning?
Certainly. David Reen, I'm the Director of Strategic Initiatives at New York City DOT. Thanks for the question. Yes, as you are aware, we've been conducting some preliminary outreach on the prospect of a 34th Street busway project throughout the first half of this year. We've gathered some tremendous feedback through that process to date, and we're currently working through our traffic analysis to inform both the design going forward and to ensure that we're able to respond to the questions and feedback that we have received so far. So we're currently working through that process, and we're looking forward to returning to the community in the coming months with an update on what we've learned, how we can ensure the project is most successful going forward.
And what's the timeline on that?
As I said, we're working through the analysis right now. So I think once we've completed that, which I anticipate in the next few months, we'll be able to return to community boards. That should coincide with the return from summer recess, and we'll be able to continue our conversations.
Got it. We have no summer recess. I wish we did. Just kidding. So we think about in the fall, early fall. I'm not putting you under but just a reasonable standard here to think that maybe by early fall we'll be having a conversation.
Yes.
Okay. I would just encourage it as we're moving forward with this proposal. We also get some updates on where that proposal stands, being that we're talking about making a new residential neighborhood here in Midtown, and being able to lean into open space, public realm, and transit improvements as part of this would be, I think, and I know there's other transit upgrades that we've discussed, would be welcome to be able to figure out how we kind of move this forward altogether as a residential neighborhood. Thank you for that answer. I'm going to go back to zoning. That's my last question for DOT, so thank you. There's a conversation I know you were having about the Southeast quadrant, but this, I'm sure we should have this conversation. This can apply to other quadrants as well. And that conversation is sort of, where to set the FAR, how to look at the landmark transfers that now are activated because of City of ES to be city landmark transfers that can go further across the street, and the other transit bonuses and other bonuses here. And I would imagine the landmarks in that quadrant who now have a new regime of how to transfer their landmark rights are likely going to be advocating to be able to use those over adding new as of right FAR. And I just want to kind of jump back into that conversation for a second. Right now, so could you just, I guess, give me your analysis of the two scenarios in terms of housing generated and outcomes. One is use the full tools here that are available to us when it comes to FAR, things that are granted to us by the state, the city activated, allow for sort of the maximum amount of housing to be built here on those sites, which optimizes our affordable housing and our total housing goal, and put that at the highest amount. That scenario compared to a lower amount to then try to incentivize the transit bonuses, the landmark bonuses, the landmark transfers, and I think there's I guess the POPs would be the third bonus there.
Yes.
To allow those three to be used. Because I guess one question is whether the 18 FAR disincentivizes the use of those other three. I'm not offering an opinion on that, I'm just asking the question. Versus doing it at a lower amount and then trying to incentivize those others to be used. What's lost and gained in the scenario where you transfer to the second one? And would just be curious to see your take on or comparison on those two scenarios.
Yes, thank you. I do have an opinion on it, and so again, we arrived at the density for the various districts, the proposed density for the various districts in Midtown South, looking at a combination of factors. This is what we do with all of our planning initiatives. We look at the existing conditions that are there today to help inform what the neighborhood, what's the appropriate density, what can the neighborhood support today. That's a key component of planning work and certainly factored into looking at the highest densities for the two northern quadrants where the existing densities are highest today. The other thing that's really important to look at here, though, is what are the objectives of this proposal? What are the opportunities that we can seize here, especially in the Midtown South plan when it comes to allowing housing for the first time here. As I said before, the southeast quadrant is probably the best placed to welcome new housing, new residents, especially across a range of income levels. It's an area that has a lot of housing around it today on 6th Avenue, 5th Avenue, points east and to the south without affordable housing requirements. So of course in Midtown South we can allow that housing, we can require and mandate affordable housing through the mandatory inclusionary housing program. That's all key. And we think the 18 FAR for residential, the R12 district in the southeast quadrant, is appropriate both based on the characteristics of the area today, very wide range of building sizes, building heights in the southeast quadrant, probably the widest range of building heights in the plan area, but also the opportunities that are provided there. You have very significant development sites that are kind of shovel-ready in the southeast quadrant compared to other areas where, you know, the northwest quadrant, for example, largely built out with very large existing buildings, very challenging to see new construction taking place in that neighborhood. The southeast quadrant, by contrast, we have some real significant potential to get early, very reliable housing in that neighborhood in short order for Midtown South. So we think that's really key. The dropping from the 18 FAR down to a 12 FAR, which has been proposed as a way to provide additional value to landmark properties, for example, so they can sell their development rights. Again, that would come with a dramatic loss of housing, 1.1 million square feet of housing lost in that area, going from 18 FAR to 12 FAR. It's about a 55% cut over what we are proposing. Looking to the 10 landmarks within that area to make up that difference simply is not possible. Those 10 landmarks have about 420,000 square feet of excess floor area on them, available for transfer. Again, that's a voluntary mechanism. Nothing compels anybody to buy those development rights or for a landmark to sell those development rights. But just simply looking at the base math, 1.1 million square feet lost by reducing the zoning, 420,000 square feet available to try to make up that difference through optional mechanisms. You simply can't make up for that loss.
But and just offering a response to that, arguably you would use a landmarks plus something else. Isn't that fair to say?
You could use a landmark. You could also seek a POPs bonus, for example. I think it's really worth noting that certain of the bonuses, the POPs bonus, the transit bonus, for example.
You can't mix. Can you mix them or no?
You can mix them, but taken together in aggregate, they cannot increase the amount of floor area on a receiving site by more than 20%. So you can't just stack these endlessly again to try to make up for that 1.1 million square foot loss. Again, these are all mechanisms that we think are fantastic if they're utilized. They provide an immense benefit to the public for improved transit or open spaces or landmark preservation. But again, they are optional, and we simply cannot and we should not rely upon them by artificially suppressing density and then hoping that private actors will come in and make up that difference. The other thing that I'll note, and this is something you may hear today as well, is that there is additional ability for properties within historic districts to transfer development rights to help make up this difference, properties other than designated landmarks. And that is not a mechanism that exists in zoning today. There's no special ability for historic districts to transfer excess floor area in the way that designated landmark properties can do. And just one more point that I'll make, in addition to, I talked about the bonuses like POPs and transit that are capped at a 20% increase. Landmark transfers are also, in addition, capped at a 20% increase as well, separate from the bonuses.
Got it. Thank you. I know we had a lot of people here to testify, so I'm going to hold my questions from there. I appreciate it.
I've got about 27 additional questions, but out of respect for the public, I know a lot of people have been here since 10 in the morning. We have 80 people signed up to testify, so let's go ahead and move forward. So, Council, are there any members of the public who would like to testify?
Yes, as was just mentioned, we have quite a crowd. So we have approximately 40 people here in person and approximately another 40 people online. We're going to start with the in-person testimony. So that's about 2 minutes per testimony. So for people online, it'll probably be about an hour to 2 hours before we can get to you. So we just wanted to give you that notice. And now we're going to start with in-person testimony.
So our first panel is Emmeline Edilon, Gigi Burris, Ryan Wilbat, and Andrea Goldwyn. And the panel after that, just to give you a heads up, will be Madeline McGrory, James Coakley, Aislinn Klein, and Frank Fish. Great. So for the members of the public who are here to testify, please note that witnesses will generally be called in panels of 4. If you're a member of the public signed up to testify on a proposal, please stand by when you hear your name being called and prepare to speak when I indicate that you may begin. Please also note that once all panelists in your group have completed their testimony, you'll be excused as a group, and the next group of speakers will be introduced. Once removed, participants may continue to view the live stream broadcast of this hearing on the council website. Members of the public will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do not begin until the Sergeant at Arms has started the clock. So we'll begin with Emmeline Edilon.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmeline Edilon, and I lead supply chain initiatives at the Council of Fashion Designers of America. I'm here today on behalf of our CEO, Stephen Kolb. First, thank you to the Mayor, City Council, NYC EDC, and the many landlords that have supported fashion over the years. Fashion is more than a culture. It's an economic engine for this city, supporting over 180,000 jobs, generating more than $11 billion in wages, and contributing $600 million in tax revenue annually. We applaud progress and support city initiatives like MSMX that aim to modernize and activate space, but not at the cost of fashion's future. The Garment District is the home to cutters, sewers, graders, and finishers, often just blocks from designers. This proximity isn't tradition, it's an operational necessity. Speed, quality, and trust define New York City production, and it can't be outsourced. Without meaningful support for these businesses, their survival in the city is in jeopardy, and with them, the entire fashion ecosystem. In 2018, the city made key commitments to preserve space, invest in local manufacturing, and offer tax relief. Many of those promises remain unmet. Since 2013, the CFDA's Fashion Manufacturing Initiative, in partnership with NYC EDC, has invested over $6.1 million into New York's manufacturing network, impacting more than 2,000 workers. We've done our part. Now it's time for the city to do the same. We ask you to, 1, honor the 2018 commitments, 2, preserve and expand access to affordable and protected production space, 3, invest in the future of New York City's fashion workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Gigi Burris.
My name is Gigi Burris O'Hara. I am the founder of Gigi Burris Millinery, a luxury hat company that proudly produces each hat in New York City. And I am also the executive chairwoman of Closely Crafted, a nonprofit organization founded to preserve luxury craftsmanship in the American fashion industry. And making in New York has made growing my niche business possible. And it allows me to create hats for runway, for TV shows, for retailers like Bergdorf Goodman. And it's become increasingly difficult to produce here. And I work with a third-generation blocking factory, and they had been in the Garment Center since 1958, for over 60 years. And in the 2018 rezoning, the building that they occupied was sold and turned into a hotel. And they moved to Bushwick. And it's been really a struggle for me as a small business owner because I have to transport all the way to Bushwick. All of my material suppliers are in the Garment Center. And without a clear displacement fund in place, it's going to be a pain point for other brands. And Closely Crafted, our mission is to inspire the next generation of creators. And without the space to do so, without the experts to train, we aren't going to have a sustainable fashion industry with new artisans coming into this field. So we absolutely need to have workforce development dollars that are clearly outlined as part of this plan. And New York Fashion is a global leader in the fashion space because we're able to make here, we're able to show here, we're able to sell here. And if we lose the ability to make here, we're gonna lose that position as a global fashion leader. And so what I want to see is clearer reforms in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Wilbat.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Ryan Wilbat, and I am a member of the USA 829 Union working as an assistant costume designer across theater, TV, film, and fashion. I came to New York City to study theatrical design at New York University, where I was quickly introduced to the Garment District, a place that became a classroom of its own. The shops were a place for discovery, staffed with experts in fabrics, notions, tools, and the process of making made-to-order garments. They have shaped my education and continue to be essential to my work. Over the years, the Garment District has become inseparable from my career. Every vendor and manufacturer I rely on is rooted there. Many are multi-generational businesses and landmarks in their own right. New York City without the Garment District as we know it would be missing a key part of its identity, both culturally and economically. The MSMX rezoning plan as proposed invites the shuttering of these stores and manufacturers, as well as the industries they feed. Historically, the Garment District gave rise to icons like Calvin Klein and Ralph Lauren. It is responsible for the costumes behind Broadway, the Met Opera, and New York City Ballet, all institutions which have defined this city. It has made in-city production possible for TV and film, from Breakfast at Tiffany's to Sex and the City, both known for their iconic style. For me and my peers, this rezoning could further affect our industry that has been challenged by the combination of the pandemic and cost of living in the city, but it is still fighting and functioning. It could also mean a loss of opportunity to build the next great New York brand, musical, show, or film. Thank you, and please reconsider the consequences of the MSMX plan as proposed.
Andrea Goldwyn.
Good afternoon, Council Members Bottcher and Powers. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy is dedicated to preserving, revitalizing, and reusing New York's historic buildings and neighborhoods. We support affordable housing. We want to ensure that New York's rich diversity of architecture continues to enhance the city, creating jobs, housing New Yorkers, encouraging sustainability, and welcoming visitors from around the world. Conversion of underused buildings is at the heart of preservation, and we support this concept for Midtown South. But in practice, we fear that the blanket upzoning will encourage massive new construction and the demolition of the historic buildings that contribute so much to this community. The Madison Square North and Ladies Mile historic districts overlap with the Southeast Quadrant. These historic districts have been remarkably successful, creating housing, fostering commercial and retail uses, and becoming destinations for New Yorkers and visitors. The upzoning will increase development pressure and pressure the LPC to approve out-of-scale new buildings. The northwest section includes the Garment Center Historic District, listed on the National Register of Historic Places. These buildings still contain hundreds of businesses and thousands of jobs, which form a unique ecosystem of design and production. The rezoning will fast forward the building's demolition and hasten the demise of the Garment Center. The rezoning is also at odds with recently passed laws. City of Yes expanded the ability for individual landmarks to sell unused development rights, but the upzoning would extinguish those opportunities. Changes to the MDL that ended the 12 FAR limit exempted historic districts. There's no reason why the city should now increase the FAR above 12 in the districts. We urge the council to make changes that tailor the plan for each quadrant, reducing the FAR in some sections to an R10 equivalent or 12 FAR, or even excluding historic districts would prioritize reuse of existing historic buildings, encourage sustainable development, and still support the city's goals of increasing housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, now we'll hear for our next panel, Madeline McGrory, James Coakley, Aislinn Klein, and Frank Fish.
May I share the mic? Depends which side you're on. No.
We'll begin with Madeline McGrory.
Hello, my name is Madeline McGrory, and I'm here delivering testimony on behalf of Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about our housing crisis and the important role the Midtown South mixed-use rezoning proposal will play in addressing it. Midtown South has always been critical to our city's economy, first as a vibrant manufacturing hub, then as a commercial corridor where workers from across the city make a living. Today, we have an extraordinary opportunity to transform these 42 blocks into a vibrant community where people can both live and work. This rezoning was the centerpiece of my office's Housing Manhattanites report, which identified opportunities across our borough to unlock new housing sites. This type of proposal is exactly what's required to meaningfully address the housing crisis. The proposal will create a pathway for the creation of approximately 9,676 new dwelling units, including over 2,000 permanently affordable homes in one of the most transit-rich areas of our city. Future residents will have access to 14 subway lines in proximity to Penn Station, in addition to walkable access to over 135,000 existing jobs in the area. Despite being centrally located with unparalleled transit access, these 42 blocks experience dramatic population fluctuations between workdays and evenings because people can work here but cannot live here. We cannot overstate the urgent need to build more housing in Manhattan. Vacancy rates are at historically low levels, and median asking rents have reached historic highs, which has led to housing becoming increasingly inaccessible for most New Yorkers. The manufacturing zoning that is currently mapped in this area prevents it from helping address Manhattan's most pressing challenge, increasing our housing supply. Several policy and planning initiatives have aligned to make this the perfect moment for this proposal, including the state's lifting of the 12 FAR cap on residential development and the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity text amendments introducing higher density residential districts. I'm thrilled to offer my support for this project. While I strongly support this proposal, we must ensure that community resources grow alongside increased population. That's with the rest.
James Coakley.
Thank you, sir. My name is James Coakley. I'm here to support this rezoning plan. I want to commend the members of the city planning for their thought that they and background studies that they put forward. I think it's very well thought out and will bring meaningful, robust housing to the area. Many of the buildings in this area currently sit vacant or nearly vacant and are certainly underutilized and are in need of redevelopment. Many of these buildings could easily bring 50 to 100 new housing units to life. While a small drop in the bucket of what the city needs citywide, it is certainly a great place to start. As important is the speed at which some of these units could be brought to market. By adaptively reusing some of these buildings in mid-block, less commercially desirable areas, housing could be brought to market perhaps in months rather than years. The adoption of this plan would spur additional economic activity for many of the small businesses in the area that have never fully recovered from the COVID pandemic. I think an 18 FAR is certainly the right and most meaningful adaptation here. It makes sense. It would certainly be well within the character and charm of the area. Furthermore, there are many existing mixed-use zones in New York City, as well as other communities, that have proven to be both successful from a residential and housing market, and have also supported commerce and industry within that same area. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Aislinn Klein.
Hi, my name is Aislinn Klein. I'm from the Municipal Art Society of New York. MAS supports the Midtown South mixed-use plan to foster a vibrant 24/7 mixed-use neighborhood, including affordable housing, eased office to housing conversions, and public realm improvements. MSMX is consistent with our support for the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity zoning amendment with its promise of mixed-use development with deep housing affordability in a transit-rich neighborhood with the infrastructure that can accommodate new growth. All of these factors are critical to helping our city mitigate its housing crisis. However, the projected displacement of the remaining garment industry businesses is of great concern. The draft environmental impact statement notes that an estimated 114 businesses could potentially be displaced under the proposal. Yet this was determined to not have a significant adverse impact. The fact is, many garment businesses are small, unique shops that provide products that cannot be purchased elsewhere in the city. Many still serve the nearby Broadway Theater District. We urge the City Council to review and consider the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition's recommendations to ensure that garment industry businesses are supported and remain active in parallel with meeting the development goals of the Midtown South Plan. These measures include workforce programs, the release of remaining Garment District Alliance funds, tax relief for fashion-related businesses, and a displacement relief fund. Additionally, the city must prioritize and incentivize adaptive reuse over demolition to minimize long-term garment tenant displacement. MAS is also concerned that the rezoning favors big box retail and Class A office space. 99% of office space in the rezoning area is Class B or C. How can the city balance new affordable housing development and support for small businesses who want to remain in place but will not be able to afford Class A rent? Can I keep going?
You could just complete the thought, please.
Okay. Class B and C office space plays a valuable role in the city, especially for nonprofit organizations and small businesses who cannot afford Class A. Eliminating large swaths of Class B and C office space will not only leave a void in the market, it will also diminish the vitality and diversity of the area's urban fabric. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We ask that the concerns outlined by the coalition be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Fish.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Frank Fish. I'm with BFJ Planning. I'm a principal of the firm. We're located here in Manhattan in the Flatiron District. So we have a good view of the building, Keith, you mentioned earlier on Fifth Avenue. But I'm speaking here on behalf of the Garment District Alliance and the BID, who we've worked with since 2021, 2022. And I think you're both familiar with the study we produced, or your office has it. And I have an extra copy if other council people want it. But what it did was trace out the Garment District. This is in the northwest quadrant of what city planning's proposing. And I'm here basically to speak in favor of adoption of Midtown South as a zoning proposal. But our report went through with the Department of City Planning also, and both of yourself as council members, and we also met with boards 4 and 5 on this. What happened, what we found was that it's a discouraging situation in the northwest quadrant in the Garment District. There were some, in '87, there were some 30,000 Garment District jobs. That now has come down in 2016 to 5,000, and it's somewhere in the vicinity, we think, of 4,000. After 2016, COVID hit, and office employees started working from home. This led to the Garment District losing a very significant population in terms of workforce. Today, as has been mentioned earlier, the Garment District has not much liveliness on the streets, and one of the reasons is, too, that the garment industry itself, in terms of space, consists of less than 2% of the total square footage in the garment district, specifically about 1.8%, and that has been declining. So it's a terrible situation in the district, and I think the thing to say is that the zoning will actually help the garment district. And in terms of the garment industry itself, as you've heard earlier, that's primarily an economic issue, not a zoning issue. So we'd ask you to consider adopting the Midtown South.
Thank you. The next panel is Jean Prabhu, Teresa Snyder-Stein, Jonathan Hayden, and Stephanie Smallwood. The panel after that will be Helen Huang, Steve Boxer, David West, and Ali Bagaz. Start with Jean Prabhu. Just push the button on the, there you go.
Good afternoon. I'm Jean Prabhu from Staten Island, New York. Thank you for permitting me to speak. You may wonder why a person from Staten Island is here to testify regarding Midtown Manhattan. It's simple. The garment district and industry is precious to all New Yorkers, including those in the outer boroughs, many of whom worked in the garment district their entire lives. As an Italian American, I think particularly of the Nonas I knew growing up in Brooklyn, who went daily to the garment district to share their talents as seamstresses, designers, and in other creative businesses. On their behalf, their children and their grandchildren, and today's talented and creative garment district workers, I respectfully ask the city to improve the proposed plan by supporting the garment industry and small businesses with specific incentives for retention of manufacturing jobs, incentivizing adaptive reuse of all the area's historic buildings for housing, and lowering the proposed residential FAR to eliminate the possibility of wide-scale demolition of the area. We can have housing and jobs and protect our historic buildings and historic fashion industry. Please create a plan that works for all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Snyder-Stein.
Hello. Hi. My name is Teresa Snyder-Stein, and I'm a costume designer and educator who has relied on the garment district and its unique resources since I arrived fresh-faced from Ohio in 1980. As a professional costume designer, I'm a member of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, IATSE, Local 829. And as a full professor, I run the Costume Design MFA, BFA, BA programs at CUNY's Brooklyn College here in New York City. The Garment District, with its fabrication resources and highly skilled artisans, were an essential part of my journey from the entry level of a costume intern to procurement specialist at Parsons Mears, a top-tier costume shop that built the most fabulous costumes on Broadway for Cats, Phantom of the Opera, and others, to roles as assistant costume designer and to costume designer for my career in theater, film, and television. Here's just one example. When the writers at The Late Show with David Letterman needed an instant Dalai Lama costume for a skit, I raced down to from 52nd Street to the Garment District to locate and purchase the saffron and maroon fabrics the team needed to create the costume. We had about an hour. It was key. The Garment District was close by. That kind of thing happened often, and without the Garment District, it just would not be possible for the costume team to be successful. The other days, we might have had a bit more time, but the proximity, again, of the Garment District and all of its resources together near Broadway, film, television, remains precious and irreplaceable. The Garment District's specific resources and highly skilled workforce have been invaluable to me both for my 45 years as a professional costume designer and for the last 17 years I've stewarded the next generation of bright-eyed students into the industry where they now rely on the Garment District and all that it has to offer. Please save it.
Jonathan Hayden.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jonathan Hayden, and I'm a fashion designer and member of the governing board of the New York Fashion Workers Development Coalition. I came to New York City in 2015 from Texas with that dream, landing an internship at 550 Fashion Avenue and running errands throughout the vibrant Garment District. Today, I design and produce my collection from my studio renovated into a 40-year-old cut and sew factory on 38th Street, owned by an immigrant Chinese couple, Charlene and Chen, who I call my fashion parents. They, along with the entirety of support from all the Garment District businesses I once visited as a bright-eyed intern, have been my partners throughout many endeavors, including the ultimate, getting to New York Fashion Week. From an intern to independent brand, indeed, today's student is the designer of tomorrow. The dress you see in front of you epitomizes the alchemy of Garment District businesses: custom printed laser cut cotton from 38th, pleated on 37th, corset organza on 36th, boning, binding, lining, and zippers block by block from 36th to 38th between Broadway and 8th Avenue. Hand embroidered. Over a month, it was ultimately constructed like the garments and production of many great American brands by blue-collar and immigrant artisans who work to simply provide a better life for their children every day, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We choose to do business in America. Fashion's aspiration is an American dream. And this one was proudly made in New York City, the only place in America where the distance between an idea and its execution is within walking distance. The city should seek to co-create with its makers and bridge rather than a toll with developers, a vision for the future, and facilitate transition, whatever that may be. Without these block-by-block resources, this intra-industry ecosystem in the northwest quadrant of the MSMX plan that produces billions in America's cultural exports, I ask you, what's Fashion Avenue without fashion? Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Smallwood. Oh, great job. Helen Huang, Stephen Boxer, David West, Ali Begaz, I apologize. And next will be George Kalagia, Emily White, Catherine Niklos, and Pooja Patel. Helen Huang.
Thank you. My name is Helen Huang, and I serve as chair of the Urban Land Institute's New York District Council. ULI is the oldest and largest network of cross-sector real estate and land use professionals in the world, uniting over 45,000 members globally across the private, public, and nonprofit sectors. The Midtown South Mixed Use Plan is a transformational initiative that re-envisions one of Manhattan's most iconic, yet undervalued districts. It builds on Midtown South's legacy, particularly the Garment District's role in fashion and creative production, and supports its evolution into a 21st century hub for living, innovation, and culture. It promotes adaptive reuse, office to residential conversions, and greater residential density, including affordable housing through the mandatory inclusionary housing program. The inclusion of MIH is especially significant as it ensures the new residential development will deliver long-term, sustainable affordability in one of the most infrastructure-rich and opportunity-dense areas of the city. Importantly, the plan also supports zoning for light manufacturing and creative industries from fashion and food to design, helping sustain the diverse economy that defines this neighborhood. Building community is about more than buildings. It's about enhancing quality of life, stitching the district into the daily life of the city so it serves not just those passing through, but those who call this place home. The plan modernizes outdated zoning that has long constrained the district's potential. It creates space for housing, jobs, civic spaces, and essential retail, all while preserving Midtown South's architectural and cultural character. It strikes a thoughtful balance between preservation and progress. Thank you.
Steve Boxer.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Boxer. I own Pachyderm Consulting, a IT managed service provider, a New York born and raised business over the last 25 years, and I strongly support MSMX. My business was located in the Garment District for 15 years because of the neighborhood's unparalleled transit access made it easy for me to get to work, to attract employees, and to reach my clients' sites. However, the Garment District today is struggling from long-lasting impacts of the pandemic. Commercial vacancies, failing retail, and increased crime have diminished the quality of life in that neighborhood, which I love, making it difficult to find and retain quality employees. In 2022, I moved my company just out of the Garment District to a safer, more attractive neighborhood. However, I still commute through Garment District almost daily and find myself feeling vulnerable, if not a bit sad, when I need to work during evenings and weekends because the neighborhood feels a little less safe and frankly particularly dangerous during those late hours. I support the MSMX plan because it is abundantly clear that the Garment District's reliance on commercial tenants is today untenable. I would love to move back into the area, and my employees would love to live in Midtown. But the city must encourage the Garment District's development into a self-sustaining 24/7 community with mixed uses that can support each other and bring a new vibrancy back to the streets. This can only be accomplished by encouraging more residential conversions and development to take place. At a time when the city is experiencing a housing crisis that further threatens the workforce, MSMX presents an opportunity to revitalize the Garment District in the heart of Midtown while also addressing this critical city need. I urge the passing of MSMX proposal and thank you.
Thank you. David West.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is David West. I'm a partner with Hill West Architects. I've been a practicing architect in the New York City housing space since the mid-1980s. During that time, the markets have gone through numerous cycles and produced thousands of units of housing in a wide array of Manhattan neighborhoods. One notable exception has been the mid-blocks in Midtown South. These have been effectively off limits to housing production due to the restrictive zoning in place, a holdover from a bygone era intended to preserve this transit-rich, centrally located area of the world's foremost metropolis for an imaginary renaissance of garment manufacturing, fur trading, and the like. I know this area well, having had several business offices located in the area, which due to the restrictions became something of a mecca for architects and engineers, among other B and C class office users. In the late 80s and early 90s, vestiges of the former manufacturing trades were everywhere. Today, they are few and far between. For the most part, the only new development that has occurred has been a plethora of hotels, which are no longer possible due to the special permit. For a city with such a dire need for housing, to preserve this vast area for a memory of a century-old economy is outrageous and short-sighted. Therefore, I am a full-throated supporter of MSMX. The zoning text and mechanisms are straightforward and simple. I believe, based on our hands-on analysis of multiple sites, that the enactment of MSMX will unlock housing development on numerous sites and result in a mix of uses and scales of building that will revitalize and enhance this area on a meaningful scale. Furthermore, a large percentage of this development will be affordable through MIH in conjunction with 467M and 485X. In conclusion, I strongly support the rezoning effort. Thank you.
Ali Bigaze. How's that? Much better.
My name is Ali. Is this on? Yep.
My name is Ali Bagazzo, and I'm here today to represent the Flatiron Nomad Partnership Business Improvement District. The bid supported DCP's early work on the MSMX plan. We remain enthusiastically supportive of updating outdated zoning to allow high-density residential conversions and new development. However, we are concerned that the most recent version could negatively affect the district's balance of commercial, residential, historic, and retail uses. We believe the plan can be refined to meet all the city's housing goals while protecting what makes our neighborhood so special. To that end, we offer a few suggestions. First, unlike the other three quadrants, the southeast quadrant is underbuilt and contains a large amount of unused FAR. More than half of the area falls within the historic districts, and there are 12 landmark properties. We request the proposal be modified so that surplus property air rights are utilized. Such a revision would allow all 3,175 projected housing units for the quadrant while supporting the area's historical and architectural qualities. Second, the urban design modifications in the proposal, when applied to the southeast quadrant, would throw the mid-block side streets into permanent shadow and have significant impacts on the light and air of existing buildings. We urge these impacts be carefully looked at and mitigated. Third, privately owned public spaces, or POPs, in our districts often become points of concern for the community rather than valued assets. POPs should not be the city's solution to the rezoning's impact on the limited open space resources of the area. Instead, the plan should support the upkeep and expansion of successful public spaces such as Madison Square Park, Flatiron Public Plazas, and the Broadway Vision Corridor through a targeted public realm investment fund, governing group, and concept plan added to the zoning resolution. In conclusion, we hope this proposal will be modified in accordance with the above concerns to yield a plan that can achieve all of the city's housing goals and also further elevate the vitality of Flatiron, Nomad, and Greater Midtown South. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have George Kalagia, Emily White, Catherine Niklos, and Pooja Patel. Going to start with George Kalagia.
Hello. Good afternoon, council members. My name is George Kalajian, and I am the 5th generation in the fashion industry, and I own one of the last pleating studios in New York City. I've been coming to the Garment Center since I was 5 years old, and everything I learned from my father. This isn't just my business, it's a legacy and skill passed down through generations. The Garment District isn't just real estate, it's a collective canvas, a workshop without walls stretched across blocks of Midtown, powered by human hands and imagination. We dress first ladies, we build wardrobes for Broadway, we restore relics for the Metropolitan Museum, we make art, not mass production. While I support progress, I fear that if proper consideration isn't given to our industry, generations of knowledge will be lost. Not just mine, but my peers, and what future generations could inherit. If you break this ecosystem, it won't come back. Please protect it before it's gone for good.
Thank you. Emily White.
Hello, my name is Emily White. I work in the costume industry as an assistant and designer and as a member of USA 829. The Garment District is an essential resource for our industry. Last week, I was in the Garment District every day but one, sourcing and buying fabrics and visiting costume shops in the area. The Garment District is an incredibly valuable center of resources and knowledge, including very specialized workshops. There are beaters, there are pleaters, there are costume shops, and so many more. The physical resources that these workshops, the physical resources of the Garment District are what these workshop and designers need to do our work. The Garment District is a unique and irreplaceable location in New York City, and it's essential to the continued existence of our industry in this city. Please continue to protect the Garment District. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Niklos.
It's my stage name, thank you.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see you. I'm Katie Sue Nichols. I live in Councilmember Powers' district. I'm sorry he's not here to hear me. And my fourth generation glove factory, Wing and Weft Gloves, it operates in Councilmember Botcher's. I'm here with the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition, representing thousands of very not imaginary makers, vendors, and creative workers urging you to protect the garment district. The district was born of necessity. A century ago, immigrant garment workers, mainly women, were pushed out of downtown into Midtown. In a really cool zoning move, the city built them a home called the Garment District. It became one of the most successful urban planning moves in our city history. Today, you face a very similar, totally super cool zoning opportunity. The current MSMX plan admits it would displace 779 businesses and over 5,000 jobs, roughly the entire footprint of the garment district. My business and the jobs I provide are on that list. That stinks, but we have a chance to do better. Imagine Midtown as an innovation campus, controlled rent commercial lofts besides new housing, factory buildings, housing training labs for Parsons and Pratt students, tourist hotspots where people watch couture made in real time, picture maker pop-ups, a garment district museum, all in a cluster of blocks that already fuel Broadway film, TV fashion, and Fashion Week, generating billions from a few walkable streets. This infrastructure works. Last week, Marc Jacobs dropped off fabric at our door on Wednesday, and we delivered 10 pairs of runway-ready gloves by Friday for his show at the New York Public Library yesterday. That's only possible because we're all in the same zip code. What's next for the City Council in the 4 weeks are conversations to build a future that we can be proud of. Please keep us in these conversations. It might be tempting to hear only the billionaires who own the land, but it's the makers who generate the cultural and economic currency that keeps New York on the world stage. We need a seat at the table if you want to get this right. We don't want to leave. We choose to be here. Please choose to keep us here. Thanks, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Pooja Patel.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pooja Patel. I'm a staffer at USA 829 IATSE, the union which represents thousands of costume designers working across film, television, and commercials, as well as theater, opera, and ballet. And I'm here before you today to plead that you listen to the voices of those in the garment district that continue to embody the neighborhood's namesake to this day. This community of artisans is responsible for nurturing the next generation of creatives, and it provides a space for our costume designers in the entertainment industry to continue crafting the stories that audiences around the world know and love. Our costume designers on Broadway, off-Broadway, regional theater, and in film and television rely on the garment district for the purchase of raw materials, the custom fabrication of costume pieces, and the alteration and maintenance of these garments during the time that they are used. The timeline of any production involves strict scheduling constraints, the need for quick turnaround, and efficient and professional work every single time. The manufacturers of the garment district provide that in close proximity to each other and near multiple transportation hubs, allowing those within city limits and all around the tri-state area to purchase these materials in New York City. And so I respectfully ask that you hear the demands of the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition and its allies and utilize the 7 concrete recommendations outlined in the advocacy letter sent to many of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Maddie DeCerbo, Teddy Drucker, Jessica Ortiz, and Audrey Wilson. After that, we'll have Orly Nativ, Renee Cafaro, Brian Weber, and Frampton Tolbert. And we can start with Maddie DeCerbo.
Hi, my name is Maddie DeCerbo, and I'm here on behalf of the Real Estate Board of New York. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the Midtown South mixed-use plan. MSMX is a critical step toward addressing the housing crisis by enabling more housing, both market rate and permanently affordable, in a centrally located transit-rich neighborhood. The Garment District has one of the lowest residential populations in the city, and commercial vacancy rates hover between 25% and 40%. This necessary rezoning will bring much-needed public realm improvements and drive economic recovery. The plan aligns with the city's goal to build 500,000 new units in the next decade, and the Manhattan plan's 100,000 unit target. It also will allow residential use in areas that have long been restricted to manufacturing and office. Importantly, this rezoning will be the first to use new tools from the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity by mapping R11 and R12 districts and enabling office to residential conversions. It's expected to create nearly 9,700 units, including 2,000 permanently affordable homes. MSMX also ensures we can fully leverage new state housing incentives like 45X and 467M. The 467M tax incentive was carefully calibrated given the complexities and costs involved with conversions and requires 25% of the building to be permanently affordable at an average AMI of 80%. Additionally, this may be the best opportunity for 45X to be viably used for new construction, which imposes a 25% affordability requirement at 60% AMI. It's important to note that limiting MIH options to lower the AMI average would render these programs financially infeasible, and we recommend all three MIH options and proposed densities remain through adoption. Any reduction in the proposed densities could result in 3,000 fewer homes, including many affordable ones. There would be a missed opportunity, especially when surrounding neighborhoods permit much higher densities. This plan also advances tools that reinforce the public realm, including TDRs and POPs that both support preservation and new development. The creation of a 24/7 mixed-use neighborhood will reestablish vibrancy in Midtown South, and we recommend the council approve this rezoning.
Teddy Drucker.
Thank you. My phone died, so I'm going to wing this a little bit. My name is Teddy Drucker, and I work for a third-generation real estate company with holdings in the proposed Midtown South rezoning district. We are very strong proponents of the proposal. Midtown South allowed my family to live the American dream. My grandfather came to this country in the 1930s with not a penny to his name. He set up a textile business located at Midtown South and wound up acquiring a couple of properties on the fruits of his labor. That business is the lifeblood of our family today. But Midtown South today is struggling, the commercial market. Construction costs are exorbitant to build new space for office tenants, and demand is not what it used to be. The proposed legislation changes and zoning changes are a beautiful, elegant solution to address these issues. And in addition, I am a resident 1 block to the east of the Southeast Quadrant, and I can tell you that it is simply unaffordable. And so because of these two things, I'm a very big proponent of it. I believe that it's going to address a lot of affordable housing needs that are needed. It's going to add life to our streetscapes that are desperately needed, and really incentivize, economic development within the area that has been home to my family for 3 generations. Thank you.
Jessica Ortiz.
Hello, Councilman Boucher. My name is Jessica Ortiz, and I am here today representing SEIU Local 32BJ. 32BJ is the largest union of property service workers in the country, representing over 175,000 members across 13 states, including tens of thousands of commercial property service workers, security officers, and residential building staff in New York City. I am here to speak in support of the proposed Midtown South mixed-use rezoning proposal. 32BJ supports the proposal both for its ambitious housing targets and the opportunity to revitalize a struggling neighborhood. The housing crisis is severe and worsening. 32BJ families, like all New Yorkers, are struggling to find decent, affordable homes. We need more housing to be built in every neighborhood to ensure that working families are not displaced by dwindling supply and skyrocketing rents. This rezoning is estimated to bring close to 10,000 units of housing, almost 3,000 of which would be affordable to a city in desperate need. We need solutions at this scale if we want to truly address this crisis. Additionally, these residential developments would employ hundreds of residential workers who would have the opportunity to achieve the family-sustaining wages and benefits that 32BJ members enjoy, bolstering our city's middle class. Midtown South is the ideal area for this bold change. The challenges facing older office stock in the neighborhood are well documented. When offices struggle with occupancy, that pain is felt acutely by 32BJ members who show up every morning to clean, maintain, and secure the buildings. We need to increase occupancy to protect the jobs that 32BJ families in New York rely on. By bringing life to the neighborhood, this proposal will help support the offices and building service jobs in them for years to come. As the cost of living rises and working New Yorkers struggle to stay in their homes, it is more important now than ever to create affordable housing and good jobs to uphold industry standards. Thank you.
Audrey Wilson.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Wilson, and on behalf of Vornado Realty Trust, I'd like to applaud the city and the City Planning Commission for their extraordinary efforts to reshape Midtown South into a vibrant, mixed-use neighborhood in the heart of Manhattan by permitting increased housing density. Vornado is the largest property owner in the Penn District with over 9 million square feet of office and retail, plus future development sites, including within and adjacent to the MSMX boundaries. As the Penn District has transformed, it has become obvious to all that the adjacent manufacturing districts in Midtown South have been left behind. We are testifying today to express our strong support for the proposed Midtown South mixed-use plan, which is a critical step toward increasing housing production in one of the most centrally located and infrastructure-rich neighborhoods in New York City. Over the last several years, Vornado has invested over $2.5 billion transforming the Penn District. Vornado was a major principal in the public-private partnerships that improved Penn Station, including the Moynihan Train Hall, the expanded Long Island Railroad Concourse, 2 accessible entrances, and countless public realm improvements with DCP and DOT. In the face of our city's housing shortage, this area checks many of the boxes for successful housing production: convenience to jobs, access to the most robust transportation network, rich amenity offerings, and a place of opportunity for many New Yorkers. Importantly, it is these characteristics that make the R11 and R12 densities proposed not only appropriate but logical. If not here, where? DCP estimates MSMX will result in the development of approximately 9,700 new homes, including 2,900 affordable units, through the mapping of mandatory inclusionary housing. Any reduction in the proposed density will significantly impact these reductions. We do have 3 suggestions that will improve the MX proposal and promote even more housing growth. 1, relax the floor area averaging rules for split lots. 2, all MIH options should remain available. And 3, clarify how MIH and UAP work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Orly Nativ, Renee Cafaro, Brian Weber, and Frampton Tolbert. Orly Nativ.
Good afternoon, members of the council and committee. My name is Orly Nativ, and I am a costume designer, milliner, props and crafts artisan, and shopper for live entertainment in New York City. I'm here today to express concerns in opposition to the MSMX plan as it currently stands. The Garment District is a vital part of the ecosystem of New York City, especially the fashion, film, and theater industries. It stands in a unique position in the country, and it's deserving of protection with an effect that spans beyond New York itself. I often work for theaters and designers across the country whom they regularly rely on the Garment District vendors and fabricators to provide materials and crafts which are becoming increasingly inaccessible elsewhere in America. As a designer and shopper, the special resources of the Garment District allow me to not only be efficient and thorough, but continually engaged in a vibrant community of small independent businesses and creators, and in connection with the historic lineage of garment workers that made the neighborhood, theater, and fashion in New York City all that it is today. It's inspiring, it's energizing, and it's a critical part of my life and work as a costume and production professional. I worry about the MSMX plan's lack of protection for extant businesses in this conversion process and the strong possibility of displacement and disruption of fabric stores, specialty vendors, manufacturers that are already operating on very slender margins. We've heard a number of times today, just as we did in 2018, about incentives to have these businesses just move elsewhere in the city, but to do so would uproot a critical nexus of production support and lead to the further erosion of heritage crafts. While housing, especially truly affordable housing, is a crucial need in our city, it should not come at the cost of jobs, businesses, creatives, and the special character that makes the Garment District a place where people actually work and where people will want to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Cafaro.
Thank you, Councilmember Botcher and the Land Use Commission for letting us be here and hear the public. I hope that we are really, truly being listened to. I am a fashion designer and I run a business and own a business in the Northwest Quadrant. I also have lived in the Midtown area for 21 years. When I started my business, I did it with a core mission being to bolster the garment district. Everything on my body and anything that we sell is sourced, all our fabric is sourced in the district. It is cut and sewn there, and everything's manufactured from top to bottom on 38th Street. I will not repeat what others have said about how inextricably linked all of us are, but I will address what many have been trying to say about the garment district being sort of on its knees and dead and dying. Some would have you believe that there's just nothing but tumbleweed coming down 38th Street, but that is not true. We know this every day, and I am here on behalf of the thousands of sewers, immigrant workers, hourly workers, shop workers that could not afford to be here all day today. And we speak for so many more than are in this room. And so we are asking you to realize that, yes, we absolutely need to have more affordable housing. We need to have more affordability. A lot of those numbers that you're hearing about the decline in the businesses in the area isn't just that people don't want the garment industry anymore. It's not that garment workers are obsolete. It is that the city has yet time and again to not help us with rent stabilization for Class B office space and Class B C office space. We need to make sure that we prioritize that affordability as well and reject this plan to bring forth a plan that could really have something that brings a work-live space, a mixed-use space for the freelancers and artisans that I work with every single day that would love to live and work in the area and not just have half-empty, half-used maximum of 2,900 affordable units with tens of thousands of units of market rate apartments. We need to think about a good balance, and please reject this plan, go back to the drawing board, and bring us back something for all New Yorkers.
Brian Weber.
Thank you, Eric. For public record, my name is Brian Weber. I serve as the president of the Midtown South Precinct Community Council, public member of Community Board 4's Land Use and Zoning Committee, and resident member of the Garment District Alliance. But today I offer testimony as a resident living in the proposed Northwest Quadrant. A commissioner from the former commissioner from the Department of City Planning told me that the first and foremost job of the city is to care. And that means to care for its residents and the people who work there, the people who commute through there, a whole range of people. And I think that what needs to come out of the MSMX plan is a very balanced approach that allows for a lifting of restrictions on manufacturing to convert to housing, but also fosters and provides ample opportunity for garment industries to survive and thrive. And as someone who lives in the Northwest Quadrant, I can echo what she said. There are no tumbleweeds on the street. We have a lot of problems on the street, as you know, but not tumbleweeds. That said, I cannot support an FAR of 18. I appreciate what Eric Botsford said about this being an opportunity to try out a new FAR, but I don't think you do that in the midst of a dense urban environment that's already built. So I can support MSMX if it allows for the conversion and adaptive reuse of existing manufacturing into residential, but I think that the current plan incentivizes demolition and new build over the preservation and conservation. I think that adds additional real estate forces and pressures onto the existing garment district. And I think we can find a compromise in there to allow for both new housing and garment work uses. And I'll call you up and tell you more.
Thank you.
And I was just the opening act for Frampton Tolbert.
Frampton Tolbert.
Good afternoon, Council Member. I'm Frampton Tolbert, Executive Director of the Historic Districts Council, the citywide advocate for New York's historic neighborhoods, and representing more than 500 community groups across the city. We strongly support new housing in Midtown South, but the current proposed rezoning does not create a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood. We implore the Council to make the following improvements so that the rezoning creates housing quickly and sustainably while safeguarding Midtown South's historic fabric and supporting manufacturing jobs. We urge you to lower the plan's proposed residential FAR We oppose creating residential FAR that is higher than commercial FAR because we believe it incentivizes demolition over adaptive reuse. Having an equal commercial and residential FAR will allow property owners to decide what makes sense for their own properties. Additionally, lowering the plan's FAR also supports the use of landmark TDRs, which were recently expanded under City of Yes. We'd like you to incentivize adaptive reuse. As you know, there are hundreds of commercial historic buildings in this neighborhood, and we need more incentives for the conversion of these buildings, which will help the city achieve its housing goals more sustainably, celebrate the iconic architecture the area is known for, and create a shorter timeline for housing to come online. Finally, as many have said, we support the garment industry and small businesses. This plan currently offers no incentives for retention of manufacturing jobs. We need new strategies in this area, especially in the garment district. Many of these longtime businesses need to be in this location and have nowhere else to go. If we lose these jobs, New York City's economy will suffer. We can have both housing and jobs. We need to create a plan that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to have Frank Clark, Andrew Udis, Brad Gambrone, Solomon Bletcher. After that, we'll have Luis Nunez, Luis La Huerte, Tony Johnson, and Mariana Sprajic. We'll start with Frank Clark.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Boxer, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Frank Clark, Director of Government Relations at the New York Building Congress, which represents over 500 organizations and 250,000 skilled tradespeople dedicated to the growth and prosperity of our city. For too long, Midtown South has been constrained by outdated zoning rules that simply don't reflect the neighborhood it is today, nor one that it has the potential to become. With more than 135,000 jobs, over 7,000 businesses, and unmatched transit access through 14 subway lines, this area is one of the most economically important districts in New York, but it has been blocked from evolving into a true live-work community. This plan changes that. It makes it possible to convert underutilized office buildings into homes for New Yorkers. By increasing the FAR, it legalizes the construction of nearly 10,000 new homes, increases neighborhood vibrancy, and makes it possible for Midtown South to become the 24/7 mixed-use hub our city needs. The financial district is a clear example of how this type of rezoning can be a massive success. It's a prime example of how we can update outdated and restrictive zoning to expand opportunity, increase transit access, support job growth, and build the kind of city where people want to live and work. We're in the midst of a housing crisis, and we need bold action that aligns housing growth with infrastructure and job centers. That's exactly what this plan does. It positions Midtown South to grow sustainably and thrive for decades to come. The Building Congress applauds the Department of City Planning, the administration, council members Boxer and Powers, and all the stakeholders who helped shape this proposal. It's clear this wasn't rushed or top-down. It reflects over a year of public engagement, incorporates meaningful community input, the kind of thoughtful planning process New Yorkers need. Thank you.
Andrew Udis.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Udis. I'm with ABS Partners Real Estate, also a member of the Garment District Alliance. I'm a leasing and managing agent for numerous garment center buildings. I'm here today to express my strong support for the Midtown South mixed-use rezoning proposal. This once-in-a-lifetime generational opportunity to reposition a centrally located transit-rich part of our city for the future by enabling urgently needed housing, supporting economic recovery, and enhancing the public realm. The plan is essential to allow residential development in Midtown South, including the Garment District, where many of the buildings are outdated and commercial zoning has prevented housing for decades. This plan, which will enable office to residential conversion, deliver housing including affordable units through the use of 467M, and revitalize a struggling neighborhood with a reduction of obsolete office stock that is driving down the retail experience in the district due to the lack of foot traffic. The Garment District currently has one of the lowest residential populations in the city, and a new residential population will bring stability, activate the streetscape, support local businesses, and improve public safety. Vacancy rates in many of the buildings hover between 25% and 40%, and the neighborhood has struggled to recover post-pandemic. A neighborhood rezoning brings more than zoning. It guarantees additional capital and investment by a variety of city agencies, and investment by a variety of city agencies to address quality of life concerns and ensure a safe and habitable mixed-use community that's supported by the appropriate city infrastructure. Thank you for your leadership on this vital initiative. Thank you.
Brad Gambrone.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Brad Gambrone. I'm here on behalf of Stephen Kaufman, owner of the Kaufman Organization. Mr. Kaufman wanted to be here personally to speak to you, but he's recovering from a recent surgery and unfortunately could not attend. I'm here to express strong support for the Midtown South mixed-use rezoning proposal. The Kaufman family have owned and operated a number of buildings in the Garment District for over 100 years. Some of these properties include 457th Avenue, 462 and 477th Avenue, 132 West 36, 212 West 35th, 519 8th Avenue, and 242 West 36th Street. The Kaufmans not only own the properties, but have worked here daily, starting as a garment family. Our office is located in 457th Avenue, which is one of our properties. I've worked with Steve for the last 15 years and have seen the area decline significantly post-pandemic. Our properties have typically experienced robust tenancy and have high vacancy, with tenants voicing concerns over safety, traveling to and from their office. Steve Kaufman has always strongly believed that the area should be a mixed-use zone, as it currently lacks the vibrancy and resilience of our other neighborhoods. The area is significantly behind locations like the Flatiron and Chelsea districts due to a lack of street life brought through a mixed-use work-play environment. We own properties in these areas and experience the difference firsthand. Our Midtown properties experience continual turnover, some with vacancy rates which creep up as high as 35%, with few customers and high competition for them. Construction costs continually increase, retail vacancy is high, and a number of properties in the area have fallen into disrepair, causing blocks to become dark, leading to an uptick in negative street activity. I'm in Midtown all day, Monday through Friday, mornings and evenings, and have experienced the conditions firsthand. Our food service businesses are struggling and have reported a significant drop in customers due to office vacancies, and the retail is in severe trouble. The blocks between 7th and 8th Avenue have been extremely hard hit. We have a property on 8th Avenue that went an entire year without a single showing of space. It's proven challenging to operate properties in this time. For this reason, Kaufman Organization is in strong support of MSMX rezoning. Thank you.
Solomon Bletcher.
Hello, members of the City Council Zoning Committee. My name is Solomon, and I'm a member of Community Board 3, but I'm speaking as an individual. I support the rezoning process to build new housing, which is essential for New York. Prioritizing subways and busways in Midtown would also reduce the need for parking lots and additional traffic from this new housing development, and would be a good addition to the plan. Buses are far too slow in Midtown, even though there's a lot of demand for them compared to most areas of North America. And so the benefits of speeding up buses, even a little bit, are very large. I would also like the rezoning to include plans for protected bike lanes on Fifth Avenue, as this is a great need in Midtown, and the lack of a bike lane on Fifth Avenue is dangerous for people biking. And the rezoning should also allow for car-free Broadway from Union Square to Columbus Circle, which would prioritize pedestrians, and other people biking. This would make the area better, in addition to the new housing, which is the need for New York, as it's extremely expensive. And it would accommodate the new residents. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Udis and Mr. Gambrone. The organizations you represent, what are the plans if this rezoning were to proceed for the buildings in your respective portfolios? Can you tell us if you envision keeping them as commercial buildings, converting them to residential, or rebuilding from scratch? Can you speak to any of those?
it depends on the building. Some of them are just not suited any longer, or the higher and better use really would be for residential use. I'm talking about buildings where the floor plates could be, are under 2,000 square feet. They're 5 or 6 story buildings. There's a single elevator, and the type of demand that we see in the leasing market is just not there to justify keeping them, as a commercial building. There are others that, could go either way. They're not necessarily, laid out so that they could be used residentially, but some of them, depending on the configuration of the floors and the windows and the elevators, would be suitable for reuse as a residential.
We've explored some options. We don't have any immediate plans. It's a generational owned real estate family. We'd like to operate as we are. I think there's a lot of vacancy in the office and in the garment market. There are not a lot of tenants out there. So I think that the rezoning would help, ease that pressure and make it a more dynamic neighborhood, so it's not totally reliant upon office or garment style tenants. So, but no immediate plans right now.
Did you your hand? Okay. Thank you. Next, we'll be hearing from Luis Nunez, Luis Huerta, Tony Johnson, and Mariana Sprajic. And after this, we'll hear from Barbara Blair, George Calderado, Brendan Cheney, and Ray Z. We'll start with Luis Nunez, which, let's see, what about Luis La Huerta? Tony Johnson.
Hello, my name is Tony Johnson. I'm the owner of Pantler Costumes and Technologies, a costume and technology company that's been in the garment district for 2 years. I began my business in 22 uptown because I didn't think the garment district was affordable. Moving to the district because of the importance of the location for sourcing materials for my clients on Broadway and for my employees' transit options actually saved my startup. I submitted a letter earlier this month covering all of this. However, what brings me here today is something I've been thinking about since writing that letter. What does this mixed-use space actually build? Who is the housing for? It would be amazing to have affordable housing that is obtainable for garment district workers. Parents could spend more time with their kids and friends and less time on trains and buses. People who work and live in the same neighborhood will work harder to keep it safe and clean. I see the community pride living in Inwood that I want to see built up in this neighborhood that encourages it to grow and thrive. Neighborhood locals, local businesses, and tourism can all play well in the mixed space proposed. But when I read the FAQs about the proposal, it reads as though it's just a boost to boost housing numbers on a page. My employees don't qualify for the 65% affordable housing and won't qualify for the 35% unaffordable housing proposed. If the proposal moves forward as is, my employees will still need to commute up to 3 hours a day to visit a neighborhood they only view as trying to replace their jobs for overpriced housing. May I suggest that creating a housing program to provide housing within the garment district for garment district workers will really help make the proposal stronger for building the district as a fully functioning mixed-use neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mariana Sprites.
Hi, I'm Mariana Sprites.
I was born and have lived in New York City all my life. I'm an FIT grad in fashion design and have spent my career working with clothing. First in the garment industry on 7th Avenue, eventually switching to costuming on 8th Avenue. Currently, I'm an independent stitcher or tailor and costumer for performance. I'm against the current proposal zoning changes to Midtown. Many affordable housing programs in New York City are only affordable if your household income is about or above $90K a year. Median income in NYC is 96, which means more than half of all residents can't afford these places. Less than 30% permanently affordable homes is lip service. I remember years ago how bustling Midtown was. Garment racks everywhere, streets lined with trade stores. In those stores, anything you might need to create the visions in your mind. The garment district is a shadow of that now, being forced to scatter across the city or outright shuttering because of insane rent hikes and regulations that support their being shuttered. And yet, it still is trying to stay. Changing the zoning would harm it irreparably and injure further New York's standing of being an art and culture leader in the world. I'm here to tell you about the passion and drive it takes to make a career like that work. This was a career I worked hard for my entire life, starting in 2nd grade when I began my portfolio so the college I went to would know how serious I was to be part of one of the most glamorous creative hubs internationally. Please protect the garment district, its workers adopt better protections than the ones presented today. Help the makers like me and the industry I live in and love. Displacing a community to create a new one is counterproductive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Barbara Blair, George Calderado, Brendan Cheney, and Ray Z. After that, we'll hear from Michelle Arbulo, Tova Peterson, Carla Belicio, and Kenneth Fischel. If folks are not able to stay, you can submit your testimony in writing at landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. We'll start with Barbara Blair.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Barbara Blair. I'm the president of the Garment District Alliance, a business improvement district which is in the northwest quadrant of the MSMX proposal area. The Alliance strongly supports MSMX. The city needs housing, and the Garment District's future depends on it. For many decades, the Garment District has been a sacrifice zone. Lack of investment, outdated zoning regulations, and an oversaturation of social service entities due to a neglect on the city's fair share principles have suppressed economic development and impacted quality of life. Today, despite its central location as the gateway to New York City for millions of tourists and commuters, the Garment District falls well behind the rest of Midtown by every measure. Without residents, the Garment District is wholly reliant on our commercial tenant sector, a vulnerability that proved untenable during the pandemic. Without a stable residential population, the district collapsed. Retailers had no customer base, office buildings emptied, and our streets exploded with crime and antisocial activity. We are now faced with higher vacancies than ever, with some buildings being between 25% and 40% vacant. Tenants are leaving for better neighborhoods because of the deplorable social conditions on our streets. The future is grim unless the district is allowed to develop into a robust, mixed-use community. MSMX presents an ideal opportunity for the city to create much-needed housing and improve the quality of life and pedestrian experience in the Garment District. The Garment District is the most transit-rich district in New York City and is in proximity to Midtown cultural attractions, including theater, museums, Lincoln Center, Madison Square Garden, as well as walking distance to Flatiron, Bryant Park, Hudson Yards, 14th Street, and Meatpacking. These assets, to be left on the table, makes a mockery of sound planning. The Alliance respectfully urges the Council to pass this initiative. Thank you.
George Calderado.
I'm George Calderaro, a board member of the 29th Street Neighborhood Association, among many other civic organizations. We live and work in Midtown South and support thoughtful residential conversion. However, our concern with this, among many rezonings citywide, is that it will result in the demolition of viable historic garment district and other buildings by short-sighted so-called developers who dream of enriching themselves with even more massive towers that rezoning with up to 18 FAR will allow, and which will often never get built. In Midtown South, we have lost many large, beautiful historic buildings that are now years-old vacant lots. This includes the Great Hotel Pennsylvania, whose 2,000 rooms with bathrooms could have been housing, the Bancroft Building, which has been a block-wide vacant lot since 2015, that's 10 years, the remarkable Caskell Building on 32nd Street, the Demarest Building on 33rd Street, among countless others. I urge the City Council to prevent such demolition of Midtown and citywide by developing and incorporating creative incentives to keep and adaptively reuse buildings, thereby avoiding blighted vacant lots and supporting environmental conservation. For example, to eliminate any tax or other benefits for demolishing buildings and develop penalties for doing so through tax-dodging land banking, as exemplified by Steve Roth from Vornado Realty, who demolished the Hotel Pennsylvania after saying that, quote, this was not the time for ground-up development. Like the community board, we urge protections against demolition, such as means testing of developers before demolition permits are issued. The groups I represent support affordable housing and the invaluable garment industry, as well as this community we call home, all of which can be served through thoughtful implementation of this proposal.
Thank you. Brendan Cheney.
Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Cheney. I'm the Director of Policy and Operations at the New York Housing Conference. We are a nonprofit affordable housing advocacy organization. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about MSMX. As you know, New York City is facing a severe housing crisis. The city's vacancy rate is just 1.41% citywide, the lowest rate in 50 years. Over 850,000 households are rent burdened. 500,000 of them are severely rent burdened, and there are over 120,000 people staying in city shelters. To address the crisis, the city needs to add more housing supply, especially more subsidized affordable housing, and we need to do it in every neighborhood in the city. Our New York City Housing Tracker shows affordable housing production across the city, and the data shows we are not building housing equitably across the city. Our 2025 report shows the same trend as our previous 3 reports. We're building in neighborhoods that have a higher share of Black and Latino residents, and neighborhoods with lower incomes, while neighborhoods with higher incomes and higher shares of white residents are adding less new housing. Rezonings like the one in MSMX will add more housing, including more affordable housing, in a neighborhood that is very high cost and has seen little new affordable housing. The neighborhood of the rezoning has seen only 300 new affordable units over the last 11 years, less than 30 new affordable units per year. To compare, other high-density neighborhoods produced 4,000 or more units, affordable units over that time. Several neighborhoods saw over 1,000 new affordable units just last year. Rezonings like MSMX are desperately needed. It will add affordable housing, particularly in a high-cost majority white neighborhood with little new affordable housing recently added. It adds density, which will allow for an increase in housing supply in a neighborhood rich with transit and jobs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Ray Z.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Sia, and I'm a policy analyst at Citizens Housing and Planning Council. I'm presenting testimony on behalf of our Executive Director, Howard Slykin. It is important to approve this rezoning. Housing and mixed-use development will help satisfy a deep need and reinvigorate these areas. Mixed-income housing development is the best way to bring the vast opportunity offered by these neighborhoods within reach of lower-income New Yorkers. We cannot lose sight of the need for new housing, and the removal of the arbitrary 12 FAR cap creates new opportunities. But realizing them isn't a matter of compiling the highest projected numbers for a single proposal. It's about establishing a replicable pattern to support further growth. Rezonings should not be cut back as a vague gesture of compromise or a poison pill for new housing, but they should remain anchored in sound planning considerations. Accordingly, we have recommended targeted changes to reconcile the proposed zoning with important planning policies. The city's highest density districts should be applied on sites where the highest density buildings are feasible and appropriate. The mid-blocks of the Chelsea and Flatiron neighborhoods and their small available footprints should not be zoned for higher density than the adjoining avenues. Site assemblage and development is more challenging for commercial development than residential. For this reason, it's been longstanding policy that in commercial areas of the CBD, the maximum commercial FAR should be at least as great as the maximum residential FAR. The zoning should recognize the difference in context between the northern two quadrants, Midtown South, and the southern two quadrants, Chelsea and Flatiron. Finally, to avoid confusion or perverse outcomes, historic districts should not be assigned residential FARs over 12 until such a time as state law permits. These issues can all be addressed with modifications to assign R10 equivalent districts to the southwest and southeast quadrants while retaining the proposed densities in the two northern quadrants. With these modifications, the logic of this zoning pattern could be extended to additional areas in Manhattan in the future, and this rezoning would still be a vigorously pro-housing action in which the lowest residential density equals the highest residential density permitted anywhere in the city today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Just giving a 15 to 30 minute heads up to the folks online. We should be getting to your testimonies within 15 to 20 minutes. Our next panel is Michelle Arbulo, Tova Peterson, Carla Belicio, and Kenneth Fischel. After that, we'll hear from Shakira Crawford, Ngozi Okaro, Robert Price, and Isabel Varesa. Michelle Arbulo.
Hello, my name is Michelle Arblue, and I am reading this statement on behalf of Joe Rose, former chair of the New York City Planning Commission and director of Department of City Planning, who could not be here today. Today, I entreat the City Council to make urgently needed changes to the MSMX zoning proposal. Sadly, the Department of City Planning ignored the substantive comments submitted by a broad spectrum of informed participants in a public review process. This application demonstrates why City Council oversight is essential and why DCP and CPC dropped the ball on an important policy action. We all want more housing to be built in New York City, so why is this plan as adopted and CPC so flawed? It is flawed because it uses zoning to pay off developers to evict commercial tenants and demolish commercial buildings that house crucial industries. It is flawed because it deprives landmark buildings of the value of their surplus air rights, giving away so much FAR to developers that they have no need to buy anything from landmarks. It is flawed because it encourages immense new buildings with no consideration of how the design of these buildings will impact light and air for existing and future residents and businesses. We are not anti-development or NIMBY. We welcome new investment and housing development, but we want it done right. There is no need to choose over housing or jobs or historic preservation. With thoughtful planning, we can have it all. The City Council can revise this plan within scope to address its flaws without losing a single unit of the projected new housing. We are submitting extensive written materials to demonstrate how this can be done. DCP, REBNY, and single-issue advocates have not spoken to the practical details of the proposal, only the broad notion of creating more housing opportunity, which is not controversial. The community boards, the Business Improvement District, residents, CHPC, the garment industry, the historic preservation community, and many others have all worked hard to no avail in the public review process to get the Adams administration to recognize the flaws. The plan can be improved. We are here today to plead with our elected officials to show you care and come to the rescue. Thank you.
Thank you. Tova Peterson.
Hello, Council Member. I'm here today because the globally unique character of New York's Theater and Garment District is at stake. What is New York most famous for? Finance, and theater. I moved to New York 15 years ago to work at my dream job at Archer & Taylor's, a tailoring shop on 35th Street, headed by a brilliant tailor and an immigrant from Armenia and the mostly Ukrainian tailor team he's trained. Many of you have seen our work on The Leading Men in Hamilton, Wicked, and other incredible productions. The skills and knowledge held by my colleagues often wows me, as does that of the hundreds of other makers and vendors who make the district world-renowned. We now form the only ecosystem of its kind in the world, and we are the backbone of Broadway, both metaphorically and geographically. By contrast, London, a once great city for theater and fashion, has lost this cohesion. Their film, costume, and fashion makers are spread out all over the countryside, with many of them working from home. London's designers have no central place to source fabrics and costumes. And now, with the current version of the Midtown South mixed-use plan, we are at risk of repeating that mistake and losing a vital part of what makes New York #1 in theater and an anchor of our tourist industry. Our garment district is unique and it is irreplaceable. If it's slashed, as it would be under MSMX as proposed, we will lose much more than just some shops. It would dismantle the global icon that is New York's garment district. If instead we listen to and incorporate the proposals of garment district professionals, we can find a new way forward that grows real estate in the district, but smartly, in a way that preserves and even enriches the unique and vital character of the garment district. Let's choose that path.
Thank you. Carla Belicio.
Hi, I'm Carla Belicio. I'm a third-generation garment district worker. I come from a long line of Italian craftspeople, and when they immigrated to the city, they came to the garment district to find work. My nana and my great-aunt were milliners in the garment district in the 1940s, and my father worked as an errand boy, as a cutter for years later in the same neighborhood. So when I became a Broadway tailor, I was carrying on the family business. Part of my value as a freelance tailor is my efficiency and speed. I can pick up a costume at the stage door at 10:30 p.m. and have it back at that same stage door at 5:30 p.m. the following day when wardrobe is prepping costumes for a 7 o'clock curtain. The success of my turnaround is reliant on my location. Being a 15-minute walk from pickup and delivery makes me valuable. Being able to walk 1 block to color match fabric and 1 more block to have new buttons made using that fabric so I can complete the repair I've been hired to do in less than 24 hours makes this collection of businesses valuable to me. But it's getting harder and harder for me to do that work as businesses are being evicted from their spaces for conversion, which is already happening. As written, the MSMX plan will displace even more of those businesses, making my future value as a Broadway tailor uncertain. The effect of the MSMX plan on existing businesses and the effect of displacement was not carefully studied or considered. Guessing what will happen and predicting where development might be will not protect me from being evicted. Broadway's famous catchphrase is "the show must go on." I'm the reason it can. Me and a few other 100 people just like me who rely on this thriving network of businesses and craftspeople. Keep our show running. I urge you to follow the 7 recommendations given by the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition as outlined in our letter to City Planning. Ding dong, my time is done. Thank you so much for giving me this time.
Thank you very much. Kenneth Fischel.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Ken Fischel, the president of Renaissance Properties. I own a building at the corner of 40th Street and 8th Avenue, directly opposite the Port Authority Terminal, directly opposite the New York Times building. It's a 20-story commercial building. Approximately 400 people are employed in this building, and we intend to continue to allow these businesses to work and function in the building. However, what's happened to the garment district since COVID has been nothing short of devastation. The street life in the district clears out at the end of the day. My superintendent, who was the security guard for the building, was beat up and taken to the hospital. There is drug activity, there is homelessness, there is lawlessness on the street, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to tell you this. I'm sure your constituents tell you this as well. It becomes a dangerous area after hours, and the reason it is so is because businesses go home and it clears out. We need this area to support a 24/7 community. The area was originally rezoned under the 1961 zoning resolution. Gentlemen, things have changed in New York, in the world, since 1961. Every single member of the city council, down to the very last seat, espouses that they want more housing. Moreover, they want more affordable housing. Well, now you have the opportunity to deliver. If not now, when? If not here, where? Now is the time to act. We can actually do something about housing, and I urge you to pass this plan. Thank you.
Question for you, Mr. Fischel.
Yep.
You stated that at your building on 40th and 8th, you intend to keep it as a commercial building and you do not intend to convert to residential. Why is that?
You know, look, we rent our space. I will say that the spaces are not expensive spaces. They're really very reasonably low-priced spaces compared to other buildings in New York City. But we do rent. Now, we have a lot of in and out. Businesses come, they last a few years, they go out, but the building makes money, not a lot. It is not a hugely profitable building because of so much turnover, and we also have to give a lot of incentives for business to come there. A lot of businesses won't come to the Garment District. They don't want to be on that street because, honestly, people are scared. Just think about it. You have a 90-pound woman, a 100-pound woman that at the end of the day wants to go home after hours. She's scared. I don't blame her. I'm scared. And
I'll rent there.
Come see me. I have space for
120
you.
pounds. I'll rent
I
there.
have space for you, my dear, okay? We have a broker that markets our spaces. We're on CoStar. We're on LoopNet. We get a space. I have a space right now. It's a beautiful space. It's a small space. It's an affordable space. I'm just looking for a business to rent to. It's been vacant for the last 8 months. Can't find a tenant.
Maybe
Why?
there's a tenant here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next panel is Shakira Crawford, Ngozi Okoro, Robert Price, Isabel Varesa.
Is this
Shakira Crawford, Ngozi Okoro.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Councilmember Bottcher. I'm Ngozi Okoro, Executive Director and founder of fashion nonprofit Custom Collaborative. I'm a director of the Economic Development Corporation and a founding member of the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition. I'm here today because the Garment District matters. For generations, garment jobs have been a pathway to economic independence, especially for women and immigrants. This was true when our grandparents worked in factories, and it's still true today. The Garment District in New York City is not just a place on the map, it's an engine of opportunity. At Custom Collaborative, we train low-income women, mostly Black, brown, and immigrant women, to build sustainable, creative, dignified careers in fashion. The Garment District is where our participants get their start. It's where they connect with mentors, secure their first clients, buy from local businesses, build their own small businesses, and get jobs that lift up families and entire communities. Without serious changes, the MSMX rezoning will tear down what we are building and expanding from a 100-year foundation. In 2023, Custom Collaborative opened a 10,000 square foot training facility and headquarters on 35th Street. Last year, New York State invested more than $1 million so we can buy specialized equipment and provide workspace. If this community ecosystem is gutted, we don't just lose square footage, we lose jobs, we lose opportunity, and we lose a pipeline that has empowered people. We need to be expanding opportunities, not eliminating them. Yes, DCP met with Custom Collaborative and with the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition, and after we heard their presentation, we told them that we were against the plan because it was insufficiently considered in terms of businesses and job loss. So I ask you to hear what workforce and fashion business leaders are saying. Listen to the voices of the community across this city that depends on the Garment District for stability, growth, and a creative future. Thank you.
Robert Price.
Hello. Thank you for having me here. I am Robert Price. I'm a member of the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition, and I'm a fashion accessories designer. I am all for housing and revitalizing the neighborhood, but I don't think that fashion and the community of the Garment District has been carefully thought about. In my career, I've worked for some of the largest fashion brands, and different than a lot of the people in this room, I don't run a factory, I don't have manufacturing, I don't sew, I don't do any of that. I'm a designer, and I work with big brands and help them design products for their runways, products for their stores, things that go out into the greater world in so many different ways. And many of those things are manufactured overseas. However, the Garment District is truly an innovation center. It's a laboratory. It's a place where people could come up with new ideas. Like Jonathan said, go from block to block, making things. And the fashion brands, the bigger brands, they take advantage of this. They use it in a positive way, like what Katie Sue said about Marc Jacobs. When I was at Coach, I was constantly having runway bags made locally for the runway, having special products made when I was at Michael Kors for events, for red carpet things. And that's what the beauty of the Garment District is. It's really a place where people could go and create and be a designer and do this work. And to lose that, I think, is not just hard for all the community members here, but it's harder for the bigger fashion world. And they might not admit it, and they're not here testifying, but having worked for some of the largest brands in New York City that are multi-billion-dollar brands, I know how much they rely on the Garment District. And if you look geographically at where the Garment District is and where all those big brands' offices are, they're a perfect circumference around the Garment District. So please consider keeping fashion as an important part of this. Thank you.
Isabella Varesa.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Isabel Varela. I'm a business consultant, master tailor, and founder of Repurpose Your Life. I've worked in the Garment District for over 12 years and in the fashion industry for 27 years, not only tailoring and alterations for fashion designers in the Garment District, but also supporting small businesses, many of them that are in here, creative entrepreneurs, manufacturers, and working with major fashion, film, and TV productions as a freelancer. I came to New York with $100,000 in debt, the daughter of 2 immigrants with nothing but a dream, and the Garment District made that dream possible. Through the opportunities and relationships I built here, I paid off that debt and created a life and career. The MSMX plan threatens to displace over 5,000 jobs and 779 small business, many immigrant and women-owned. 73% are minority-led and 43% are led by women. These are not numbers on papers. These are people who've kept New York's creative soul alive for generations. I've worked with manufacturers who've been here for 30 years. If they've pushed out tailors, freelancers, fashion designers, and emerging artists, they will lose vital local resources. This isn't just a business loss, it's a cultural erasure. And let's not forget, fashion employs over 180,000 New Yorkers and brings in $11 billion in wages. Broadway contributes to $14.7 billion to our economy, and film and TV, $64 billion, employing over 100,000 people. How many of you have seen a Broadway show? How many of you are wearing clothes altered and or made by someone trained right here in the Garment District? My last question, how many of you have ever been uprooted from something you built with blood, sweat, and tears? New York is at a crossroads, and you must decide, will you make a strategic investment in one of the most defining industries, or let a short-term development erase decades of creativity, culture, and jobs? And please speak to the people actually in this industry, not just fashion tech leaders online. We're asking for vision, for partnership, and for protection. Preserve the garment district, protect our people. We need clear, enforceable reforms, and we need a plan that helps everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Naika Colas, Gabriella Galvin, Tessa Mafuka, and Michael Prunty. Following this panel, we'll hear from Christopher Leon Johnson, Logan Fairs, Sophie Elrick, and Elizabeth Shelton. Naika Colas.
Hi, my name is Naika Colas. I'm an assistant professor of fashion design and associate director at Parsons School of Design and governance board member of the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition. We have over 300 members, which are brands, manufacturing studios, faculty, students, and advocates. I'm here to speak in opposition to the plan. This proposed rezoning threatens the future of the garment district, an ecosystem that has supported fashion designers, small businesses, and working families for generations. As an educator and designer, I have witnessed firsthand how vital this district is, not just for the industry, but to New York City's culture and economic identity. Many of the manufacturing studios in the district are family-run businesses passed down through generations. These are spaces where I've developed samples, sourced materials, and collaborated closely with skilled garment workers. My students at Parsons rely on the same spaces for hands-on learning, research, internships, and project development. Our curriculum benefits directly from access to nearby manufacturers who serve as partners, case study collaborators, and sources of invaluable knowledge and expertise. Fashion education in New York City is directly linked to the garment district. The rezoning plan is projected to displace over 770 businesses and eliminate more than 5,000 jobs. These numbers are not abstract. They represent livelihoods, families, and future for fashion that is local, sustainable, and inclusive. While affordable housing is mentioned as a benefit of this plan, we know that only a small percentage of new units would actually meet affordability criteria. I believe this statement is centering those who are transplants, not necessarily those who are actually from New York City. Buildings are half empty because they are not affordable. Residents who may qualify for affordable housing cannot afford to even shop for groceries in the neighborhood, which is interesting. The plan would drastically alter the character and utility of the neighborhood, and the garment district supports students, faculty, and entrepreneurs. We often mention just fashion designers, but I want us to also think about the students at the universities, especially the students at Parsons School of Design. We signed a petition, so I urge you to rethink this plan and prioritize the preservation of this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriella Galvin. Tessa Mafuka.
Hi, my name is Tessa Mafucci. I teach in the fashion department at Pratt Institute, and I help to coordinate the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition, along with Naika and so many others who've spoken today. As a fashion professor, I have a great love for the garment district. I teach my students about how the district was purpose-built for fashion manufacturing. We take walking tours to observe the wedding cake-style setbacks, find fashion details hidden in the building facades, and visit the remarkable studios that are producing couture-level work. We talk about the role the garment district played in labor history and how American fashion started on 7th Ave, launching the careers of icons like Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein, Donna Karan, Stephen Burroughs, Halston, Oscar de la Renta, and so many others. But as much as I love fashion history, it's the future of the garment district that's really exciting. This is a vibrant ecosystem of makers who are blending traditional craftsmanship with advanced manufacturing and technology. The district is home to a community of hundreds of small businesses and thousands of highly skilled and well-paid workers who are the hidden labor behind the Met Gala, New York Fashion Week, and Broadway. These shops are multi-generational sites of learning. They are women and immigrant-run businesses, and they support countless careers across all 5 boroughs. The central location of the district is essential. I am here to ask you to reconsider the Midtown South mixed-use plan. The unintended consequences of this proposal are too great for it to proceed as written. City planning has not done due diligence to understand or listen to the impact that this will have on our community. A better plan is possible, one that serves our housing needs and protects and invests in our city's creative infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Prunty?
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Michael Prunty, Senior Vice President in charge of Property Management and Operations for Empire State Realty Trust. Thank you for letting me appear today to provide these comments. I want to express our strong support for Midtown South mixed-use rezoning proposal. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reposition a centrally located, transit-rich part of our city for the future by enabling urgently needed housing, supporting economic recovery, and enhancing the public realm. Empire State Realty Trust owns 2.3 million square feet within the Garment District and another 4 million square feet immediately adjacent to the district. We have seen massive decrease in leasing and tenancy with garment and showroom companies. Over the past decade, our properties have seen garment companies go out of business or relocate out of the Garment District altogether. Today, our office spaces have been released to tenants in other industries, including finance, legal, technology, consumer products, and professional services. The district needs and our tenants desire more residential in the area that will create a 24/7 live, work, play community that will bring better security, safety, and lower crime. The MSMX plan is essential. MSMX will allow residential development in Midtown South, including the Garment District, where outdated manufacturing and commercial zoning has prevented housing for decades. The plan will enable office to residential conversion for delivering housing, including affordable units, through the use of 467M. To revitalize a struggling neighborhood with the reduction of obsolete office stock that is driving down the retail experience in the district due to lack of foot traffic. The Garment District currently has one of the lowest residential populations in the city. A new residential population will bring stability, activate the streetscape, support local businesses, and improve public safety. Vacancy rates in many buildings hover between 25% and 40%, and the neighborhood has struggled to recover post-pandemic. A neighborhood rezoning brings more than zoning change. It guarantees additional capital investment by a variety of city agencies to address quality of life concerns. Thank you for your leadership on this vital initiative. MSMX is smart, timely, and necessary step to ensure the future of Midtown South. Thank you.
Question for Mr. Prunty. You said you work for the organization that owns the Empire State Building. You just said Empire State.
That's correct. That's one of our properties.
Are you concerned about any buildings competing with the Empire State Building and the New York City skyline?
No, sir.
Why is that?
We're the most iconic building in the world.
Okay. I know that the Empire State Building Corp, that you've been sensitive to that in the past, to other buildings going up that might compete with the Empire State Building. City planning, that's one of my big concerns. I mean, they've, swear up and down that there's very little chance of that happening. But to me, the Empire State Building is like the crown jewel of the skyline, and we can't have buildings right next to it competing with it. Your buildings that are in the proposed rezoning area, what's the vacancy rate of your commercial buildings in the MSMX zone?
Our property is under 10%.
So the vacancy rate's under 10%?
Yeah, they're occupied 90%, so vacancy 10.
I'm sorry?
Occupancy 90%, vacancy 10.
So they're pretty strongly leased.
Yes, sir.
And what are your plans for these buildings?
They're remaining commercial properties.
So why would you not, if you could build taller, if you could convert to residential, why would you keep them commercial?
Our properties are better situated for commercial operations and tenancies. And that's our core business.
Okay, so you're not in the residential business, or are you?
We have some residential properties, just under 800 units in New York City.
But these properties, they're well-performing commercial properties, and just trying to get straight what you're saying.
Sure.
They're well-performing commercial properties. and you intend to keep them as such, but your interest is more about the neighborhood and the quality of life in the neighborhood for your tenants. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Our company and our tendencies are support the MSMX for what it will bring enhancements and opportunities to the Garment District, but also Midtown South.
What makes your vacancy rate so much better than some of the other people we've heard from today who say that they have a high vacancy rate? Why are your buildings almost fully leased?
I don't want to speak on behalf of my peers, but our properties, we believe, are well leased because they're modernized, amenitized, close to mass transit, and the service we provide our tenants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Christopher Leon Johnson, Sophie Elric, Elizabeth Shelton,
Can I go?
Christopher Leon Johnson.
Yeah, hello, Chair Botcher. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm here to show my support for the Midtown South Use Plan. I think we need more deliverista hubs in the area. We need to fix the bike lanes in the area more. At the same time, we do need more homes in the district. Now, I'm asking for you, the chair, as you're the chair right now, that you modify this use plan with Mr. Granodic and the City Planning Board, just like how you did Western Rail Yards. I'm proud of you for doing that, and listen to the concerns of the people saying that they didn't want that casino in Hudson, and do the same thing for the Garment District, because I understand that the Garment District, I've been there many times, there's a lot of pre-war buildings that are owned, that's in the Garment District, and what they want to do is knock that down and erect these affordable, so-called affordable housing, while leaving the people in the Garment District out. And that's not going to be right for the people, that the 5,000 jobs and the 700 businesses that is in that district is not going to meet the supply and demand of 700 businesses and 5,000 employees. That's not going to work. You could say, oh well, we could dedicate a percentage of those mixed-use units to people that used to have their businesses inside the Garment District right now, and shout to everybody that works in the Garment District and have businesses there. But that's not gonna be made possible with these current developers and current current land developers. So I'm saying, as a chair, Mr. Botcher, and the person that really leads Midtown on the west side, that's your district, to work with these developers and work with Mr. Granodic to amend that land use application and amend that plan, and Mr. Salamanca and Kevin Riley, to exempt the Garment District from the rezoning, exempting the Garment District from this plan, because this is going to hurt them the most. And I know you, bro, you have a lot of friends in the Garment District. You have a lot of friends in fashion and Hollywood and Broadway, and I think they'll be hurt that if you, as a person that say you're the entertainment candidate, you're the entertainment politician, you're the Broadway elected official, you're the fashion elected official. I know you are. You're the fashion guy. You should be the arts chair next term when Carlina leaves. You're going to sell them down the river for these developers with that mixed-use plan for the Garment District. So I'm saying, Mr. Botcher, please, I know, I'm saying, Mr. Botcher, I'm going to kick it out, that you amend this plan for Garment District. I support this proposal, but please just do like you did with Hudson, like the Western Rail Yards, and exempt them and amend this plan to make them exempt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Sophie Elric.
Hi, my name is Sophie Elric, and I'm an independent artist interning at Wing & Weft Gloves in the Garment District this summer. I also run my own independent business called Sophizzle Scribbles, where I specialize in illustration with the goal of becoming a tattoo artist and hopefully owning my own shop someday. At Wing & Weft, I'm responsible for writing alt text for the website, creating weekly social media content, and managing computer software such as Google Sheets. And I also get to pop into shops throughout the district to pick up materials such as trim, fabric, and different swatches for upcoming projects. These tasks have exposed me to all the hidden gems that the Garment District has to offer, so I always look forward to the next shop I get to stop at. So disclaimer, Sylvie the shop cat was only one of the reasons why I decided to intern with Wing and Weft this summer. I grew up in Detroit, Michigan, and it has been my dream to work in Times Square since I was a kid, so that's why I'm here today. Wing and Weft stands out to me because every glove they make has its own story, made in the heart of the city. Many of their gloves are also named after real people that contribute to the garment district. There's a glove tailored to every event from every day to the red carpet. It's craftsmanship, care, and history all in one. This internship is my first real look at what it's like to operate a storefront, something I hope to do with my own business one day. I've been learning from skilled makers preserving long-held traditions that are at risk of being lost because of the MSMX plan. Protecting these manufacturing jobs means protecting opportunities and mentorship for makers like me. This plan threatens small manufacturers and artisans who keep the garment district alive. Getting rid of local businesses could risk erasing the city's cultural and economic diversity. What I hope to gain from this internship goes beyond marketing and business skills. I want to carry these lessons forward as I transition into tattooing, blending tradition with my own creative path as I go from the sewing machine to the tattoo machine. I urge the council to reconsider the MSMX plan and stand with Wing and Weft gloves to continue preserving the local businesses, makers, and culture that make New York what it is today. Thank you.
By the way, when I came out to my mom, she said, Eric, we've known since you were 6 years old. I said, what do you mean? She said, when we would go to your grandparents' house, you would run up to your grandmother's bedroom in her drawer of gloves.
Oh my
and you
gosh.
spend hours putting on.
Putting them on. I love that.
Next, we'll hear from Elizabeth Shelton.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Shelton. I'm a native New Yorker who lives in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I do not support this proposal. What makes New York, New York? What does Broadway mean to New York City? If you're doing a Broadway show and someone blows out their costume, you run to the garment district. You get the zipper, you get the fabric, and you get it back in time so the next performance you're okay. When we did the movie remake of The Producers, I was constantly back and forth from our offices, which were a couple of blocks west, into the garment district because we kept needing things. And we were supplementing the Broadway show with the movie version. Moving these businesses to Sunset Park doesn't help. You can't run out of the theater and quickly get stuff from Sunset Park. The workers might be coming from the Bronx, Queens, New Jersey. It does not help. Sunset Park would be too far away for so many people. And the city has been bad at protecting small businesses. Manufacturers have been forced to move out when light businesses have moved into their buildings and objected to the noise of the machinery involved, sometimes in making gloves and other things. You will be pushing manufacturing out of New York City. People in the rest of the country depend on us. When Star Wars Skeleton Crew couldn't get their fabrics in LA, they called me and I ended up sourcing things from the garment district to ship to LA. It's like every day I was shipping out more swatches. So yes, we need housing, but it's versus the life of New York City industry workers. So much for the city of yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the next panel, Logan Fairs and Sabrina Ernstein. And this is our final in-person panel, and then we will go to the panel online. Miguel Torres, Laura Guerrero, Olga Gonzalez, Jacqueline Torres. Logan Fairs.
Thank you, Councilmember Bottcher, for the opportunity to testify in favor of the Midtown South mixed-use proposal. My name is Logan Ferris, and I'm the political director at Open New York. New York faces a severe housing shortage. In February 2024, the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey revealed that the rental vacancy rate had fallen to 1.4%, the lowest point since 1968. Following last week's mayoral primary, it's more clear than ever that New Yorkers' top priority is affordability and that they want their elected officials to be laser focused on finding solutions to rising housing costs. As a city, we must take an all of the above approach to solving the crisis by protecting tenants and creating the housing we need. For far too long, the most well-resourced parts of the city have been exempt from creating new homes, driving up rents, and reinforcing long-standing patterns of segregation. We've seen wealthy New Yorkers use their influence and connections to keep affordable housing from being built, most recently exemplified by First Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro killing the Haven Green project at the request of nearby millionaire homeowners. The project would have created 123 deeply affordable homes for low-income seniors. Midtown South is an example of a neighborhood centrally located to transit and jobs, which has been off limits to new housing opportunities for decades due to outdated zoning laws. It's impossible to uphold fair housing principles without every neighborhood being part of the solution. MSMX not only gives us the chance to create a more vibrant future for Midtown South, but it furthers the council's fair housing goals and will create an affordable housing requirement for the neighborhood that doesn't currently exist. We are excited to see that the proposal would allow for nearly 9,700 homes, including up to 2,900 much-needed income-restricted homes. It is critical that the plan keeps the highest residential density possible, ideally 18 FAR across the project area. We don't have to choose between housing and garment industry jobs. The MSMX proposal can and should reinforce Midtown's historic fashion ecosystem. By finally requiring income-restricted homes in the district, we can provide new opportunities for garment workers to live near where they work. We encourage the city to provide the necessary resources to uplift the garment industry without reducing the number of new homes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We're going to also call up Julianne Kroboth. Thank you. And now we'll hear from Sabrina Ernstein.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Ernstein. I am a professional costume designer and technician, and I'm here to represent the hope of young artists and students who follow me, like myself, in my footsteps, working and living in New York City. As you've heard today, there is nowhere in this nation that is like the Garment District. It is one of the last standing examples of American-based textile, garment, and costume manufacturing. I urge you to follow the suggestions that are made by the New York Fashion Workforce Development Coalition in their letter in opposing the current plan. When I walk the streets of this zone, I meet my classmates from my BFA program at SUNY Purchase, which is a New York State school, and students from New York schools like the New School, the American Academy of Dramatic Arts, NYU, and so on and so forth. As I pick up supplies and drop off pieces for alterations, I meet my coworkers, not just from Broadway shops, which are an essential piece of the billion-dollar economy here in New York, but also theaters that underpin New York culture by creating completely free performances that inspire local, diverse, and often underrepresented communities, such as theaters such as the Public and the Classical Theater of Harlem, where I presently work as the costume coordinator. When a child sees a costume that is built in this district on a person that looks like them on stage, that gives them a vision of a future that this city needs. In the Garment District, I walk past buildings that were specifically built for the machinery that we use, floors that bear the weight of the industrial machinery and the sergers and sewing machines, the textile manufacturing, and the examples of craft that you benefit from on the daily in your TV, your film, theater, fashion, and the suits that you've worn today. I am not from New York. I came here because there is nowhere else in the country where I can do the work I do. Please protect the Garment District and the future of all New Yorkers by rejecting this proposal and working to bridge the needs of both our industry and an affordable New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Julianne Kroboth. Just try again.
Thank you. I have worked in and around the garment industry, in Garment District for 40 years. I work in costumes. I am a crafts person. I dye, paint, and fabricate things that can't be made anywhere else. Our buildings are often classified as offices. The building I work in is most certainly not a typical office. Like my colleague down there, they are specifically built for manufacturing. Our floors are cement. You can sink heavy machinery I make a lot of noise and a lot of mess, and I can clean it up. I can't do that in an office space. If I lose my space, my business is over. My 40 years working, I don't really have anywhere to go. I also am representing Paper Mill Playhouse, which is a theater in New Jersey. Our shop, our costume shop, which is adjacent to my personal shop, is located on 36th Street in Manhattan in the center of the garment district because we are close to rehearsal spaces. Our actors are often in other shows and we can get fittings. None of our employees are going to go out to New Jersey to make things. We can't get things to make things in New Jersey. We keep our shop in New York. I was very late here because I had to run to 38th Street to drop off a heat press, then run up to a theater on 43rd Street for a fitting, and then back to my shop to drop off some stuff. Can't do that anywhere else. I get hired because people can run to me and get the product the same day. Working for Saturday Night Live, you can't work too far out. I get a thing on Wednesday, I need it delivered by Friday. It's because I can run around in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to go to online testimony, but if there's anyone in the room who would like to testify in person who hasn't, please see the Sergeant at Arms. We're going to go to online testimony, beginning with Jesse Bodine.
You may begin.
We're going to start with Jesse Bodine and then go to Miguel Torres.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, council members. I am Jesse Bodine, the district manager of Community Board 4. Over the last year and a half, Manhattan Community Board 4 thoughtfully responded to the draft scope, draft environmental impact statement, and the land use application for the Midtown South mixed-use plan. After much discussion and consideration, MCB4 voted to recommend denial of the proposed MSMX plan unless certain changes to the zoning text and approaches were adopted. MCB4 has always supported residential development throughout Midtown South. However, the proposed rezoning does not provide adequate protection for the preservation of the built environment. The proposal provides a series of zoning bonuses that could be used in combination with each other for some areas nearly doubling the allowable density, and the proposal has no overall height limits. MCB4 believes this proposal must be sharpened and modified to ensure protection to preserve the garment center while allowing development to proceed at the same time in a managed and balanced fashion. MCB4 requests City Council to examine the following items as potential additions to the final plan. Protections against demolition in favor of conversions and adaptive reuse, including a special permit process for any building over 12 FAR, including zoning requirements for light and air to reach the street and sidewalk, strengthening the street wall requirements and eliminate any recessed walls from the sidewalk, eliminate plaza bonus to create sidewalk recesses and add to building heights, impose restrictions to lot mergers, transfers of development rights, landmarking significant buildings and incentivizing their conversion to housing using historic tax credits. Regarding landmarking, MCB4 has compiled a list of buildings identified in the MSMX DEIS and Hudson Yards DEIS. While some of these buildings have recently been calendared by the Landmarks Preservation Commission, we ask that City Council to make the calendaring of the outstanding buildings a condition of its approval of this proposal. MCB4 believes that there's room for building higher density housing on these blocks without harming the character of the built
Thank you for your
environment.
testimony. Time has expired.
Thank you, Jesse. I do have a bone to pick with you, Jesse. I was told you were out of CB4 hats, but I see two of them behind you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Miguel Torres.
You may begin.
Okay, so we're going to go to Laura. Isabel Tobe.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Botcher. My name is Isabel Tobby, and I'm a resident of the Southeast Quadrant. I am the president of my co-op's board, and I am before you today to represent the interests of the residents in my building at 22 West 26th Street. We have reviewed the MSMX zoning proposal in detail. We have been following the ULURP process from the beginning and have testified at the meetings held by CB5 and the CPC. We support the proposal's overarching goals of creating a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood and increasing affordable housing. However, while these goals are laudable, we feel strongly that the current proposal has been rushed in its details, and the proposed set of zoning regulations does not take into consideration the existing residential conversions like my building in the Southeast Quadrant and the negative impact that zoning changes will have on the habitability and access to light and air of the buildings as a result of new construction. My building commissioned a study from George Janes and Associates, a zoning simulation firm, and with a proposed plan, our building could have 3 sides entirely enclosed with drastically less light and air, and a building of 1,115 feet, only 20 feet behind us. We believe similar outcomes will occur throughout the Southeast Quadrant. We appeal to this subcommittee and to you not to rush into passing this proposal without fully studying its environmental consequences, and we request that the City Council, 1, not uphold City of Yes's rear yard requirement of only 20 feet, but keep the existing larger rear yard requirement of 30 feet for residential buildings and the height setback requirements for facades in the Southeast Quadrant. And 2, maintain the existing 1012 FAR for commercial in the Southeast Quadrant, but allow residential at the same 1012 FAR, so that new developments are encouraged to use the air rights of the existing historic and landmark buildings in the Southeast Quadrant. As CB5 and Flatiron BID have said, the Southeast Quadrant is different due to its extensive historic district, its landmarks, and its already converted commercial and manufacturing buildings with small rear yards and lot line windows. There already are lots of residents living in the area, and they have the reasonable right to expect that the habitability of their buildings and their access to light and air will be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. David Sigmund.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm David Sigmund, a member of Manhattan Community Board 5 Land Use, Housing, and Zoning Committee. I'm speaking today also as an office tenant and an owner of a business in the MSMX area for the past 28 years and a resident of District 3. We'd like to thank Council Members Botcher and Powers, Borough President Levine, and the City Planning staff for their work with us in past months and for your thoughtful questions and answers at the start of today's session, which overlap with many of our concerns. During February, March, and April of this year, CB5 heard testimony from residents and business organizations in the MSMX zone, most of which lies in our district, that they wanted us to understand the unique characteristics of each of the 4 quadrants and not just schmear R12 across Midtown South like cream cheese on a bagel. In addition, our hearings highlighted concerns already mentioned today about the impact of 18 residential FARs on preservation of landmarks through transfers of development rights, reduction in value of the transit and covered pedestrian space zoning bonuses, and increased demolition of garment center loft buildings over conversion. CB5 strongly supports the goals of the MSMX plan, but felt that producing housing is one of a number of zoning, planning, and urban design components of a successful plan. CB5 voted unanimously to modestly adjust the city's proposed densities from 18 FAR R12 to 15 FAR R11 and not to 12 FAR, as mentioned today, in the mid-blocks of the Northwest Quadrant in order to preserve the garment center's existing built environment, and in the Southeast Quadrant to protect the landmark buildings that are prevalent in that area. We felt that this was a middle path between the requests of our constituents and the proposed plan. The plan approved by CPC last month addresses none of these issues. While the EIS proposes virtually no mitigation measures, CB5 has identified elements of a points of agreement to cover very real concerns, including lack of open space and pedestrian crowding, for which we propose an expansion of Broadway Vision through MSMX, public safety, protections for existing residential and small business tenants, the need to preserve Site 40 on 25th Street as the only location available for a school, according to SCA, expansion of Bellevue emergency services to accommodate increased population in the area, and expedited review of the landmark eligible buildings, all in the service of creating a true 24-hour neighborhood in this industrial landscape.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Can I just finish this last point, which has not
Sure.
been spoken about? CB5 also wants to highlight that the success of the MSMX plan in creating new housing over the next decade will rely on three factors outside the program. First, the efficacy of the 485 tax abatement for projects larger than 99 units, where the prevailing wage requirement increases construction costs by an estimated 20%. Second, the impact of MIH on the value of the 467M conversion abatement by increasing affordable units to 30% from 25%, plus the imminent reduction in the length of the abatement on July 1st, 2026, which combined reduced the value of the abatement by 35%, and the reduction in applications for new hotels to nearly zero due to the special permit requirement. All of these require the action of our state representatives and city council members in order for MSMX to be a truly effective program. We urge the council to continue today's dialogue to generate an MSMX that leads with housing, but also resolves non-zoning concerns in a balanced way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Julie Chu.
You may begin.
Dear Councilmember Bottcher, my name is Julie Chu, and I serve as the Vice Chair of Land Use, Housing, and Zoning at Manhattan Community Board 5, and am testifying on behalf of CB5 today. We appreciate your thoughtful and important questions during today's hearing. They've touched on many of the key points in our prepared testimony. CB5 previously testified before CPC on our conditional resolution. We are deeply disappointed that the Commission approved the MSMX rezoning without addressing any of our concerns. While we ultimately voted yes to support the urgent need for housing, our support was conditional. We unanimously recommended a modified lower density approach to better align with existing infrastructure and ensure long-term livability. Importantly, CB5's resolution was adopted word for word by all 12 Manhattan community boards in the board's resolution. Yet we are concerned that the city's press release and DCP's presentation highlighted only our yes votes, omitting the critical conditions that the community put forward. The proposed MSMX rezoning establishes a precedent for the highest residential density ever permitted in New York City without any open space mitigation, even after the DEIS identified a significant negative impact in a neighborhood already severely underserved by open space. We've also heard from stakeholders that this level of FAR is so high it disincentivizes bonus programs that would otherwise deliver public improvements like transit upgrades, open space, and preservation. To strike a better balance, CB5 recommends a lower FAR of 15 instead of 18 in the southeast quadrant to reflect the historic district, to better align with the high number of 25 feet wide lot frontages and protect landmark air rights. A 15 FAR in the northwest mid-blocks to support adaptive reuse over demolition. A 15 FAR is still a substantial increase, especially in areas where residential use was put.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Thank you. Malin Mehta.
You may begin.
After Malin Mehta, we'll have Alex Spyropoulos, August Nastasi, and Austin Celestin. Is Malin Mehta here? If not, we'll move forward with Alex Spyropoulos.
Good
You may
afternoon,
begin.
Councilmember Botcher. My name is Alex Spiropoulos, and I am the Director of Government Relations for Tech NYC, an organization representing more than 550 technology companies in New York. I'm here today to share Tech NYC's support for the proposed Midtown South mixed-use plan. New York City's housing crisis deeply impacts our vitality, directly hindering businesses' ability to attract and retain the diverse talent they need to thrive. A 2024 report that we partnered with StreetEasy on highlighted this. New Yorkers earning average wages could afford less than 5% of rentals, and for entry-level tech workers, just 2.1% of studios or one-bedroom rentals available. If employees cannot afford to live here, companies cannot grow. This plan is a strategic response, transforming 42 blocks of Midtown South by introducing mixed-use zoning in areas currently prohibiting housing. It will create approximately 9,700 new homes, including up to 2,900 permanently affordable units through the mandatory inclusionary housing. This plan directly tackles our affordability crisis and shortage of housing. By allowing New Yorkers to live closer to jobs and transit, it reduces commutes and boosts local small businesses through increased foot traffic. It is a critical step to inject new vitality into a vital economic center. The status quo is simply not an option. The Midtown South mixed-use plan is essential for more affordable, vibrant, and prosperous New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
August Nastasi.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is August Nastasi. I'm a 26-year-old lifelong New Yorker and a recent graduate of Columbia University's Graduate School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation, where I earned my master's in urban planning. When I'm not working in the zoning world, I bartend on weekends at a small dive bar in the southwest corner of the Midtown South rezoning area, so I experience this neighborhood both professionally and personally. And that's why I'm here today to share this perspective and express my personal support for this rezoning. This neighborhood has a rich industrial history, especially in garment manufacturing, a legacy that has not shaped this area but the city's identity. That history matters deeply, and the contributions of that community should be honored. But cities are dynamic places. They evolve to meet the needs of people who live in them, and today our most urgent need is housing. Midtown South is one of the most centrally located, transit-accessible areas in the city, yet housing has been prohibited here for decades. This is not just a zoning issue, it's a missed opportunity. In the middle of a housing crisis, it makes no sense to keep entire blocks of Manhattan off limit to new homes. As someone who works in the area, I see how the lack of residential life affects street activity. Business has slowed down since the pandemic. There just aren't as many office workers coming for happy hour like there used to be. And on weekends, the streets can feel empty because there aren't people living nearby. More residents would mean consistent foot traffic, more energy on the streets, and more support for the small businesses like the one I work at. I urge the council to support this rezoning while remaining sensitive to the neighborhood's history and mindful of the needs of future generations. Thank you.
Austin Celestin.
You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Austin Celestin. I am a recent graduate from NYU's Wagner School of Public Service, where I got my Master of Urban Planning, and I am a lifelong New Yorker. The City Council passed City of Yes for a reason. The state legislature amended the multiple dwellings law to allow higher densities for a reason, and this rezoning demonstrates the reason for both of those. If we cannot have this kind of high density development in Midtown South, then pretty much we cannot have it anywhere else. This is exactly what this kind of plan and what these changes were designed for. This is in line with what our next mayor, Zohran Mamdani, identified as an area that should see increased zone capacity. And 9,700 units of housing is something that we cannot slouch at. That's something that we needed 10 years ago. And as someone who used to regularly go to the area, I took classes at American Composers Orchestra on 8th Avenue and 35th Street throughout middle and high school. I can tell you that the area is rather lifeless on weekends. Many people don't come there except for a few tourists walking through or going to MSG or the Empire State Building. And it is one of the most transit-rich areas. It is desperately in need for affordable housing. The idea that it could not build housing as of right is preposterous. You basically have every subway line that goes through Manhattan that runs through that area. It aligns perfectly with the city's housing goals. It aligns with the transportation goals. obviously, you do want to exercise as many options as possible. You don't want to just do new ground up development. You want to do adaptive reuse, office to residential conversion, exercise as many tools as possible to get housing off the ground, get housing built. And of course, we want to preserve as many businesses as we can, but the top priority has to be housing when we have a housing shortage as severe as this one, where we need possibly 900 or about 890,000 units of housing by 2040. You need to do whatever it takes to get the housing built. The high density is welcome, and obviously it would be made
Thank you for
perfect
your
if we have
testimony.
more
Time has
dense plans. Thank you.
expired.
Malin Mehta.
You may begin.
Can you hear me?
We hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilmember Botcher. My name is Molan Mehta, and I'm New York Director at Regional Plan Association. We've long advocated for more housing in central transit-rich areas like Midtown South, and thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of a proposal which makes real progress towards creating much-needed housing, including affordable housing opportunities in a neighborhood without many. As RPA has enumerated, the region needs well over 500,000 new homes, and this rezoning can be a major step towards addressing this need. While this rezoning is for a residential density that has not been allowed for several decades, the recent lifting of the 12.0 FAR cap and the passage of City of Yes shows that both the city and state support this level of residential density in concept. There is no more appropriate place to map it than in a district which is within walking distance to virtually every major subway line, the busiest bus and rail stations in the country, and the largest jobs hub in the Western Hemisphere. We support the proposal and offer a few specific considerations to strengthen its impact. One, we believe the rezoning could be more effective if wider streets in the neighborhood could also be considered, namely the 6th Avenue corridor and where appropriate 5th, 7th, and 8th Avenues, as well as Broadway. Two, we urge consideration of either changes to the covered pedestrian space design guidelines or the creation of a new POPs category to facilitate a publicly accessible observation deck. London's public observation deck program could serve as a model for this. Three, this is perhaps the most appropriate area in the city for additional hotel development, and we would like to ensure that the new zoning, in particular the new street wall requirements, do not impede the ability to construct hotels. Four, lastly, we're concerned about the possibilities for a rezoning that is intended to produce large quantities of mixed income housing to instead produce small quantities of luxury housing through loopholes in the MIH regulations. Regulations requiring integrated mixed income buildings can prevent this and need to be as strong as possible. We urge
Thank you for your
DCP to
testimony.
remove or
Time has
modify
expired.
the offsite and rental condo loopholes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashmarie Singh.
You may begin.
Hi, everybody. I am speaking on behalf of the Garment District, and I'm opposing this MSMX plan to add residential buildings to the Garment District. A lot of people spoke, and we are all aware of the history of the Garment District and you know, how it is a staple of New York City. I heard previously that mixed use is the future of Midtown. And in fact, that is actually diluting businesses that currently exist. We are an ecosystem that works together of small businesses. So once you start to inject residential buildings, we're kind of dismantling the system. So it'll be very hurtful to the businesses of the Garment District. I, for one, am a fashion industries and FIT alumni, and my family business is in garment manufacturing. We have been on 39th Street and 8th Avenue for the past 30 years. With that said, the future of the Garment District is not mixed use. It is me. I am looking forward to continuing to work in the industry and keep the Garment District alive at the moment. With this mixed use plan, it is definitely going to be more hurtful than beneficial to the area. I see why it is attractive to many people. Yes, there's great transit. It's in the heart of Manhattan. You know, there's high traffic as far as tourism. from 42nd Street to 34th Street. And yeah, it's attractive because of people like us who worked hard to be there. So
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Thank you.
Sarisa Kelly.
You may begin.
Carissa Kelly.
Hi, everybody. Carissa Kelly. Thank you, council members. I'm first speaking on behalf of the well-known costume designer, Cassia Olika Mamone. If you've ever seen The Gilded Age, she has been designing it for 3 seasons. I'm reading her words now. Over the last 30 years, we've been watching the garment district shrink from a vibrant manufacturing hub spread over many blocks to its current small number of streets. We have been watching disappearing jobs in manufacturing, repairs. We have been witnessing vanishing sources. Garment District is in its location and its deeply rooted skilled workforce is an incredibly crucial base for theater, film, and television costume production. The vanishing of it affects our daily process of creating costumes here in New York City. If we lose what is barely remaining, our jobs will become impossible. Now I am speaking on my behalf. My New York story is tied to the Garment District and still is. My name is Carissa Kelly, and I am a costume designer, member of IATSE Local 829 for over a decade, and founder of the nonprofit The Rethread Project that serves the costume industry. I first came to the city to interview for grad school, and a major part of my short stay was to swatch for fabric from the regional theater I worked for in the Garment District. I could not believe my eyes. One store had more of any type of fabric than the 3 fabric stores back in Seattle. When I moved to the city at the start of grad school to attend NYU Tish's Design for Stage and Film, I learned how special and one of a kind the district really is. My education was the Garment District, where I discovered the generational small businesses, the fabric stores, trim and button stores, the 50 costume workrooms. Our history is that of a garment. It is the U.S. history. It is women's history. It is labor history, and it deserves to be highlighted and not put aside. We all want housing, and we feel a plan can achieve both.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Thank you.
Caroline Spitzer.
You may begin.
Hi, thank you for your time today. My name is Caroline Spitzer. I'm a costume designer, associate costume designer, and member of Queens Community Board 2, but of course speaking for myself, a different borough. I am a proud union member of IATSE Local 829, and I work in the Garment District. The Special Garment District Center is the lifeblood of New York's fashion and costume industry, not just for the city, but for projects around the world. Designers come here specifically for the access to makers and materials concentrated in this area. Boosting revenue at hotels, restaurants, museums, this hyperlocal ecosystem supports thousands of businesses and jobs. Majority are owned or employ women, people of color, immigrants, and LGBTQ individuals. Did you know that there's an entire job in our industry referred to as a swatcher, a person whose sole responsibility is sourcing fabrics from this very district? They walk around the streets of this district and gather fabrics just like this that are blurry, but hard to see. And this is a union job. Without these stores where people can walk into and source fabrics, this union job disappears. After sourcing the materials, we have printed, dyed, embroidered at places like New York Embroidery Studio, International Pleating, manufactured into costumes at shops like Tricorn Costumes, Wing & Weft, Artur and Taylor's, and so many others. All these businesses are located in the Special Garment District Center. These are small businesses. Relocation likely means closure, and with that, the potential for job loss, exponential job loss. It's also counterintuitive to the expanded New York State film tax credit that brings the industry to our city. If we don't maintain the infrastructure to support it, how does that make sense? I'm not opposed to affordable housing, we need it, but why does it come at the expense of one of our city's most vital and unique industries? While 3,000 affordable units is admirable and important, it means the vast majority of housing produced will not be for the working class people and artists who call this district their creative home. I'm against the current MSMX plan that does not include real protections in place. Real protections.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Thank you.
William Schultz.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council Member. I'm Bill Schultz, a native New Yorker. I live at 22 West 26th Street in the Southeast Quadrant and work from home. I support creating a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood, but I want to speak to the question that Mr. Botcher raised earlier, that the current MSMX proposal needs major revisions for the Southeast Quadrant. Here's the problem. This proposal treats all four quadrants the same, but the Southeast Quadrant has historic districts that make it fundamentally different and not at all empty and lifeless, as other quadrants were described earlier. This plan allows floor area transfers that could create buildings taller than the Empire State Building, looming over low-rise historic structures and competing with the actual Empire State Building. Let me give you a concrete example. My building was converted to a 12-floor residential building in the early 80s. Half our units face a parking lot on 25th Street, and under this proposal, that lot, which CB5 said must become a school, could instead become a 100-plus story tower. We're talking about a massive building just 20 feet from our windows, and think about what that means. Residents losing light and air, living conditions severely degraded throughout the quadrant. This is an area that can't support such density, and we haven't even done a complete environmental impact assessment for this kind of massive development. Are there sufficient schools, playgrounds, medical services, affordable shopping? What will the impact be on Madison Square Park? I'm asking for 3 specific changes. First, reduce the FAR limits to 12 or less in the Southeast Quadrant and especially mid-block. Second, keep the existing 30-foot rear yard requirements, and for converted buildings like mine, require 60 feet total setback. And third, don't move forward without fully evaluating the environmental impacts and more seriously considering the CB5 adjustment recommendations, as David Sigmund and Julie Chu noted. The Southeast Quadrant's historic character deserves protection.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Preserving what makes our neighborhood special. Thank you.
Elizabeth Dennis.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Denny's and I live in Flatbush, Brooklyn. You might wonder why I'm here today. It's because I'm deeply concerned about the housing crisis in New York City and strongly support the Midtown South mixed-use plan because it would help friends, families, and neighbors in the area and throughout the city who are struggling to keep up with the rising costs, skyrocketing rent costs, and finding more realistic housing options, and they're facing displacement. This is a really well-resourced, vibrant 24/7 neighborhood with incredible access to jobs and transit, and changing a mixed use manufacturing and residential zoning instead of just manufacturing will continue to provide opportunities for high quality fashion manufacturing jobs. This project would map the first MIH districts in Midtown, creating 2,900 desperately needed income restricted homes that would be life changing for the nearly 3,000 lower and middle income families who would get to live there. It is critical that this plan includes the highest residential density possible, ideally 18 FAR throughout. Higher FAR means more homes, more income-restricted homes. And again, every income-restricted home that council removes from this plan represents a family who will not get the literally life-changing opportunity of affordable, secure housing. Midtown South is part of the dense core of New York City, and if we can't build the densest housing there, where can we? How many of the nearly 3,000 lower and middle income families are we willing to leave behind if we make this rezoning smaller? How many income-restricted homes will we lose in future rezonings throughout the city because a precedent is being set in the highest density area of New York that we can't build high density housing? New Yorkers literally cannot afford to wait for more housing, and our most vulnerable will continue to be displaced from both this area and the ripple effects throughout the city. I urge council to support this important initiative and ensure that the Midtown South mixed-use plan includes the highest residential density possible. Make sure that as many families as possible can finally access stable housing they can afford. Thank you.
Leif Almenroth.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Councilman Botcher. My name is Leif Almenroth. I'm a 6-year West Side resident who's watched members of our community move further out as rents soar. I'm worried that the affordability crisis is squeezing out the creativity and economic mobility that has made New York so special to us. Manhattan's rental vacancy is about 1%, among the tightest in the nation, and waitlists for subsidized units stretch for years. While rent continues to skyrocket due to supply outpacing demand, or demand outpacing supply, storefronts in our community are sitting dark. MSMX updates 1961-era manufacturing zoning to unlock these desperately needed housing units. We know this works. When Lower Manhattan's financial district rezoned 2 decades ago, Its resident population more than doubled, breathing life into local businesses and streets with a new 24/7 population. Midtown South can repeat that success, adding homes next to jobs, easing rent pressure citywide, and doing it without needing to build new transit. More residents means more eyes on the streets, customers for our local shops and restaurants, and funding for public realm upgrades like a pedestrianized Broadway that would inject vitality into such an important district. And finally, from a democracy angle, New York lost a congressional seat last cycle. Growing our population safeguards New York's voice in Washington. I respectfully urge a yes vote on the MSMX plan and swift negotiations so that shovels can be in the ground soon. Doing nothing means higher rents, darker streets, and a city that prices out the people who make it special. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I hope that the council will support this important initiative.
Leo Gutman.
You may begin.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Leo Gutman, and I'm a resident of Long Island City, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Midtown South rezoning plan. I don't live in any of the quadrants. I have access to an office, just outside of the Northwest quadrant, and had friends who lived in the Northeast quadrant until recently, who moved partly for affordability reasons. And that affordability is the reason I, want this plan to go through. The housing situation in New York is really out of control, very expensive, very hard to find an apartment. The scarcity is really affecting quality of life for everyone. And this is really the spot if you're thinking about opportunities to use the new FAR limits that are allowed as of last year's plan, through City of Yes and the state action, access to both commuter rail terminals plus almost every subway line, lots of bus lines. Really, it's just like an ideal location. All the jobs are here, and making the area, adding residential capacity to the area will make the neighborhood more vibrant. It will, I think, work in tandem with existing industry, including the garment district, to promote, keep that industry alive. Overall, I think that this plan should be supported in its current version, keeping the new 18 FAR limit wherever possible. That's all for me. Thank you.
Phil Levin.
Starting time.
My name is Phil, and I've lived in Manhattan for 10 years. I'm here tonight because my wife and I recently welcomed our second child, and we've watched with heartbreak as most of our friends with young children have been forced to leave the city, not because they don't love it here, but because the skyrocketing cost of housing has driven them away. That's why I'm strongly in favor of MSMX. This proposal's greatest strength is its density. Maintaining the highest allowable density, specifically 18 FAR, is crucial because it allows us to build the maximum amount of housing, including affordable housing units. Only by embracing higher density can we make this neighborhood more affordable. This neighborhood already has the infrastructure, transit, and vibrant character to support a thriving 24/7 neighborhood. The one missing piece is enough housing. I urge you to fully support this plan so we can build the housing our community desperately needs, enabling families like mine to stay and grow here. Thank you.
Roberto Silva.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Roberto Silva, and I am a fashion designer and sample developer working and living in Brooklyn, New York. During my first trip to New York City, I took a walk through the garment district. I immediately felt familiar with the area as the small and large businesses welcomed all my questions and helped me with my purchases. They were excited to hear my story and how I was sneaking into fashion shows. Even though at the time New York was becoming one of the main fashion capitals of the world, all of these stores, these family-run businesses, were helpful and were excited for me as yet another potential immigrant with big dreams. The fashion business is one of the driving forces of New York City, and it has made it one of the greatest cities in the world. The businesses in the garment district, big and small, generate jobs and tax revenue. This area has been the place of birth and success, not only of many fashion designers, but of traders, suppliers, and distributors of the many, many goods that we need every day for our work. The garment district also inspires other creatives, creates partnerships, and has seen many of us flourish as small business owners. There is no fashion capital of the world without the garment district. Every time I go to the garment district, I feel closer to the creator community and the manufacturing community. I feel inspired to continue working, and personally, I feel proud to be working and living in New York City. New York has always been characterized by change. This constant change and growth requires many elements of infrastructure such as housing. We in the fashion and garment manufacturing community understand the need, but I am personally afraid that these developments and the units created with the zoning change might result in luxury apartments and condos that do not address the core problems of the average New Yorker. Keeping business and jobs in this area does. Therefore, I ask
Thank
the
you so
zoning
much.
board
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Jim Wright.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Botcher. Excuse me for speaking quickly. My name is Jim Wright, an architect and longtime resident of the Southeast Quadrant of MSMX. First, I strongly support the city's efforts to increase the quantity and affordability of its housing stock in every neighborhood to accommodate growth of the city's housing supply. Second, I support the broad planning goals of MSMX to support the growth of affordable housing in Manhattan's Midtown South neighborhoods while protecting and enhancing neighborhood character. However, DCP has proposed to rezone the remaining 4 large manufacturing districts in Midtown South in a monolithic way with insufficient consideration given to the differing scales and contexts between the separate quadrants and their surrounding neighborhoods. Despite DCP's claims of extensive community engagement, just 3 months before ULURP certification, DCP significantly increased their proposed residential FAR caps by 25% in the Southwest quadrant and 50% in the Northwest, Northeast, and Southeast quadrants by applying the 2 newly created R11 and R12 residential zone districts with the highest allowable FAR in the city. These are powerful planning tools that need to be used with care, not a last-minute tactic to dramatically increase density without community input. Even though the MSMX DEIS states that the existing average built density in the Southwest and Southeast quadrants are FAR 8.3 and F5.2 respectively, DCP has lumped these lower density quadrants below 34th Street that transition to Chelsea and Flatiron areas to the south with the higher density Northwest and Northeast quadrants north of 34th Street, which more closely approach densities of Midtown core areas to the north. Considering the neighborhood differences, CB5 has recommended an R11 designation for the Southeast quadrant, matching the proposed Southwest quadrant FAR. By applying the recognized urban design principle of higher residential densities along wide north-south avenues and lower densities on narrow mid-block streets to protect residential light and air, which, by the way, currently exists in the contiguous southern midtown neighborhoods, contrary to DCP's assertion. This modest modification would produce most of the housing units that DCP has projected while protecting the existing scale and character of these neighborhoods. It would also enhance the value of transferable air rights from sites within the 2 historic districts, which cover almost 50% of the Southeast quadrant.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you. I will submit detailed written comments.
Susan Sue.
You may begin.
Susan Sue.
You may begin.
Sorry, I was muted. Hello, thank you. I'm a costume designer with 50 years shopping the garment district, befriending countless shop owners and generations of their families, designing in over 45 US theaters and curating major costume exhibitions internationally. Most of you know me as the ancient costume designer of Godspell, and as a teacher of 40 plus years, the last 22 of which have been at Carnegie Mellon University. And I can tell you that the majority of young people who decide they want to study design have been influenced by the Broadway musicals in New York that they have seen. I asked the architects of the MSMX plan to consider that one of the reasons why the world comes to New York City is to experience the excitement of Broadway theater and the glamour of New York fashion. Please know that we designers are producing our best, most inspiring work because we have the proximity, exceptional materials, and support of Garment District stores. No other city in the US has what we do. Costume designers for theater, ballet, opera, dance, film, and television from the Atlantic to the Pacific shop here. What the designers, shopkeepers, and makers who have spoken in this room do brings tourists and $15 billion worth of wealth to the city every year. Theater and fashion born in New York draws the curiosity of the rest of the world. But if we are to continue, we need our materials. And please don't wonder why we are so worked up when digital websites are out there. To this I ask, would you order your wedding gown online without having tried it on or felt the fabric? We need to feel the fabric. Has anyone spoken with the capable proprietors of our fabric stores to ask what they need? 5,000 specialized workers will be scattered to an uncertain future. How can the tools you are looking at help them, really help them? Not only will you be forcing nearly 800 businesses essential to leave, please also consider that your decision will affect the production of costumes in the entire United States, not just in New York. And the cost.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Will be under fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Wei Chan.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Peter Chan, and I have run Sunrise Studios in the Garment District for more than 20 years. I'm here today not just for myself, but for hundreds of small businesses and thousands of workers who make up the living fabrics of this district. As an immigrant from Hong Kong, I spent the last 40 years or so in the garment industry. I make my living for myself and my family. My clients include Donna Karan, Oscar de la Renta, Bill Blass, The Row, and lately Veronica Beer, and etc. Also, I have seen my workers and colleagues dedicate their lives to the Garment District to improve their livelihoods. The Garment District is more than just a collection of buildings. It's a rare ecosystem where designers, pattern makers, sewers, and suppliers collaborate in real time, often within the same day, to bring creative vision to life. You can't replicate that kind of innovation pipeline anywhere else in the country, and certainly not if you scatter the components across the boroughs or out of state. The MSMX redevelopment plan threatens that very infrastructure. It would displace businesses like mine that have been the silent engine behind New York's fashion status for decades. New York City is a global fashion capital because of the Garment District. Without it, that identity is at risk. The MSMX plan doesn't just jeopardize jobs, it threatens the future of fashion in this city. As someone who also teaches and mentors young designers at the FIT, I see firsthand how vital it is for next generation to have access to this environment. Where else can the students sketch a design in the morning, pick up fabric before lunch, and consult a sample making in the afternoon? Council members, we urge you to reconsider this plan, support a version of development that protects and preserves the Garment District, and invest in New York City's creative infrastructure. Thank you.
Tomas Svaras.
You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Sarvis, and I serve on the board of managers of the Cass Gilbert, a 20-story landmark residential building at 130 West 30th Street. Let me begin by acknowledging that New York is experiencing a profound housing crisis. I support efforts to expand affordable and mixed-use housing, especially in well-connected neighborhoods like Midtown South. But as we build for the future, we must also protect the buildings and residents who have shaped these neighborhoods and made them livable long before rezoning were proposed. The Cass Gilbert was landmarked in 2001 and converted to a residential use in 2003. It sits mid-block in the southwest quadrant, directly adjacent to Site 33, identified by the DEIS and your zoning consultant as a likely redevelopment site. Under MSMX, that site may now be built to 18 FAR as of right, with no incentive to negotiate with adjacent landmarks or consider context. That development could block light and air to habitable bedrooms in our building and permanently obscure the eastern historic facade. This is not a hypothetical. This is what is under proposal for permitting. The New York Landmark Conservancy has warned that MSMX could encourage massive new construction and the demolition of historical buildings. The Manhattan Institute cautioned that blanket upzoning extinguishes transfer of development rights markets by giving every lot more FAR. Buildings like ours, landmark residential mid-block, are the exact type of structure that will be most vulnerable if these concerns aren't addressed. The result won't just be lost architecture, it will be diminished livability for existing residents. We urge the council to consider commitments, whether through points of agreements or other mechanisms, to preserve livability for existing residents, maintain meaningful incentives for developers to require...
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas McGuire.
You may begin.
Thank you. I just got a point. We're running out of data. The rag trade, while spectacularly represented here today, is not the only creative entity Broadway film and TV rely upon. Music recording is vital to everything. I'm going to read quickly a list of studios that have closed recently. Associated, Automated, Bell, Clinton, Counterpoint, Hit Factory, Levelhead, Eurosound, RPM, Record Plant, Bright Track, Sony, Unique, 80, Moving Pictures, Chungking, Battery, Daddy Sound, Sound on Sound, D&B, Power Station, which had to be purchased by Berkeley as a college for instruction because they could not withstand the pressure from co-oping, residential co-oping. RCA, MSR, Skyline, Gold Star, and Rumble Room are just a short list of studios we lost. We also lost on 48th Street, Woody Pfeiffer Guitars, Manny, Sam Ash, Levi, Alex Music, New York Woodwinds, Rudy, Terminal, 48th Street Guitars. Swirled around, musicians came here to buy instruments. All of our Broadway musicians came here to buy instruments. All those studios that I just mentioned are where those Broadway musicians went to record their studio albums. Okay? We've also lost a bunch of live sound venues, like 78 Below and Kenny Castaways. I don't have a big list for you, but it is a big list. We lost Martin Audio, Audio Techniques, Audio by Zimmett that supplied support service. I'd like to also say that I didn't hear anything today about AIR.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Rachel Reichert.
You may begin.
Rachel Reichert, current owner of Yuriko Costumes. We're celebrating our 35th year in business this year. We make theatrical costumes for Broadway, TV, and film. Thank you for listening to us all day. I hope you've got good snacks there. And I appreciate all the good questions that you asked earlier. I can tell that you are considering all of our needs that the garment industry is bringing up today. Every job and internship I've ever had in this city has been off of 8th Ave between 35th and 40th. The neighborhood is my whole life. I don't live in it, but I also don't want to live that close to work. I don't need to reiterate what all of my colleagues have already said today about how important the ecosystem is and the infrastructure that's already here. But I would like to comment about how I'm in the garment district almost every single day of the year. I work all the time. I leave after dark most days. It was incredibly scary in 2020 and 2021, and it is not anymore. It's a lot more recovered and vibrant than it was back then. There's rehearsal space across the street. There's always dancers out. There's shopping, there's bars. I see lots of people having a good time every time I leave work at night. It's not scary anymore. None of us can pivot to work from home. We all have to be here every day. We just want to be able to still be here. So really, I just hope that the rezoning.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Meyer Polanco.
You may begin.
Meyer Polanco.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Meyer Polanco, and I've lived in Manhattan for my entire life. I'm here today to testify in support of the Midtown South mixed-use plan because I love this city, and I'm scared that our inadequate supply of housing will prevent me from living here in the future. This plan creates up to 2,900 affordable homes and around 10,000 total units in one of the most desirable areas in the city. There is no other neighborhood that has more transit density or better access to job opportunities than Midtown South. What doesn't make sense is that despite all of these advantages, we've essentially banned housing from being built here. The current zoning regime reflects the vision of the neighborhood that does not match the needs of today's New York. Like I said, we have one of the most connected, job-rich areas in the entire country, and yet we stifle its potential by forcing people to live farther away and commute in, contributing to a dearth of retail activity and general liveliness in the area. By allowing more housing here, we're creating opportunities for people to live closer to where they work, reducing pressure on our roads, and making life more affordable. The market rate units will help bring down rents citywide through increased supply, while the income-restricted units will directly serve working families who are being priced out of our city. I'm particularly excited about the potential to convert underutilized office buildings into homes, creating opportunities to convert unproductive space into housing that our city desperately needs is a no-brainer that brings down our cost of living. Additionally, I would like to echo what some folks said earlier about the need to use R12 across this project. If Midtown South is not a suitable location to use this powerful tool to create more housing, where is? This plan represents smart growth in exactly the right place. Thank you for considering my testimony, and I urge you strongly to support this critical step towards a more affordable New York.
Michelle Feinberg.
You may begin.
Michelle Feinberg.
You may begin.
Zareth Edgehill. Zareth Edgehill.
You may begin.
Bobby Barnett.
You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. So hi, my name is Bobby Barnett. I'm a lifelong New Yorker and a community board member and a Manhattan resident living near the southwest quadrant of the rezoning area. I'm here today to testify in favor of the Midtown South mixed-use plan as currently proposed. As someone who spends a great deal of time walking through Midtown at all hours, I look forward to being able to have a true 24-hour neighborhood with safe and thriving street life. I also look forward to seeing more housing options available for myself, my peers, and other New Yorkers here in the heart of Manhattan for years to come. I wanted to address a concern that I've heard about this project. I've attended a number of public meetings hosted by my local community board and heard concerns related to bulk and height within the proposed plan. While I understand why some of my neighbors are concerned, I do not share the concerns related to bulk and height in this already very transit and opportunity-rich area. I believe that the experience of being on the street, as well as access to light and air in Midtown, can be preserved through the proposed street wall requirements. I also believe that new housing can be added while preserving the view corridors of major landmarks that make walking around Midtown South so interesting and enjoyable. The primary purpose of this plan should be to add as much housing as feasible to increase housing opportunity, stem the growth of rising rents, and ensure a vibrant 24-hour street life in an area that is often dead after 8 p.m. I thank you for your time and your attention, and I hope that you vote to approve this plan in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Chandras.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Daniel, and while I'm not a lifelong New Yorker, I've lived in Manhattan for years, and in fact, I moved here specifically for the transit and urban community that it brings. I'm here today because I'm a strong believer in the benefits of urbanization and building more dense housing. I'm excited about the possibility of new neighbors, friends, and businesses joining me here. I'm excited about being able to find cheaper housing without needing to compromise on my deal breakers. I'm excited about one day being able to live closer to my work in Chelsea instead of having to take multiple subways. I'm incredibly optimistic about the Midtown South mixed-use plan because current zoning does not permit housing in one of the most transit-connected neighborhoods in the country. If we can't build with an FAR of 18 in Midtown Manhattan, I don't understand where it was intended to be used. The world has been irreversibly changed after the pandemic, and more people are choosing to work from home instead of an office, driving up housing demand and softening office demand. The plan streamlines the conversion of underutilized or vacant office buildings into residential units, creating these much-needed homes. I want Midtown to feel alive 168 hours a week and not just 40. New residents naturally attract more local retail services and amenities. This residential presence helps transform vacant retail spaces into active storefronts, including grocery stores, shops, restaurants, boosting the local economy for new and existing residents. The project also provides opportunities for people over parking development, pedestrianizing plazas on Broadway for the millions of New Yorkers that traverse Midtown on foot. Finally, I urge the council to consider the 10,000 people who may very well become our neighbors who are not able to speak here today. There are Americans in every state desperate for the immigration, LGBT, and healthcare protections that New York State provides, not to mention the almost 100,000 unhoused New Yorkers in New York City alone. We owe all of them a more housed, urban, and abundant New York. Thanks, everyone.
Chad Perky.
You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you, Councilmember. On behalf of the Association for Better New York, ABNY, a nonprofit dedicated to the advancement and support of New York City, I'm speaking to express support for the proposed Midtown South mixed-use plan. This plan reflects a much-needed mixed-use approach that will create a number of benefits for the neighborhood and the entire city. This thoughtful plan introduces much-needed balance and correction to the area's zoning regulations, which have been largely unchanged for over 50 years. While zoning rules have remained fixed, the area has seen dramatic changes, most notably the shifts in its commercial and industrial uses. On top of those global industry changes, the area has struggled more than other parts of the city to rebound post-pandemic, which in large part is due to this restrictive land use rules. To increase vibrancy in a more 24/7 ecosystem, the proposed plan would unlock the ability for much-needed housing to be added to this amenity-rich neighborhood, complementing the area's existing commercial space used by makers and small businesses. The plan rightly leverages a variety of zoning tools, including new high-density districts and mandatory inclusionary housing regulations, to help create over 9,000 new homes, which nearly 3,000 of which will be permanently affordable. By allowing this variety of residential development in a transit-dense neighborhood and within the region's largest job center, the proposed plan will foster a healthier, more holistic neighborhood that will benefit local residents and workers. Because of all these considerations, we urge the subcommittee to support the Midtown South mixed-use plan. Thank you.
Is Michelle Feinberg on? Michelle Feinberg.
You may begin.
Zareth Edgehill. Zareth Edgehill.
You may begin.
For those speaking, you have to accept the invitation that's being sent to you via Zoom in order to testify. We're going to go to Sam Deutsch, and after Sam, we're going to have George Shear, Daniel Kent, and Jessica Walker. Sam Deutsch.
You may begin.
George Shear.
You may begin.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Botcher. My name is George Shear. I'm the Executive Director of the Elizabeth Foundation for the Arts, EFA, a nonprofit and owner of 323 West 39th Street, where we've operated for nearly 35 years. EFA provides over 100 visual artist studios and is home to the country's oldest community printmaking workshop. I support and strongly support the Midtown South mixed-use rezoning proposal. As a property owner for nearly 35 years, we've seen how outdated zoning, rising vacancies, and post-pandemic market shifts have weakened Midtown. Despite 100% occupancy and strong studio demand, our mortgage refinancing efforts have been difficult. Lenders are wary of commercial properties in the district. Brokers report a 20-year low in rentable square footage, and appraisers are reducing property values. Our two top floors of our building, separately owned condos, have remained vacant for over a year. The current conditions are untenable. At EFA, we envision Midtown South as one of New York's newest, oldest cultural districts, a neighborhood reimagined through housing, business growth, and cultural investment. From Broadway theaters to nonprofit art studios, design firms to live-work artist spaces, this area already has the foundation of a thriving cultural block. With added residential density, the rezoning would not just revitalize, but would reframe Midtown as a model for inclusive arts and artisan-driven urban development. I urge the council to seize this moment not only to advance affordable housing, but to put policies in place that protect and strengthen cultural nonprofits like ours, as well as small businesses and artisans. We are not just property owners and renters, we are the anchors of a thriving creative economy. No one wants to live in a business district, but people do want to live in a vibrant cultural district, home to artists, designers, and creative industries whose work resonates in this city and around the world. Creative industry is central to New York's identity and key to Midtown South's future. They generate value far beyond what they earn themselves, and it is up to the council to protect that value, and in doing so, unlock the full economic and cultural potential of the district. Thank you for your leadership in this moment.
Sam Deutsch.
You may begin.
My name is Sam Deutsch. I want to thank everyone here today. It's been a really interesting presentation. I'm here because I am commenting in favor of the proposed rezoning. I actually live in Chelsea, just a few blocks from some of the area that will be affected by the proposed rezoning. And I love my neighborhood, and I think that this rezoning is a great opportunity to make it even better. Everybody else has talked extensively about the benefits of more people living in the neighborhood, more eyes on the street, more businesses, more foot traffic, all of the above. But my personal area of expertise is on climate issues, and that's what makes me really excited about this project, specifically the fact that this is probably the most transit-rich part of the entire country. And as a result, residents in the Midtown South area and Chelsea and just broader lower Manhattan, right, have some of the lowest carbon emissions per capita of anybody in the country. And that's because we don't need cars to get around. The houses are very space efficient and retain heat very well, especially newer houses that are built to very high insulation standards and with efficient HVAC systems. So not to get too in the weeds, but the TLDR is that building thousands of homes here will create a massive reduction in carbon emissions for people who will be able to live here now, instead of many of whom would end up being priced out to places where they may need cars, many of whom might not even move to New York or live in New York, or many of whom would be displaced from New York otherwise. You know, every New Yorker that can't afford the rent and is displaced to a place like Texas, right, has much higher carbon emissions. So, not to belabor the point, but I think this is a great project.
Thank you.
Great
Your time
proposal,
has expired.
and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Daniel Kent.
You may begin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Councilmember Botcher. My name is Dan Kent. I'm the CEO of Lantern Organization. We're a nonprofit developer and operator of permanent supportive housing and affordable housing. And for the last 15 years, our office has been right here in the northeast quadrant of the MSMX rezoning area. I've been working in this neighborhood for over a decade, and I'm here to express our strong support for the MSMX rezoning. First and foremost, we recognize the housing shortage as the principal cause of the homelessness crisis in New York City. This is an emergency. Our low rates of housing production in New York City have caused this crisis, and we urgently need to incentivize more housing development and higher density development. And I can think of few corners of New York City that are better suited for high density development than Midtown South. It's a high dense area with a significant amount of public transportation access. And there is also very easy access to green space such as Bryant Park and Central Park. So we believe that this is a long overdue opportunity to increase the supply of housing. I urge you to maximize density and to move forward with a 18 FAR. I also urge caution. Please ensure that any affordability mandates for multifamily housing developments are properly calibrated. We need to ensure that while requiring affordability can secure rent-regulated units, you don't want those requirements to be so onerous that you render any multifamily development financially infeasible. So I do urge care and calibration in setting those affordability
Thank you. Your time has
requirements.
expired.
Thank you.
Jessica Walker.
You may begin.
Hello, I'm Jessica Walker. I'm the president of the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce. We represent businesses, both large and small. We are very excited about this plan, and we hope you will adopt it wholesale. This is a transformational project coming out of COVID. Everyone understands that we need to do something different in Midtown, and this is that project. The MSMX plan encourages diverse, mixed-use neighborhoods by allowing homes and businesses to thrive alongside each other, as they do in some of the adjacent areas. Specifically, the plan increases non-residential density to 15 FAR in the densest portions of the plan area and maintains the existing 12 FAR in the lower density areas. This ensures room for business growth while delivering much-needed housing. It's a win-win. This creates a win-win, more housing options for New Yorkers and more growth opportunities and foot traffic for businesses. And as you know, Councilman, we continue to see elevated storefront vacancy in Manhattan. It's higher in our borough than in other boroughs right now. So we really do need to be thoughtful about this. We hope you will accept this plan. We think it's a game changer for New York City. So we urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Cohen.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Daniel Cohen. As a resident of Manhattan, I strongly support the MSMX rezoning. We have a severe housing shortage. Rent in New York City is the highest in the entire country. We desperately need more housing, and I cannot think of a better place for more housing than Midtown South. It has incredible access to jobs, transit, and economic opportunity, some of the best in the entire country. If we can't repeal housing bans in Midtown South, we can't do so anywhere. We desperately need to build more housing in order for rent to become affordable. Please pass the MSMX rezoning and repeal the housing ban.
Thank you. Eddie Siegel.
You may begin.
Hi there, Councilman. My name is Eddie Siegel. I'm calling from my office, which is in the southwest quadrant, to strongly support this rezoning.
New York City, we're in a deep, dire housing affordability crisis, and the only way we will fix that is with more homes. MSMX is a great way to start making a small dent in making the city a little more affordable for me, my coworkers, and everyone who lives or commutes to this neighborhood. With the changing ways we live and work post-pandemic, and the nature of this being Midtown Manhattan, there is no better place for us to add many more homes. Having more neighbors will make this a much more pleasant neighborhood for everyone who lives and works here and help transform it from a cavalcade of kavas and fast casual lunch places that is dead after 7 to a livable 24/7 neighborhood. I look forward to welcoming my new neighbors, and I hope you support it. New Yorkers cannot afford to wait any longer. Thank you.
Samir Lavingia.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Samir Lavingia. I'm the Vice Chair of the Transportation Committee at Community Board 5, and I'm also recently elected the second Vice Chair. I just want to give some background to the Community Board 5 vote in favor of the Midtown South Mixed Use Plan. You've heard many people say that we support 18 FAR on the avenues and a lower density in the mid-blocks. Well, and while that is true, I just want to bring it up that during that full board meeting, there was an amendment proposed from the floor to actually remove that provision, so we would have supported 18 FAR everywhere. That failed by a single vote, so it's basically a coin flip when it comes to the community board's support of having lower density on the mid-blocks. And I'm 100% certain that if we had taken that vote today with our new members who joined just in May, we would have supported the 18 FAR throughout the rezoning. I personally am in support of the maximum amount of housing, which means the maximum amount of FAR. My family is a family of renters, and every year we are at risk of being displaced. I don't know if I'll be able to continue living in New York for too much longer. And the other thing I want to say is that people really love living on the side streets. Living on an avenue, we put so much density there, and it's just choked with cars right now. And there's a reason people like living on the side streets. So it actually makes sense to put as much housing on the side streets, if not more, than the avenues. Why are we putting everyone on the avenues where there's more pollution and more noise? Thank you for taking the time to listen to all the testimonies today, and I hope you will support the Midtown South Mixed Use Plan, as I would encourage you to. Thank you.
M squared.
You may begin.
Sorry, my name is Grace O'Mara. I'm not speaking on behalf of my employer, just myself. I'm here today to voice my support for the Midtown South rezoning. I know this area very well. I was a sweater designer in the garment district for over a decade, working for companies like Ralph Lauren and Tommy Hilfiger. In 2021, I left the fashion industry because I was concerned that I could never afford to have a family in New York City on a designer's salary. My concern about affordability led me to my current career, affordable housing. I don't want anyone else to have to give up a creative career because they cannot afford to live in New York City, especially all the creatives that came out today to testify. To do that, we must build more housing everywhere. Midtown South is the perfect location to build more housing. It is an area that would make a vibrant 24/7 district. I believe that industry and housing can coexist in the garment district. Local businesses would benefit from increased foot traffic. I'm thinking stores like Beat Center 2, Pacific Trims, Elegant Fabric, and House of Spandex, some of my favorites. We saw this happen in the Flower District, where it used to only be industry, but then a lot of just consumers started coming, and it really revitalized this part of Manhattan. I think that the garment district has a ton of potential to have this happen. In addition, I would like to see this rezone and future rezonings prioritize apartments that have 2 bedrooms or more. It is difficult for families to stay in New York City, and our current housing incentives don't prioritize family size housing. Thank you very much for listening today, and I appreciate it.
Rachel.
You may begin.
My name is Rachel Wilkerson, and I've lived in New York City for more than 10 years. I'm here today to support the MSMX plan. New York City is dealing with a dire housing crisis. Legalizing housing in a central part of Manhattan would not only benefit the tens of thousands of New Yorkers who would be able to live closer to work, school, and transit, but it would have a ripple effect, setting a new standard for how we can better tackle this crisis going forward via common sense zoning changes and high density. When I first moved to New York City after college, I only stayed for a year. Because working in fashion media, I didn't make a living wage and didn't have rich parents, so I was sharing a one-bedroom apartment with a roommate and functionally sleeping in the kitchen. Eventually, I had to move back home to Michigan, and it took me several years to be able to afford to come back. Things have only gotten less affordable since then. Who knows what kind of talent we're losing every year because most creatives don't have a famous last name or a trust fund. As a homeowner, I won't directly benefit from this new housing in any way, but I'm here because I want all New Yorkers to have a safe and comfortable place to call home that doesn't cost their entire paycheck. Because I believe that everyone deserves to spend less time in transit every day getting to work and more time with loved ones, engaging in their favorite hobbies, or just resting. I'm here because I know that New York's iconic cultural centers will wither and die if creatives from around the world can no longer afford an apartment. And I'm here because I know that building more housing will go a long way toward bringing down market rates across the city, which again benefits the vast majority of New Yorkers. Housing should not be illegal in the center of New York City. I strongly encourage this committee to support this plan. Thank you for your time.
Sarah Doe.
You may begin.
Oh, hello. Yes, so there's honestly nothing else left to say that everyone else hasn't before me, but I do want to come on and express my support for this plan. We're in a housing crisis. This plan will help us get out of it, and we need to make it happen. Thank you so much for your time, Councilman Bottcher.
Thank you. Jeffrey Thomas.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I signed up a little bit late. I was thinking, this seems like the most reasonable thing in the world. If you're gonna, upzone anywhere in the world, the first choice should be Midtown Manhattan. How is this, do people disagree? And a friend told me, some people disagree. And so I joined late, but I appreciate you having me. Like I said, I think it's the most obvious place in the world to have more housing. I support, as much density as possible. I think I support the Mid-South mixed-use plan in its whole, and I want to make a special appeal to the folks who are concerned about what's happening at the national level. I think New York State is becoming already a place for people who are worried about policies in red states to move. And I think if this is a thing that you care about, personal appeal to the council members who share this opinion that I do, if this is a thing that you care about, I think it behooves you to make sure that as many people as possible can move to New York as possible. So I support the plan. I support the highest possible density in FARs, and thank you so much for having me.
James Power.
You may begin.
James Power.
You may begin.
Garrett Armwood.
You may begin.
Good evening. I'm Jim Power, co-chair of the land use group at HSF Kramer, formerly known as Kramer Levin. For many years, we have had clients calling up and asking what can be developed on a particular underdeveloped site in Midtown South. And for many years, we have had to tell them that those sites are zoned manufacturing and cannot be developed for residential. And that was usually the end of the conversation. This proposed rezoning will change that and will allow for the revitalization of these blocks with the development of much needed housing, including a substantial amount of affordable housing through the MIH Mandatory Affordable Housing Program. There is a great deal of excitement in the development and affordable housing communities for this proposal, and we urge the council to proceed to approve. Thank you very much.
Garrett Armwood.
You may begin.
Good evening, Councilmember Bottcher, Subcommittee, members of the City Council. My name is Garrett Armwood, and I serve as the Head of Government Affairs for SL Green Realty Corp., the largest commercial landlord in New York City. At SL Green, we are deeply invested in the future of New York City. We live here, we work here, and we raise our families here. Our commitment to this city is both personal and professional. For over 25 years, no other developer has been as uniquely focused on Manhattan's long-term vitality as we have. We have dedicated ourselves to ensuring that it remains a dynamic place to live, work, and play. Over that time, we've actively contributed to New York City's recovery and transformation by pushing the boundaries of innovation in the workplace and by developing globally renowned experiential destinations. I am here today to express our strong support for the Midtown South mixed-use rezoning text amendment, the next critical step the City Council must take towards reimagining New York City's commercial neighborhoods into vibrant residential communities. In April of 2024, under the leadership of Governor Kathy Hochul, New York State took decisive action to accelerate office to residential conversions within Manhattan's central business district by creating the Affordable Housing from Commercial Conversions Program, commonly known as Section 467M. Building on that momentum, Mayor Eric Adams, New York City Planning Chair Dan Garodnick, and this council took another step forward when it passed the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, a zoning text amendment that expanded the eligible building conversion timeline from 1961 or 1977 to 1991, significantly increasing the pool of buildings that can be converted to residential use. And it amended city zoning text to allow for office to residential conversions in any area where residential use is permitted. The zoning text amendment before you now, MSMX, is an opportunity for New York City to transform a centrally located, transit-rich commercial district in Midtown into a vibrant residential neighborhood by utilizing New York State's 467M tax incentive, coupled with the flexibilities this body recently granted to facilitate office to residential conversions into market rate and affordable housing. We believe that this rezoning is essential for New York City to continue addressing its pressing housing
Thank you.
needs
Your
while
time has
breathing new
expired.
life into underutilized office spaces. Thank you.
If there are any members of the public who wish to testify regarding this proposal remotely, please press the raised hand button now, or if you're in person, please identify yourself to one of the sergeants. We'll stand at ease for 30 seconds while we wait for someone to raise their hand if you haven't already. Thomas McGuire.
You may begin.
J.R. McKenzie.
You may begin.
J.R. McKenzie.
You may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is J.R. McKechnie. I have lived in New York City my entire life. For the last 21 years, I have worked in Midtown South on West 39th Street. I'm sorry? Hi, can you guys hear me?
Please continue.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is J.R. McKechnie. I have lived in New York City my entire life. For the last in Midtown South on West 39th Street. Was as general counsel to G Holdings LLC. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. G Holdings owns office, retail, and hotel properties in and near the areas covered by the MSMX plan. on West 39th. I am here to voice my and my employer's strong support for the plan. As we see it, the plan is likely to accomplish the goals it is designed to reach, and I need not recount them, but I would like to emphasize several concrete beneficial outcomes G Holdings expects. First, the plan would allow property owners to reposition their properties away from, for example, office buildings with high vacancy rates to residential. This would not only provide more housing, but allow owners to better use their properties and correspondingly increase property tax revenue for the city. Second, as residents of new housing stock come flooding in, there will be more eyes on the street at more times of each day. This means more people to see and report to police illegal or dangerous activity and conditions. Surely this will make Midtown South safer and improve quality of life for everyone living, working, or visiting there. Third, all of these new residents represent new customers for existing retail establishments, many of which continue to struggle. They also likely will attract new ones, such as grocery stores, to meet new demand. That means increased sales tax and, again, property tax revenue for New York City and New York State. In conclusion, G Holdings believes the MSMX plan will encourage vibrant mixed-use neighborhoods in Midtown South.
Thank
and
you.
deliver
Your time has
affordable
expired.
housing to the heart of Manhattan. We ask you to also take into consideration the other beneficial outcomes I have described today and urge you to put the plan into effect. Thank you.
There being no other members of the public who wish to testify on LUs. Sorry. Tyler Baldwin?
You may begin.
Tyler Baldwin?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I like to speak in support of the mixed-use plan. I believe any type of housing development is good for the city, as it will encourage economic development throughout the city. As we've seen in recent years, we have seen record low housing, which has caused rent to skyrocket, and I believe that any type of housing, particularly in Midtown East, which is near transit hubs, would increase housing development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to stand at ease for 30 seconds. There being no other members of the public who wish to testify on LUs 324 and 325 related to the MSMX neighborhood plan, the public hearing is now closed and the item is laid over. That concludes today's business. I'd like to thank the members of the public, my colleagues, subcommittee council, land use and other staff, and the sergeants at arms for participating in today's meeting. The meeting is hereby adjourned.